by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy.
Ward. Arc 12. Heavens. Interlude Z. "You can't put that down there." The words were hushed, furtive. May's mother snatched up the violin case that May had just set down. In the process of straightening up, her hands fixed May's shirt collar, then smoothed her hair down. "Everything matters." May put one hand inside the other, rubbing where the weight of the case had pulled at her fingers, her expression unmoving under the attention of her mother. A kiss at the top of her head, a smoothing of the hair, another kiss. "We're going to be late," she murmured. A strategic move. In the moment, mentioning the time took the attention off of herself and put it toward the time, toward digital clocks on the walls, the number of people gathered at the subway platform. Even in her distraction, her mother's hands were still at her shoulders, rubbing through thin, papery, crisp fabric. Her mother's lips absently pressed against the top of her head again. She was embarrassed, and in her glances to either side, she saw a group of girls about her age, talking and joking together. They weren't looking at her, though. They were roughhousing. "My friend thinks you're hot," one of the girls shouted across the subway platform, aiming the comment at a guy that was at least 2 years older than any of them. The other two girls, a blonde and a redhead, tried to shush her, one of them pinching her hard, the other trying to cover her mouth. "Don't be distracted. Play the music in your head. Go through the words, remember the inflections. If you're confident about the singing, work through the violin piece. If you're confident about the violin, think about the singing. Visualize." May was distracted. The blonde girl dragged her friend away, while the redhead pushed. All of them had faces that were varying shades of pink, from exertion, from embarrassment, from fun. And the one who had shouted, she was seemingly the only person on the platform who paid attention to May. A long, lingering look, encompassing May and her mother. The aura of fun momentarily dampened by what May imagined was a pitiable sight. It was a moment that struck her as profound, the kind of moment she imagined would be with her forever. And that girl, who looked like she could have been May's sister, who could have been one of the many, many people who evacuated Japan after the attack, who might have changed her name to be more American like May had changed hers. She would probably forget this momentary meeting of eyes. May's heart swelled with a childish sort of longing, a mad desire that, if she could only push that feeling out, couldn't it be that kind of wish that drove fairy tales? "I want to be you. I want the clothes off of your body so I can wrap myself in them and be them. I want the friends who are pinching and shoving you and laughing with you." "Which are you focusing on?" "The singing." An encouraging rub of the shoulders, reminding her of how thin the fabric was, how scratchy it was. The pleated wool uniform skirt was worse, but it at least didn't touch her legs when she wasn't sitting down. "You're going to mess up the ironing if you keep rubbing like that." Another deflection. A diversion. The hands dropped away. "Remember to smile. You never smile enough," the voice in her ear said. "You have such a pretty smile." May nodded. The deflections and diversions were only that. It was like kicking out the water at the edge of a beach, creating a momentary divot that was immediately filled in, pressing in from all sides. "I want a life that's a balance of life and work, not weeks of waiting for a break in my schedule, so I can have a scheduled, calculated few hours of fun. This movie, because it will help with my English and because it's a classic. An actual play date for a 13-year-old, my date chosen carefully, because their parents are the right people and they've never been in trouble." "I'm so proud of you. I know you're going to be great. if we aren't late. Are you still visualizing the singing? Yeah. I murdered the time when I ran through it with Miss B. Nervous hands fluttered at her collar, fingernails running along her neck as fingertips and thumbs pinched at the fold, pressing it tighter. Fingers brushed imaginary dust off of her shoulders. May's hands remained clasped in front of her. Where is that train? May's mother ushered her one way, closer to the edge of the platform, closer to where the train would come, so she could stand at the yellow line, peer past and around, maybe hoping to see the light of the train, though there was no sound. Just off to one side, a taller homeless woman had approached the group of friends, her tone urgent, angry. May didn't want to stare, and with a lack of people to look at, met the eyes of the man who was the homeless woman's friend or boyfriend. She could remember how, the last time she was sick with the flu, she'd longed to be well again so much that she'd promised herself she would cherish the days when she wasn't sick. She had done the same thing when she had a toothache. Did the homeless man have days like that? Was his every day like that, filled with longing to not be that? Was she supposed to be happy she was where she was? Because she couldn't. Happiness was by accident only. Happiness was when the tutors got the times wrong and there was a break in the schedule and Mom just so happened to be busy with something. Or when Mom had just bought the violin and cupboards and fridge were running empty, and Mom messed up the timing of the preheating for the chicken Kiev, so it was raw on the first bite, and there had been money only for a $1 burger and side salad. The homeless man had a bottle in the pocket of his ankle-length jacket, and all she could think of was that he was free to make all the bad decisions, free to dress like that, free to eat whenever, if and when he had the money. She would rather go hungry 6 days out of 7 if it meant eating what she wanted on the 7th. The shouting got louder, and it got louder because it was closer. Hand at Fun Girl's shirt, the homeless lady drove her toward the edge of the platform. Flailing, reaching out for help, Fun Girl ended up pulling at her friend, who was moving forward to help. She groped for May's mother, of all people. May's mother toppled because she was leaning forward and totally unaware of what was happening in reality. And in toppling, she pulled May down because there was no reality where she would let go of May. All of the emotions that had been brimming inside of May were left standing behind her, like a cloud of dust after a cartoon character was whisked away. They had to be, because they were gone in an instant, replaced by the feeling of falling, and then the feeling of pain as she landed a few feet down. A springing feeling in one hand, like a sprain or a twist. "Are you okay?" her mother asked. "My hands. I think I hurt my hand." "Stand up. Let's get up before—" Someone else fell. The red-haired friend of Fun Girl. People were pressing forward, trying to stop the attacker, trying to reach down but getting in the way. Fun Girl was on her back on the platform, her head stuck out and over. "I hurt my hand. I can't play violin." "It doesn't matter," her mother said. "We have to get you up. Stand up." May tried to stand. She was wary of the tracks. Was there a third rail? She remembered something like that. She saw the violin case and grabbed it. May's mother, face streaked with blood, lifted May up, hands at her waist. May reached forward, where people were helping, where people were focused on helping one of the white girls, or the man that had fallen onto the track, the latter group's more obstacle than anything. Her hand full. She passed the violin forward and over the wall of people before her mother couldn't hold her up anymore. "Why did I?" "Again," her mother said, voice warbly with emotion. She wiped at her eye, where it had blood running into it. The next attempt started and stopped in the span of a second. A waste of strength when nobody was positioned to catch, lift up, and receive. In the back, the black man who had been in the attacker's company was pacing, hands at the sides of his head where his hair was shaved. May reached, and he didn't see. His eyes were on his friend, who was being clawed, beat, pummeled and pushed, but who wasn't being moved. May's feet hit the tracks. Her mother let go of her to wipe at the blood in her eye again, and May stepped back, almost instinctively putting distance between herself and the hands, the attention. There was an alcove. May retreated to it. Everything matters. Every detail. It mattered that her mother had hit her head and had blood flowing down one side of her eye. That her mother reached for May and found someone else, the blonde girl. She lifted, noticed something was wrong, and by then was locked into the course of action. She wasn't a bad person, wouldn't drop the girl to look for her own daughter. But she did look, and with one eye squinting shut, she didn't see May. The train could be heard, the lights visible in the tunnel. There was still time, just enough. She reached forward, but she couldn't call out. This accident bigger than Chicken Kiev. Bigger than tutors missing an appointment. She wanted it to be a happy one, and in the instant her mother turned and met her eyes, with the one eye that wasn't squinting shut, May wasn't sure it was. The train flew past, and May's outstretched hand was positioned just so that the fingertips were grazed by the rivets at the side of the train, but not struck clean off of her hand. She might have imagined it, but it seemed to her that as the train hit all the other people, it paused for just a hair, a single tenth of a tick of the clock. She heard the screams, and she bowed her head, conscious of what she'd just done through her silence. Disaster. She opened her eyes, but she saw only darkness, and she wondered if she had died after all. She saw figures writ in onyx black against a black background, dressing themselves in roles. Again and again, on the stage, curtains closing, crashing together like waves, fragments flying in every direction. Then, backstage, figures dressing themselves in a new set of roles for another performance. Then the performance, so fleeting compared to the preparation and what followed. She felt an elemental sort of urgency as she minded the repetition, the drumbeat flow of images so big she had to abstract them in her head. In trying to define that elemental urgency, she reached for a comparison and found one in her mother, driving her, not demanding perfection, but needing it. In that touchstone of reality, May found her way back to clarity and sense, to feeling nauseous and bewildered, numb and hypersensitive to the smell and taste of blood, the smell and taste of the train's oil and engine. To touch, the scratchy feeling of blouse on skin, sweat coating her. The sounds, people still screaming. To get away, she had to get through. Between train cars, she had to step on a segment to get up and forward, up to the platform. Reaching hands tried to pat at her and check that she was okay. Use touch to assuage their own anxiety. Dimly, she realized some of the blood droplets she was walking on were her mother. Driven by the thought, she pulled away from the hands, ducking down, looked for her violin case, and found it lying on the platform. She ran up the stairs, stopped, and hugged the side as people ran down, and escaped the ones who paused long enough to notice that the scratchy blouse had dots of crimson on it, each dot bleeding into fabric and spreading out into circles. A man screamed, and it was a different sound than the others screamed. They were reacting to something that had happened a minute ago. The homeless man with a mop of dreads at the top of his head. He was screaming because of something that was happening now. May winced at the sound, then winced again as her thoughts were briefly scattered. Onyx figures that weren't figures, choosing roles in contradiction to one another. She shook the thought away, took long seconds to find herself again. The hands were reaching down now, trying to get her to stay still. May charged through the forest of hands like a linebacker, violin case held against her upper body. Up to the street, she hailed a taxi. She had some money. She was careful to hold the violin case so it covered up the blood on her shirt. Her hands wiped at the blood on her face. In shock, in numbness, she told herself that she couldn't be late. Her mother wouldn't want her to. "Juilliard," she said. "You look too young to go there." "I'm just going to show off for someone important, not to apply." "Juilliard," she said, instead of articulating herself. A machine. A metronome. The taxi pulled onto the street. She was free, for better or for worse. Delicate touches for the gear shift, one hand firmly at the wheel. March let the car coast down the length of shattered highway. She flicked on the hazards. "Why are we stopping?" Ixnay asked. March leaned into the wheel, pointing. Snow and dead plant life danced across the road, tracing curious paths where they abruptly turned at right angles. "The hell?" "Vista," March said. "Cute kid. If she's actively using her power, then driving into it would be bad." "Bad how?" Dino asked from the back. "It doesn't affect us," March said. "Our ride would turn into a pretzel around us while we stayed the same." She smiled and she looked at the others for reactions. Only Tori matched the smile. Tori, the goddess cluster's fourth. Tori, who had a tractor beam as a power. Tori's was a friendly smile, not one of appreciation for the novelty of the situation. Not that Tori was really the type to get excited about novelty, danger, or those sorts of things. Not often. Fine then. March hit the accelerator, shifting gears. She caught a glimpse of alarm on her mega-cluster's faces as they sped toward the effect. There was a paradigm shift, a sudden lurch, and she heard a yelp. From Ixnay, the baby. "That was only ice," she crowed, steering into the slide. The wheels found traction again. "Ice is still dangerous," Tori reminded her. She had to swerve around sections of road that had broken as the ground had resettled. More wind brought more flurries of grasses that hadn't had enough sun over the past year, gone dry over time, and now scattered in even drier, windy weather. It brought dead leaves that hadn't decomposed, dust, and meager twists of snow. A light gray plain beneath a dark gray sky. No light from the streetlights. No illumination in houses they passed. What wasn't dead was slowly dying, and what wasn't slowly dying was being killed. It was cold, and yet wildfires burned elsewhere, and the smoke from those fires turned the horizon from a line of light into a line of black. There were places near the cities where the water had chemicals in it, and in places that it meant that there wasn't any ice, or ice could coexist with water that roiled in the wind, gray and reflecting the sky and white where it frothed. She could see how it happened. The order of things laid over one another. A fallen tree branch over a patch of leaves telling a story. Car that had crashed, gone rusty, that rust a history and a timetable. Paring through it all, she could get a sense of how it had played out. A clock had ticked down without anyone the wiser, and when it had hit 0, a world had ended. These were the consequences and the casualties. To throw paint at a surface and see it mid-motion, splashing against itself, to see the potential, that was the best. The next best thing was to see the aftermath. A rolled vehicle, a collapsed building with plants trying to grow over it, finding root in the clean water that had pooled in recess. "Home," she said. "Sad," Tori said. She touched March's arm. March shook her head. "No." The car sped by a long line of bodies covered by sheets. Rain had smashed down the sheets, and the sheets had molded to the bodies, going stiff or getting stained, following the bodies on their way to decay. "Maybe a bit," she decided. "I'm worrying about the pretzel thing," Ixnay said, leaning forward a bit. His costume was black, a red X across his face as part of his mask. "She's a hero, Ix. She's not going to lay a trap that might hurt a civilian or any friends that are coming to help her. And she's a teenage girl. What teenage girl is going to sit still and keep her power in place somewhere while doing nothing with it when she knows the people she's up against are making plans? She's going to be anxious." "This is going over my head," Ix said. "Smart thing to do would be to lay a trap. Watch from a distance. There would be almost nothing we could do about it. But she doesn't think that way. She thinks the impressive part of her power is what she does when she's used it for a while. not the weird things that happen while she uses it. She's not going to do the smart thing and lie in wait. She'll get ready to drop a mountain on us or something. That's the teenager approach. Reach for the big guns. I don't think that's a teenage girl thing, Tori said. You were a teenage girl not that long ago. And I am impatient. I'm reckless, and I don't dwell on the quiet parts of my power as much as I could. But she was younger when she started, and she still has a way to go. If she lived another 10 years, I think she'd settle into it. There was a length of road with a hole in it that a car could disappear into. March swerved around it, coming close as the wheels skidded on an invisible patch of ice. She checked the rear-view mirror to make sure the others were fine. They were going a little slower, a little wary, and were following her path fairly closely. Not that little Vista's going to live that long, March said. There was no argument from her megacluster. Ixnay fixed his gloves, one looser fitting than the other. Off the highway, onto the side road. They had an incline to go up, and with the ice on the roads, it was a risky route to take. The signs indicated the destination, Brockton Bay. As they made their way down the road, the view between the mountains and hills became clear. A city folded into itself, a landscape from half a continent away pulled close. Another side of the city raised up. An end result like a cardboard box turned on its side, just the one side open. Inside, buildings ran horizontally, vertically, upside down, even diagonally in places, where they jutted from the corners. None collided with any others, and water, parks, and hills all factored into the architecture. March broke into laughter seeing it. She let their ride coast to a stop while they still had the view. Too dangerous to go forward. There would be traps. Pits, divots, uneven ground. The ground could be raised into spikes, or a wall could suddenly appear in their paths. She hit the hazards to notify the other team, then pulled over before putting their ride into park. She couldn't let go of her amusement over the sight. You really think the quiet stuff is what makes her strong? Ixnay asked. March managed to stop laughing, uttering a gleeful, "Oh, I really do! But this is great! I can't wait!" The others climbed out. Ixnay, Dino, Enyo. Tori lingered behind. "Don't die," Tori said. "It doesn't matter." "Don't die. We just found each other again, and you're old enough I don't think it'd be weird and—" Tori's hand brushed the side of March's face. March took it in her hand and kissed it. "Our thing is temporary. You can't get attached," March said. "You always say that. Temporary because you plan on dying?" March shook her head. "Because until I figure something out, we can't be together long term. It's unfair to pretend we can." "I'm worried what your solution would look like. She got you good. Wormed her way into your head." "It's not that she got me," March said. "I got it. I figured it out." March looked into the rearview mirror, saw Tori's expression deathly serious. She twisted around, kissing Tori, to make that expression go away, because there were few things that bothered March, and one of those things was the people she loved being unhappy. "I won't die," March pledged, her words breathed against Tori's cheek. "I promise." Tori smiled. "We'll be together for a few decades, I think. Unless we're interrupted." The smile faltered a bit. Tori shook her head. "You're messing with me, not making any sense." "I'm the most sensible rabbit I know," March retorted. "You say interrupted, but you mean dying. You promise me decades, but you tell me no long term?" "Yes, on all counts. Yes. Dead is always possible, and you know that. Yes, decades. Yes, I can't get your hopes up about long term." "You're fucking with me. Lying to me by dropping decades in there, or pulling some double meaning on me." March shook her head. She kissed Tori again. Talking about it makes me sad. Let's just enjoy the time we have together without commitment. Thinker neurosis. Like the fire thinker having a thing about arson. Except you somehow think decades aren't a commitment. Sure, let's call it that. Or is it the relationship that isn't important enough to count? You are important. You count. But not as much as Flechette. Not as much as Homer. They count in a different way. I should be glad that you don't want to drink my blood. I don't want to drink Flechette's blood either. But if I could, if I can, I'd map you to our cluster so I could do all the kiss and kill things I have to do to them to you too. And you would be the most important person in the world to me then. I'm going to look for ways. Tori touched March's face. There weren't many people she was willing to let touch her like that. Tori knew, too. I'll stick my sword through that teenager, and I want you there when her power comes undone and this city slowly folds back into the way it's supposed to be. It'll be like watching a flower bloom all around us. That's not nearly as romantic as you think it is. City flowers? Sticking metal through kids, Tori said. When March didn't respond, she added, You're so weird. I'm ahead of the curve. You're weird, and I like it. March pulled away, settling into the driver's seat, locking eyes with Tori through the rearview mirror. After the distraction, she had to hype herself up, remind herself of what she was doing, and get her mind off the subject of how impermanent this all was. Time against space. Let's see who wins. Tori rolled her eyes. March pulled on her mask, put on her cap with the flaps that covered her real ears, flipped up her collar, and drew her rapier from between the two seats. Tori, getting out of the other side of the car, wore blue contact lenses that colored her eye from corner to corner, an electric contrast to her brown skin. The rest of her mask was only going on now. Around the eyes, silver with blue highlights. More blue feathers dangled from the braid that hung from her temple down. Her costume included a long coat with cobalt blue chains around the collar where a fur collar might normally be. March didn't know how Tori didn't get her hair caught in those dozens or hundreds of chains, but she liked the effect. Tori was joined by Jace and Megan. The other two wore blue as well, though Jace favored midnight blue, painted onto armor that had scuffed here and there, the silver showing through the paint. His shield was a metal riot shield, painted on the front side, with the paint rubbed away with fingers and the side of the hand, in a way that was clearly a handprint, but also clearly meant to be a rabbit. 2 fingers for each ear. The inside had 3 handprints in blue against a steel background, one at the top left, one in the middle by the shield's handle, and one at the bottom right. Megan wore sky blue. Scarves and cloths, with a scarf around brown hair. She, too, wore the contact lenses, but her look was more of a dancer. She wasn't a fighter, and being even this close to danger had her on edge. Jace seemed to sense it and drew nearer. There were the McCrae twins, Dino and Enyo. Silver-haired, wearing gray and silver, they had rabbit patches sewn onto their sleeves. Then Ixnay, as alone as she was, though she could pretend he had a bit of company with the arm he had borrowed. They had other help, too. Kingdom Come, injured, could still use his power, and the Corner World warlords Deader and Goner had lent her Noose, Shiv, Matches, Bash, and Banger. They'd owed her from a favor she had done them a year ago. The other half of her forces were split into 2 groups. With the phones dead, she would have to find another way of coordinating with them. But this would do. She was excited. Let's play, Vista, she said, smiling. With a 2-note whistle, she gave the cue for her army to fall into step. Her hand went up, hand signal, and her power kicked in. 2, 3, fist pointed left. Jace and Megan began to jog forward, taking the side path. With only sound cues and awareness of where they had been before, March could visualize their locations. She knew how fast they moved from how fast they had moved before, she knew how long it would take them to get where she wanted them to go, and she knew them well enough that she knew their behaviors and they knew what she wanted of them. 1, 2, hand flat and paper sign, pointed right. That was Kingdom Come, Tori. Ixnay stuck by her. He knew the signs, too. Newbies, she announced, without turning to address them. I'll walk you through the hand signals. If you follow them, we will win. Keep up. The shortest path from the road to the city was sloped dirt, loose earth, and ice. She angled her feet to slide down the slope, with Ixnay following after. As she reached untenable ground, she hopped up onto a rock. Looking back, she saw the newbies from Deader and Goner's group were lagging behind. Keep up, she ordered. Her hand went up. Paper sign. Again, pointed skyward. Then turned into a beckoning gesture. Megan hit her with the power boost. March felt her perceptions shift, her power take on new dimensions. The dimensions it would have permanently if she got her hands on foil. The world slowed down as her perception of time increased. That perception of time was linked to a perception of movement, and all of this would become a child's play. She would crack open this particular cereal box, find her treat, and please the people who were going to try and corner foil. Even if they succeeded, they'd weaken her or wear her down, and March would be free to act. She'd skin foil and wrap herself in foil. She would soak herself in foil and gorge herself on foil's flesh. Foil's clothes would be decoration, as she had fancied once upon a time. She would be in and of and greater than and less than and equal to foil. Then she would be in and of and to and through foil and vice versa. And if foil made it, which she would, provided March didn't make any hilariously bad slips with the knives, which she wouldn't, then what was left of her would come to accept it in time. She would see that it all made sense. She would even come to love it. They didn't let me sing or play, she said. But if they had, I would have killed it. Shit, was the response, a sluggish utterance, tired and not all the way there. May shrugged. It had been a good while now since she had stubbornly insisted on playing, while the person she was supposed to play for tried to get her to calm down and sit still, to explain why she had blood on her. She had almost used her power on the woman. She abandoned the conversation, and had doubts her conversation partner would even know she was gone. It was late, or early depending on interpretation, and anyone here who wasn't addled was getting other people addled. A trio of half-naked teenagers ran through the mansion, hucking vinyl discs at one another. May skipped forward, her power kicking in, and she caught one of the discs out of the air, her finger at the little hole. It spun with latent momentum, and her finger traced along the underside, carving out a line of power, which became a spiral rather than a complete circle as she moved her finger further out. She judged, connected to the timing, and visualized the avenues it could travel. She threw it frisbee style, lining up her own body with the ghost images. The vinyl passed into the boughs of an apple tree, detonating just as it reached the center. The entire tree shook, and apples began raining down. The two people beneath shrieked and made a run for it as the hail came down. May pumped her fists into the air. As the apples stopped falling, people ran to go get some for themselves. A 20-something guy offered one to her. She clapped, and he ran across the poolside before throwing it. Not the most accurate throw, but she was an accurate catcher. She ducked low, hand behind her back, and let it slap into place between index finger and thumb. Nobody was really looking, but that hardly mattered. She was wearing a mask and kept her hood up either way. Dime store mask, borrowed sweatshirt. Notoriety or fame didn't matter much when it wasn't even her face. "What are you watching?" she said as she approached the couch. A 20-ish girl was sitting there, laptop out, while 3 people crowded around. "New hero," the girl said. May looked, watched the video play. An introduction with some poses and close-ups of costume parts. White and blue, tinted one-way visor. PRT quality, PRT production. Polished, but boring. The girl wasn't, admittedly. May watched as the girl threw darts, cleaving through the top of a series of soda bottles. While the caps were still in the air, she threw again. The darts embedded metal caps to the wall. May picked up a bottle cap and set it to spinning on the table. "I don't miss," the girl on the screen said. She threw again, beheading another series of glass soda bottles. Foam sprayed and caps flipped through the air. She ducked low and threw the darts through the short wall of cinder blocks that had held the bottle. They struck more caps, sticking them to the wall. "There's no taking cover from this." As the video cut to a series of rapid-fire shots, each zoomed in on a different cap, leaving an after-image of a letter as things moved to the next shot. May stopped the cap, fingertip striking it down flat against the table. Set it to spinning again. Stopped it. The letters on the screen spelled out Flechette. An edited-in graphic stamped in Ward NY1 below it. "You'll see me patrolling the streets of New York starting February 1st, Flechette said. She picked up a new bottle with blue liquid inside, took a drink, then flipped the bottle cap back. Without turning around, she threw a dart behind her. It caught the cap and embedded the cap to the lip of the camera just in front of the lens. A flechette in miniature on the cap. The scene, of course, was ruined by the squawk as the ad shifted to cramming in as much merchandising as possible in the last 1.87 seconds. T-shirt, poster, limited time energy drink collector's item. "Buy now, buy now, buy now," she translated it. The video stopped. A few people looked up at May. "Familiar?" the girl with the laptop asked. "Yeah, a bit. Do you know why?" "What do you mean?" "I'm 17, in my first year studying powers," the girl with the laptop said. "I can tell you things." "What do you want in exchange?" May asked. She was leery of being indebted to anyone, leery of being trapped again. "To study you, talk to you. I've been meaning to for a while." "You could just ask." "I did, but you were pretty drunk and I was geeking out," the girl said. The party was one of about 15 benders that May had participated in since her mom had died. She had $100,000 in inheritance, and after the state had found someone who qualified as a relative, she ducked out, grabbing the folder that her new guardians had been left, with details on her trust. They were leaving her access to the account, probably because they thought it would help lead them to her. As far as they were concerned, she always just barely got away. For her, it was trivial. And with money and people who enjoyed spending money to keep her company, she'd settled into a group of teenagers and college students who were crashing at houses. It started at their relatives' houses, then migrated to people they knew of. This time, those people that they knew of were confined to a back bedroom. Food was being tossed into the pool because some guys wanted to see if they could fill it up enough that they could walk on water. Clothes were being modeled, and despite the fact that it was 5-something in the morning, people were still at it, still dismantling the house, or boning, or scraping the bottom of the liquor cabinet with the stuff that apparently wasn't supposed to be drank straight. They turned it into a punishment game. It happens when a bunch of people get powers all at the same time. The powers get fractured and different people get different pieces. She triggered when you did. Ring any bells? Does anyone stand out? Maybe. Some people, I guess. I don't even know what a trigger is. They say if you do something really triumphant, you get good powers. If you don't, you get the flawed or broken ones. You trigger at major moments. Best days. Worst days. That's the line anyways. Does it hold up? I got good powers, so... May paused. She thought about how she'd let her mom die. Was that supposed to be a triumph? I guess I did something good. The student with the laptop smiled. Police! A kid yelled. Shit, shit, shit! There was sudden panic. People who were in the heaviest of make-out sessions pulled their clothes back on. Others hurried to find shoes and boots. They're by the pool! At the back of the property. We're surrounded. Fuck! One of the oldest people present shouted. One of the sober people. He was tattooed, and he'd been the one supplying the drugs. He paused for reflection, then uttered a louder, fiercer, "Fuck!" "You're not scared," the girl in the chair said. May shook her head. "I can get away." "Can you get me away too? I'll tell you everything I know about Flechette. Your multi, what it means." "I don't care about Flechette. I know who she might be. I still don't care." "What do you want then? Get me out. Keep me out of trouble, and I'll help you with whatever." "Out?" the guy with tattoos asked. "You can get us out?" "She has powers," someone remarked. "I can get everyone out," March said. She smiled. "If you follow my instructions exactly." She could see the excitement of the girl in the chair. "Raise your hand if you can count to 30. Okay. Which one of you are confident you could count to 100? There was a heavy series of bangs on the front door. "Police, open up!" May counted 8 hands. "The moment I snap my fingers, get started. Count carefully. We can't run until we stop enough of them. You, upstairs. There's a fire extinguisher on the wall. Count to 100, starting at the finger snap. Make sure you have it by 70. You'll want to stick your head and arms out onto the roof on that side of the house at 100 and start spraying right then." That got her a nod. She snapped her fingers, putting the mental model into effect. Timing, visualizing the person going around the corner, up the stairs. She could adjust her mental model, backward, forward, which would be useful when the numbers got larger. You, front door. Blockade it. Dining room table should take you 20 seconds. Take 4 of the people too drunk to count to help lift. Go now. You. Ixnay's waves pulsed through the air, making the air condense into rings, and some of those rings served to stop some of the drones and ice crystals that were flying through the air. As the waves hit, the things were suspended, rotating slowly on the spot. If released, they would continue their current trajectories. "Megan, you're 3. March gave the order. Megan turned, hand extending out. She tractor-beamed an ice crystal her way, driving it into the back of a cape that was stampeding toward her. Back 3 steps, and 5. Megan hurried back 3 steps as the stampeding cape crashed into the ground. He coasted on icy ground, stopping just before colliding with her. Her trust in March was enough that she'd already turned, was grabbing a drone out of the air, pulling it to her. The stampeding cape rose to his feet, only to have the drone crash into him. "Bout face," March shouted. She loved these moments. Without asking, with trust, her megacluster spun 180 degrees, switching who each of them were fighting, changing targets, shifting priorities. Jace, shield, 10. Jace half-turned, shield going up. Noose, charge. Noose, faced with a gauntlet of tinker soldiers dressed up as knights, hesitated. Belay that. Turn right and help matches. March burst into a run, straight for the gap that Noose had refused to jump into. And for the record, you would have been fine if you hadn't hesitated. March was a target for the forces defending the Brockton Bay time bubbles because she was so clearly the leader. Now they were finding what they saw as an opening. 2 capes came at her from different directions. She traced a half circle on the ground with her rapier, then stepped back from it. That covered one flank. The other? Her rapier caught a stone on the ground, flicked it into the air. As she pushed her power through the rapier and into the blade, the weapon traced a 9/10 circle around the stone as it flipped it up. The ice cape threw ice at her, and as the line on the ground detonated, it intersected the flying shards. Frozen shrapnel scattered across the battlefield. A little messy, but at the same time, the stone detonated a second after being flicked, well before touching the ground. It was at eye level for the cape who had sound-manipulating touch, fingers singing as they moved through air and the ability to deafen on touch. He reeled back with a bloody nose. Not his biggest concern. March put her rapier through his chest cavity, pulled it out, and then drew a line through the face with her power. A hole in the heart, and 4.3 seconds until face became crater. A merciful way to go. It was also about to become a dramatic and cool way to go out. She cut a scrap of his costume away, doing a small circle with her sword to keep it airborne, cut it in half, then pushed her power into one of the halves. Time-delayed explosion. While Megan's power boost was running through her, she could work with shorter fuses. The explosion was just in time to intercept a lob of ice through the air. Her sword danced, keeping the other scrap alive. Bash. Right turn. Deal with Ice Guy for 3 seconds. Ice Guy reacted, backing away instead of going on the offensive. That was fine, too. Tori, about face. You're 12 in 3, 2, 1. The explosion at the face knocked the cape's helmet off. Tori caught it with her tractor beam, pulling it to her with the same force as if it had been thrown full strength. It clocked the Ice Guy across the side of the head while he was focused on Bash. Across the battlefield, a cape created a flash of light. As it faded, March found herself alone in a maze filled with moths. One by one, defenders of the ruined Brockton Bay began to appear in the maze with her. Phased into this space. Do you want to see me go all out? She thought. If this is a hallucination, I'm not bothered, she said. I trust my team to handle things while I'm out. One of the capes shook his head slowly. I still have the power boost from Megan. 1 against 7. No, 8. And the world is moving in slow motion for me. She could do this. What do you gain by messing with this stuff? That would be telling, and you would put more people between me and what I want. You lunatic. March smiled. You guys are the crazy ones. If you knew what I knew. Homer had grown in a lot of ways. He was well dressed now. He still had the dreads, but they were shorter, bound in gold. It looked like wedding rings. His mask, too, was gold. He had a golden baseball bat, and as he walked, he dribbled a baseball with the bat. A flowing black costume swept around him. He liked the aesthetic, and she didn't hate it herself. She watched the baseball bounce up and down. Black skin, gold stitches. It was getting a beating, just from being dribbled. I think I got the singing from you, Homer said. I remember the violin case. Some musical talent. I guess not violin, specifically. I sang before. It's been a while since I did. If you picked it up again, I'd lose the ability, Homer said. May nodded. It's subtle, he said. I've been really into putting all kinds of fun things up my nose and into my arm, May said. Is that from you? I was never an addict. I used regularly, but I never had to, Homer said. He paused. I haven't used in a while. We each get what the others don't want. Seems like it. Or what we have in abundance. I checked in on our third, May said. She's serious now. Dedicated. Disciplined. She doesn't hate it either. I'm the opposite. She and I switched places. I tried to reach out to her. She wasn't interested. I don't think she understood, Homer said. That she's not alone? It's ironic, isn't it? New school, new foster parents, moving away from friends. She's lonely and she's making up for it by jumping into the ward thing, but if she stopped and listened... The war thing is better than the mercenary thing, Homer said. His voice took on a different tone, hollow. I've stepped on toes. I was thinking about going that way. I've burned through 100,000 in an alarmingly short span of time. If you do, step carefully. Find a mentor. Find the people who are worth listening to. Once you step on toes, it can't be undone. You said you had a reason for reaching out? The private investigator I hired said you needed cash. I'm not sure what will happen when things catch up with me, but I hope you don't keep getting pieces of me. They entered a tunnel beneath a bridge. Homer hit the ball, striking it sideways, so it ricocheted off floor, wall, ceiling, wall, then lighted onto the bat, stopping with only a slight bob from the bat to catch the momentum. He did it again, harder, keeping the ball instead of catching it, to keep the speed going. The ball glittered and glimmered as it reached its peak speed. They were out of the tunnel by the time it stopped, and Homer resumed dribbling it. You're dying? The kind of people who rise to power in New York aren't the kinds of people you cross. When you get hired by someone, it's your job to do the due diligence and make sure you aren't digging yourself into shit with the wrong people. Gotta do it before you sign the deal, too. You could run. Homer shook his head. I'll try. I'll reach out to our third another time before I go. But I wanted to look after you two. I got things from you, like the capacity to love and satisfaction and respect for other human beings. I owe you, so I'm going to set you up. Can I have your contact list? Homer hesitated a good while. I'll be careful. I'm good at staying out of trouble. I'm sorry I didn't stop it. Stop the train? The attack. People getting pushed onto the tracks. Our powers mock us, you know. I had that feeling. A friend of mine said something similar. I couldn't. She was too important to me, and I couldn't stop her, but I had to stop her. I finally took action. She turned on me, and she got killed. Worst of all worlds. May nodded. And I can't do a thing with this power that doesn't hit people right where it needs to kill them. I can smack something clear the opposite way, and the ricochets put it right into their temple, or over their heart. I'm ready, whatever comes. I wanted to say my goodbyes. She rolled her shoulders as the light flared around her. Centipedes, giant moths, and 7 of the 8 capes who had followed her into the maze. She had to adjust her mask, and she had to adjust her boot, because she had been so intensely at it that it had come unlaced, then nearly come off. She'd had her toes at the heel, and her heel at the top of her boot for the last part of the skirmish. She stabbed her weapon into the ground and bent down to fix her boot. Her people waited. One injured while she was gone. It was Shiv. No loss. Checking herself over, she verified everything was okay. Check, she started, before her lack of breath stole the words away. She gave signals instead. 1. There. Phone. The universal pinky and thumb extended provided the phone sign. She held up fingers, then pointed at Shiv. Slow at first to recognize they were the number, Banger found his wits, stepping forward to pick Shiv up. March, meanwhile, adjusted her calculations. Any instruction given to Banger would have to account for delays like that. The guy was slow on the uptake. No phone. No way to contact her reinforcements or other squads. Maybe they wouldn't need them. Finally regaining her breath, she plucked her rapier from the ground, and she pointed it at the center of the city. Another 5 or 10 minutes of walking, and they'd be at the foot of the construction. Her group set out. She'd come to like travel. It helped that the other people were usually driving. They'd settled into an informal role. Jan was the power expert, March the bodyguard. Jan had no interest in being a gal in a lab coat in the PRT, but she did have an interest in writing about powers and people with powers. which meant hunting down interesting things, which interested March, too. She was set for a good long time financially, and with this, she was feeding other passions. Maybe the insatiable curiosity was flechettes. Maybe the poor girl was enduring her first few months with the PRT, being expected to learn these things, and it was being raised as a talent or inclination, discarded because Flechette had other priorities. They got each other's scraps. They were stabilizing over time, but now and again, things would get passed over. If Homer hadn't pointed it out, then she might never know. "This is a heavy one," Jan said. "Heavy how?" March asked. 6 people. They triggered like you did. Altogether. 6? Jan nodded. 6. When Jan and March reached the town, there were 3. 3 at a table in a shitty pub, 4 looking worn out, scared. "I'm Tori," one member of the group introduced herself. "Jan, this is March, my bodyguard." "Can you help?" The plea from a man who was prematurely balding, and who had veins at his forehead, not from stress, or maybe only partially from stress, but because that was the way his forehead looked. He didn't seem superhero-ish. "Please." "I can try," Jan said. "March is a cluster, too. We've been researching things, and new information is coming out every month or 2. "Do you have a carousel?" Another member of the 4-person group asked. A woman, brunette. "A what?" "A carousel. It's what we termed it. Silly of me to think you'd know what I meant. Any game? A gimmick? A way the power passes power around?" "I've picked up some skills, I think. And addictions." That only got her a headshake in response. "Start from the beginning," Jan said. "Did you hear about the quarantine at White Rock?" Jan nodded. "Do you know the reason why they quarantined White Rock?" Tori asked. "Yes," Jan said. "No," March said. "Quarantine?" "Someone dug a hole," the other woman in the group said. "I'm Megan, by the way." "Hi, Megan." They made a hole between worlds, and some people here started using it a few years back. "Me," Tori said. "Jace?" The guy raised a hand. "Smuggling, passing information, scientific research, music. There's so many ways to profit with a link like that." "Of course," Jan said. "Something went wrong." Megan nodded. "People started getting sick. We thought we took precautions, but..." "I lost someone. Several someones," Jace said. "They traced things back, connected it to the suspicious material, the fake IDs we made to push stuff out into the right channels. They shut down the boundary." "The wrong people got stuck on the wrong sides," Tori said. "I got stuck here." "What was the enticing event? You all triggered at once?" "No," Tori said. "That's the way it works. Multiple triggers within a minute of each other." "Days," Megan said. "Days." "The portal," March murmured. As heads turned her way, she said, "The portal?" "If there's a lot of energy or interference or connections or whatever. We talk about powers passing stuff between people, but maybe they need to draw energy from somewhere to do that." "An open door between worlds is a big signal booster?" Jan asked. March shrugged. Jan nodded. "That would make it easier for 6 to happen, absolutely." "With the quarantine and the inhumane treatment and the suspicion we were doing it on purpose as a biological weapon?" Megan said, trailing off rather than forming a full sentence. "Well, that gives us some answers and food for thought," Jan said. "But you asked for help. Why?" "The carousel," Tori said. "Every day, one of us would become strong, and the rest are weak or normal or whatever." "I've heard about similar cases," Jan said. There's a loyalty effect," Megan said. "It's messing everything up. It's messing us up." "Loyalty?" March asked. We couldn't say no. We didn't want to say no, and each of us have fragments of a power that influence people's moods or views of them, change how other people treat us. There were 2 who were problems, 2 who had us robbing people, hurting people. One told us to like hurting people, and I don't know. Megan trailed off. I did. A little bit, for a little while, Jace said. Tori nodded. And for a while, things were okay, because we knew that if we did something unconscionable, then in a few days we would be at the mercy of whoever we did it to. Things changed? Jan asked. One of our group took charge and she went after the other. They were both the worst of our 6, for very different ways. He was the monster, but she had the strongest control power. She went after him, and she took his day of being in charge, the day of having all the power, and she came after each of us, one by one. To do what? Take our days. And she got even stronger, if that's possible. What happened to her? She disappeared. A while ago. And things have been okay for a couple of years now. But the other, Bill, he called Jace. Reached out. He wants to try doing what Bianca, the other woman, did to him. Even though we're already spent, we don't have any days anymore, and we barely have power. He was trying to convince Jace to kidnap us. Promised money, safety. We don't have anywhere to go. People made Bianca disappear when she became a problem, and we're not exactly in anyone's good books since the portal mess. I was barely even involved, Megan said. He got his mine, Tori said. He's coming for us. This wasn't fun. It was hardly a game. But to be trapped, March could sympathize. It hit so close to home that she was worried it was designed to. She laid her hand over Tori's. She'd reached the city, folded up Brockton Bay. She whooped as she ran forward, leaping, hurtling herself at a bend in space. The bend swept her up. Gravity flowed in another direction. With hand signals, her teams fanned out. Tori was absent. In 2 minutes, Tori would fire a blue flare off to one side. It would signal the reinforcements, if the reinforcements hadn't been wiped out. March! A hero bellowed. He stood on a rooftop directly above her, looking up at her while she looked up at him. 20 feet separated them. Hello! She shouted. The bent space captured her voice, made it resound in different ways. You can't do this! You can't touch the time bubbles! Every person with a power that looks at the future says the result is bad. She laughed. Stop! She laughed again, gauging the bent space, then ran, leaping over a chasm, letting the bend in space redirect her leap, putting her near another rooftop. Her people were making their way up now, getting used to the vectors of this particular battlefield. You need to stop! You need to get out of my way. I get what I want, and anyone who tries to stop me dies. It's not a game! She laughed again, using one hand and both feet to quickly ascend the light post that illuminated the newest rooftop, dragging her sword against the length of it as she ran. It was the roof where the distance between rooftops was shortest. She stopped, pausing, then leaped. The leap carried her a few feet up, helped by the fact that space in the neutral territory between buildings was neither up nor down. Then the light exploded. The blast from the explosion tipped her over to the far end of the neutral territory. She fell up rather than down. All around her, buildings began to move, leaving her less in the way of escape routes. Vista was in play. Vista was getting in her way. They'd had a few run-ins already, when March had paid visits to Foyle and had run afoul of the city's heroes. This city's heroes, she had to remind herself. She smiled, and she moved her hand, signaling her team. Heroes were mobilizing, moving across every plane like a topsy-turvy funhouse, but each facet was a different hero and a different power. Each moved in slow motion. She had time to remind herself of what each of them did. The ones she wasn't sure of, she sicked her people on. 100 cans of paint in the midst of being tossed onto surfaces. When this was done, all would be crimson. "I'm so sorry." "Shh," Tori murmured. "I'm so sorry. I was supposed to save you." "Shh." March's head sagged. A flashback. A brief and violent struggle. She was good at timing, but she had to know what her enemy did. And the people of this cluster did so very many things. A man, heavy-set, with a false magnificence that filled her with equally false strength just to be around him. False enough that she tested and exceeded her limits, hurt herself in mind and body. A telekinetic shield that seemed to parry things just as effectively as her own timing power and enhanced baton did. He teleported short distances, and made the building shake like it was in the midst of an earthquake when he appeared. Power and force, and when she'd finally cut him, he'd grabbed the line she'd drawn on him and threw it away like it was a scrap of cloth. Now she bled. Now a tube in her arm drained her and kept her at the brink of life. She faded in and out, and every part of her hurt. For Tori, who was just close enough for March to touch, it was much the same. Blood drained. She passed out, came to with weak startles. For Megan, for Jace, for Yasmine. And he was getting stronger. And somewhere, a disappeared Bianca was getting weaker. He drained March in hopes that he could take her power like he took the others. He didn't get the power. Now, instead of killing her directly, he killed her by neglecting to check her vitals, neglecting to ensure he didn't take too much. She didn't get the drugs or the food the others did. So she talked to the ones in earshot. Tori, primarily, when the two of them were awake at the same time and the sedatives weren't too strong. About love and life and hopes and missed opportunities. About mothers and violins and about the differences between their worlds. By millimeters, she was brought closer to a futile end. Her hands were bound in a position where she couldn't activate her power, and her sense of accuracy and timing only helped her to track the time she had been here. Slowly, she slipped closer to oblivion. Onyx facets. Onyx walls. Carmine facets, with veins instead of edges, kaleidoscopic when she tried to wrap her head around the shape. Carmine walls that she could almost imagine were the inside of her because she saw herself reflected in this wall or that surface. She'd remarked on the power of portals, and as she'd felt things hum through the structures that made up this oblivion, she imagined it was much like that. Vast amounts of power being redistributed, like the amount it took to hold up a breach between worlds. Governments had tried to harness the power of Haywire's portals, and they decided it didn't work because any means of gathering it didn't stand up, durability-wise. A tidbit from Jan. Poor Jan. Dead Jan. She hadn't been any use to Bill. The bloodletter. The blood priest. March sank deeper into the oblivion. She saw patterns in the energy that ran through things, and for fleeting instances, those patterns resembled people, ideas, events. Too much to read. They weren't for her. But there was something here for her, codified into everything in the same way she was being codified. Homer. She could see the empty space where Flechette was meant to be. She communicated with Homer, and it was different than anything she'd done or felt as flesh. She felt his sadness and knew he'd died sometime after she'd left, swallowed up by the worst of New York's villains. She could sympathize with the blood priest who was scrabbling so viciously for this. He told himself it was for power, but he was really after this, she felt. He wanted this connection. Something between the short and fleeting life. A heaven where she would never be alone. Forever in the company of another, running through, over, under, into, communicating through shared events and bursts of static, riddling each other out. And when Flechette died, the view dimmed. And when Flechette died, she would have Flechette forever. Until the end of a species that intended to last beyond the end of the universe. And Flechette would have her, and whatever happened in flesh would be swiftly forgotten. The view dimmed further. For an instant, she felt a fear bigger and more horrible than any she'd ever considered. That she could be teased with this, then to have it taken away. It all went black, and she wailed with a body that had no form and a voice that had no sound. Her heart resumed beating. She sat up, and was instantly pushed down. A doctor. Already, the particulars were fading. But an impression that deep, that would never go away. She knew. She could remember the feeling of the portal so close, past a veil, a huge source of energy, an amplifier. Maybe that helped make the impression deep enough, strong enough. Tori's voice. They're taking us to Bianca. So long as we're with her, none of us will be able to try this again, and if we do, at least we'll be somewhere where we can't interfere with other stuff. March tried to sit up. Doing so gave her a blinding headache. It's okay, she said, not sure if Tori was still there. Or the others. None of this matters. What? It doesn't matter. I love you. Thank you for talking to me. Be safe, March. It doesn't matter if I am. All of this is a teaser, a chance to flirt and toy with our reality before we move on. Little more than a game or a dream that sets the tone for the day. She shivered. She felt nauseous. She felt glorious. She didn't hear or see, but by the feeling of the air, she sensed that Tori was gone. The others were gone. She would see Flechette, of course. There was no way she wouldn't, when they were fated to revolve around each other for an eternity. Joined by gentle Homer, surrounded by the muted presence of others. How delighted Flechette would be when she found out.
Arc 12, Heavens, Chapter 1. The red and blue lights from the police cars and the red lights from ambulances lit up the courtyard of the university, with multiple vehicles parked on the broad, normally pedestrian-only walkway. The lights were inconsistent, ambulance and police cars flashing at a slightly different rate, so they desynchronized, creating a strobe pattern, then resynced. No noise, only darkness and the lights. There were students gathering around the edges. Some of my mom and dad's teammates were keeping the perimeter clear. I could see people in pajama pants, wearing boots, hats, and coats, and others with bags of fast food or supplies bought from on-campus stores who had forgotten about their now-cooling meals. They had to know it was bad. Superheroes covered in blood. In another course of events, I might have been among them. And then what? Would I be stepping forward, volunteering help and expertise, touting my time with the patrol block? In that timeline, would I have made headway against the nightmares and the loathing of my own skin? Had I made headway against the nightmares and the discomfort with skin that wasn't human and hadn't come from humans? I hadn't vanquished my demons. I'd just scared her away. She was some other Earth's concern now. Now there were more demons. Cradle, Love Lost, March. No scaring them away. That wasn't how this ended. Alone, I wasn't sure where I stood. A few things figured out. That I couldn't be just the warrior monk or just the scholar, but I wasn't alone, and that was maybe the biggest difference. Not necessarily all for the better, but still a big difference. I had backup, and I had distractions. People I could dwell on instead of myself. We were all fueled by different things, and I was fueled by dwelling on others. Yeah, not all for the better. Lookout was seriously hurt for the second time in a matter of days, an ambulance picking her up. I'd started all of this because I'd wanted to help Miss Yamada, and given that I'd been unable to reach her on my phone, but I'd been successful in at least reaching her answering machine with a stranger's, I was pretty sure she had blocked my number. Capricorn emerged from the building, one hand on his helmet as he adjusted the fit. No cloth layer beneath like Tristan had switched to. Rachel followed. Her dogs were small now. A chihuahua with bulging eyes and a spine malformation was in the lead, bouncing ahead, stopping as she whistled to rein it back. The other two were a jowly hunting hound and a husky. No, not a husky. Damn, that was spooky to see. As they stepped outside, the dogs were made to sit. I saw the changes begin, with the chihuahua bouncing up excited as it started, Rachel making it sit again. With the intermittent darkness as the emergency lights flashed, it didn't look like a gradual change, but one of fits and starts. She more or less ignored Byron and I as she handled the dogs. Probably for the best. Rain emerged in the company of Chastity and Cassie, Rachel's henchmen. Rain was holding the destroyed whip segments, while Chastity held her arm out for him to poke at. She still wore the arm that Love Lost had made. Cassie observed from the side. A mismatched set. Precipice was in costume, his mask and the mechanical right arm bearing the circuit board pattern in a glowing blue, his costume modified from a winter coat with a hood. Chastity was wearing nice clothes and a coat that looked like she'd had to go to Paris or New York to find a store upscale enough. Cassie in a bomber jacket with patches and badges on the sleeves, some looking like they were there to mend rips or tears. The hair that stuck out beneath the hat with ear flaps was longer in the front than in the back, in a way that made me think her hair had gotten too long and she had just gathered it all up into a single ponytail and then cut it off. It put Rachel's comments to Candy about the long hair in another light. What was it like to even be Rachel's henchperson? But she got along with Chastity. Since they'd reunited, they had been together at every opportunity, breaking apart only because of the serious fighting and the differing modes of transportation. The hound was tall enough that it could stick its nose into Cassie's face without rising from its sitting position, licking her with a tongue that looked more like a braid of 3 tongues than a single one. Armor plating was already sprouting, and skin was splitting to show muscle that would potentially wrap up and around without much rhyme or reason, only maintaining the rough shape of a dog. "Sveta?" Rain asked. I pointed skyward. Rain turned on the spot, craning the circuit board masked face up as he looked up to the rooftop. Sveta's face was just barely visible. He extended a hand, and the face bobbed in a motion that was too fluid and extended to be called a nod. For me to emulate it, I would have had to use flight or have my head sink into my chest cavity. I'd tried to fly up to Sveta on exiting, to talk about the route she could take that didn't risk contact with any rubbernecking college students. She'd asked me to go. Her control was better after Rain's ministrations. I had some protection, but she hadn't wanted me near. Mourning, grieving her lost body. Now Rain was using his power again. "Please tell me that you can figure out something about their location from the broken pieces of the whip," I told Rain. Or the glyphs Tattletale drew, or anything? Love Lost was inspired by the body part severing whip when she designed her whip claws, Rain said. The groundwork's there, but not the implementation, not the energy source, for lack of a better term, the nucleus. But she was going in that direction? Yeah, seems like. Fuck her then, I said. Yeah, Rain responded, with some fierceness I didn't tend to hear in him. Some of the others nodded, Chastity, Rachel, Byron. Any luck descrambling the signal? Rain shook his head. Lookout's looking, but I don't think this is her specialty. She's busy with the doctors now, I said, quiet. I was hoping we'd have more to go on. We have enough, Rachel said. They got enough blood on them that my dogs can follow. Good, I said. Almost grown, she said, indicating her dogs. We good to go? In a sec, I said. We're missing people. It took another minute for our missing people to show. Ashley, limping on her peg leg, with one of Rain's miniature arms wound around it, the hand touching the ground, not as a foot, because it couldn't bear any weight, but as a way of getting some sensory input. She didn't bring Lookout with her, which was probably for the best. Natalie would see after Lookout, Darlene, and Chicken. It would be Natalie's call based on how Lookout was doing, whether Lookout would be talking to us on comms. My parents might have arrived before Ashley did, but they hung back a touch as Ashley caught up with us, my hand going to her shoulder to steady her, Rain immediately checking on the hand attachment. I glanced back at them. I saw Foyle join them, the last of our group. How's Lookout? Byron asked. Upset? Relatively? Byron asked, putting the situation aside. Very upset, Ashley said. She looked at me. My sister wants to know where we're going. She's with the two Citrine recommended. They're traveling west from our place. We'll let her know as soon as we have an idea, I said. Ashley nodded. My parents approached. Foyle went to stand by Rain. Hello again, Rachel, my mother said. We've met. You've met, Chastity said. We've met. Briefly, before I took a break from things, my mom said. Are we going? Rachel asked, gruff, impatient. We have a vehicle, my dad said, no longer in dad mode. Not in looking after hurt kids mode or his speak softly so civilians don't get intimidated mode. Superhero mode. Who's in? Straight to business. We had a clock, and none of us were particularly interested in wasting time. We have the armored van, too, Foyle said. Beat up, no airbag. Villains unloaded from the back and passed into Cape custody. Good, I said. Do you want to ride with me? Cassie asked Chastity. Shouldn't. As much as I want to, after the last crash, I'm not dressed for a ride. Precipice? Cassie asked. Very casual, pointed. I'd caught a glimpse earlier while Precipice worked with Sveta. Sitting at the end of the hallway, Chastity had traded off with Cassie so she could look after her sisters and cousins. Precipice had had his hood down and mask off while talking to the henchwoman. He shouldn't, Chastity said before I could say anything. He has tech to look after. Or driving, I said. He handled the drive well earlier. Another time, Rain told Chastity. The teams split up between vehicles. Rachel mounted the Hound, while henchwoman Cassie found a seat on the wolf's back. The dogs were on the main road before the armored van and my dad's truck were out of the parking lot. The two vehicles followed, and I watched to make sure that Sveta had caught up. She situated herself on top of the van. I'd reclaimed my earbuds, and my phone was fully charged. I began dialing a group call. I was maybe the only person present in a position to address everyone. Speaker? I asked as my mother joined the conversation. You're on speakerphone. Dad? I asked. He was in his truck with Foyle and Chastity. Yeah, don't use this much. Had to find the button. Rachel? Cassie? Can you hear me? I got a nod from Rachel. Cassie looked to be mostly dealing with staying mounted on the wolf, which was a tougher ride. Sveta? I saw Sveta nod her head. Okay. The members of this cluster pass out at a set time every night to rearrange their powers and the strength of those powers, dream, and communicate. This is our time window to do something. That's the good. We have resources. So do they, I heard Rain. They have resources too, yeah, that's the bad. They have mercenaries hired and contingencies planned, and they have our teammates' body parts held hostage. We have to keep in mind that he knows we know about the time window. Anticipate that he'll have guards, mercenaries, hirelings, traps, deceptions. Love Lost had some nasty traps at her hideout. They'll have eyes on the roads, Foyle said through the phone. They will. Lookouts, people watching their rear and flanks while they get where they're going, I said for the benefit of Rachel and Cassie. I'll get off the main road. I may come back to give him a sniff, Rachel reported. Rachel's going to try and stay more out of sight, I said. Can you roll down the window of the van, Foyle, and make sure Sveta can hear? I'm going to stick with her right now. I'd rather not roll it down, I heard Sveta, distant. Belay, but the window was rolled down. Sveta was perched on top, and as she was as in control of that body as I'd seen maybe 3 times ever. Do you want the windows rolled? I saw her shake her head. Foyle left the window open, and Sveta hung near the top of the van. Rachel was starting to peel away, her dogs running now in places where a lookout wouldn't immediately spot them and identify a telltale sign of Undersider or Undersider breakthrough action. Helps that there aren't headlights on the dogs. We'd be spotted a mile away. On reflection, it was patently insane that they were traveling as fast as they were with no headlights. I followed Rachel and the dogs as they left the road, running through the fields to the side where no streetlights shone. I kept the wretch active while flying out of reach of them. They have hostages. We can't charge in. We can't make noise. Swansong, Damsel, and Rachel are our biggest, noisiest attackers. Capricorn, Flashbang, and me are a step down. We have more ability to be quiet. This is a covert mission until we get a better sense of where the hostages are and what measures we're up against. I can be quiet, Rachel said. Rachel says she can be quiet. Swansong chimed in. I spent years on my own. Every bite of food I ate and every piece of clothing I wore was a result of me being stealthy. I started. Damn it. Yes, absolutely. If our covert group needs a distraction, though, you're best at making a lot of noise. Then you can use that stealth to slip away. That got you a sigh and a nod from Swansong, for the record, Byron relayed. Rachel was silent, face hidden thoroughly by her winter wear, unreadable. I couldn't tell if she was listening and unhappy about it, or if she wasn't listening and was happy at the prospect of imminent trouble. So we're all on the same page, the go-ahead to kill. I said it into the phone. I let those words hang, weighty ones. Kill who? I heard Swansong. Specifically. It wasn't specific. Love Lost, Cradle, and March, for sure, but anyone who's aiding and abetting. Obviously, this doesn't include people who don't necessarily know. I think it was a surprise for Lord of Loss and Nursery. Mayor says yes, for all that counts. Lawyer... I had to remember my mom was present. How to relay the tacit permission without throwing a wrench into Natalie's professional life. Talked to me, my mother said. She won't tell you yes, but today she isn't telling you no either. I think that's as close as you're going to get. Essentially my take on it. That's where we stand, I said. They're planning to delay, so be ready for any Master Stranger stuff that might tie us up or obstruct us." "Protocols?" Byron asked. "At the first excuse, yes, but only then. Otherwise, it slows us down." "Can't get a nose on the scent with the wind," Rachel raised her voice. "Going to the road." I started flying in that direction, to stay in earshot and to signal my acknowledgement. The dogs reached the road, running alongside. One ran with nose almost to the ground, a precarious kind of stampede forward when it couldn't look firmly in the direction it was running. The wolf and Cassie took up a position head, clearing the path. I felt bad for the cars that were on the road tonight, seeing this sight. The dogs, even though they were on my side, were objectively things of nightmare. I heard Rachel whistle. The dogs peeled off once again, away from the road, away from everything, so they ran through places where tent cities had stood and where trees had been cleared, but only skeletons of buildings stood. A wilderness of the interrupted urban. She was saying something. "And north." "They headed north?" I asked. "This way," Cassie shouted, pointing. "Turn north," I told people on the phones, as I flew straight up to get a view of what was involved. I could see the headlights of cars that weren't going anywhere. "It looks like one of the portals to Earth N. Be wary. Company parked up further ahead." Earth N, Lord of Loss's Earth. It had been Marquis before Marquis had vacated. Deader and Goner had controlled territory there too, off of one of the portals. An Earth of a dozen corners, where the settlements were spread out and hard to reach, so a bunch of the corner worlds were on the same Earth, which in reality made sense when so much vetting had been necessary to watch for invasive species, disease, and hazards. We'd been once before, when looking for the culprits of the portal attacks. We'd found Earth Chite's people camped out there. Now? Now it was a different kind of problem. It was where the villains had retreated to, for the most part, since Hollow Point and similar locations had failed. And right now, the villains were pushing the limits, rebelling hard against the idea that heroes finally be asserting proper authority again. Rebelling somewhat more understandably at the idea that if people were a real problem, we might have to incarcerate them and not let anyone know where, lest we run into another fiasco like we did with the prison. Bluestocking, Prancer, smaller villains, bigger villains. None of the above. I was a dark form flying through the dark, and no lights touched me. Nobody looked up. I could scout their number, look for familiar faces, and get a lay of the land. It was as though they'd sensed that we'd be coming at them angry and willing to cross lines. There were humans gathered around the parked cars, and cars situated so they blocked the access to the portal. "Headlights off," I said through the phone. "Stop if you can see them parked ahead." I had a position to see the truck and van park. Nobody among the cars seemed to notice. Rachel, Cassie, and I joined the others, parked in the darkness, looking at 8 cars with at least 15 people gathered. 2 of those 8 cars blocked the entrance to the building where the access to Earth N was. On the building itself, more people were gathered. People-mounted spotlights swept over the field and the road, but didn't reach far enough to illuminate us. There were more than 15 people in or on the building itself, and that was just the ones I could see in plain sight through windows and on the roof. They were armed. Rifles. Not a police, patrol, or station employee's uniform in sight. They'd taken the station, and now they guarded it. Everyone was climbing out or half-climbing out of the vehicles to get a view of what we were up against. I saw Sveta's pale face in the woods off to the side. "People we can deal with," Ashley said. "We have to deal with them without immediately sounding the alarms," Byron pointed out, "which is awkward because that's a lot, and they look organized." "Cell phones don't tend to work across dimensional portals," I said. In a theoretical world where we could get in and block off anyone from getting through the portal to notify the other side, we could hit this place pretty hard and still remain covert. Could flood it, turn it to stone before the flooding gets to the other side, Byron said. My mother was hanging back, staying quiet. My dad looked pensive. Thoughts? I asked. My mom answered me. I think you know what the answer is. Time is short. Are you asking because you want to be fair and maintain the team equilibrium, or because you really do need the advice? Which had a faint tone like if I needed the advice, I'd failed somehow. Because every bit of feedback is an opportunity to do what comes next better. They got away. This is where they went. Every minute that passes, they're either getting where they're going, or they're already there and they're laying traps, organizing their people, or getting ready. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Just hearing that last line made my hackles raise. I hated that line, because it seemed to always be paired crosswise with, you can always do it better. My mom seemed to sense the raised hackles, because her expression softened. You know the team and the team dynamic better. I looked to my dad for backup, but my dad wasn't my dad right now. Do you remember the engagement patterns we used to drill on? Flashbang asked. Of course, I said. It would be nice to get some use out of those again. I'm noticing you're saying engagement. You want to blitz, I said. And Mom's implying I want to blitz. Any objection to hitting them and wiping them out before anything else? Some shaken heads, some silence that wasn't uncomfortable or damning by my best estimation. Chastity, Capricorn, with us. Stick by Flashbang. Precipice, Swan Song, guard Cassie and the vehicles. If we run into a wall, you're our backup. Swan Song can punch through powers, minions, anything we can't seem to stop. Precipice can punch through obstacles. Precipice turned to look at the situation. A long, straight road with woods on one side and field on the other, cars sitting with engines running and headlights illuminating the tracts of land. I have to be there to hit stuff. If you're in there and you run into trouble, we'll signal. You're sticking by the truck for a reason. Cassie can get you in and Cassie can get you away. He nodded. Rachel, hold the flanks. There might be people coming from down the road. Once we signal, bring everyone that's not inside back in. I saw the frown on her face. We've got a team going right for the heart of this place. Number one thing, we stop them from reaching the people on the far side. Then we clean up from the inside out. You guys handle the outside in, yes? She grunted. Great. Great communication. Sveta, I know you don't want to go inside while you're unsuited, so just help from the flanks, follow our rear. I'll try to stay in communication. When we get through, we'll bring you across. I'll do what I can, I heard her say, a voice like the one she'd used in the hospital. I want to try this, but I'm really afraid it's not going to work. A lot of things didn't. Really, truly, just knowing you have our back matters, I said. I saw her nod. I wasn't sure she believed me. We don't have long, Rain said. I nodded. Dominoes, I told my parents. Capricorn, Chastity, with us. Be ready to run. Rest of you, spread out. Capricorn, give yourself a water gun further down there. We'll need it to reload. Reload? You'll see. They did. Small, empty, my dad said, creating his energy orbs. Hard light around a swirl of energy. He tossed them to my mom. She shifted into her hard, indestructible sphere form, and I snatched her out of the air with one arm before she could hit the ground. Run! I gave the order. My dad ushered the two forward, Capricorn's armor making metal-on-metal sounds in tune with heavy footsteps, Chastity far lighter. I flew, brandish tucked under one arm, a large sphere. With a bit of wretch strength, I hurled the sphere. It crashed into the 2 guys on guard duty. I landed and I kicked it, channeling about 7 years of active frustration with the maternal unit into the kick. It lost a lot of momentum by the time it struck any of the people on duty. I remembered talking to Lord of Loss's men about how his people were recruited. Were these among them? The ball that was my mother was an indestructible projectile. I kept it moving, a prelude to my own arrivals, as I plunged into each group in turn. At the station housing the more discreet portal to Earth N, they'd noticed. People were running, some had guns and were getting to cover, others were heading inside. We only had seconds to get a grip on this, which meant... Hit him! I kicked the ball hard, full wretch strength. She flew through the air and collided with the lip of the roof, tearing into it. In a flash, she was brandish again. Her one arm swept out, hurling a sphere. The detonation was small, bright with impact but no heat and no fire. There was a whoomp and a shockwave that scattered snow and dust, with multiple people sent sprawling. A second toss, with much the same effect, but it included some of the people who were getting to their feet too quickly, and it sent them tumbling with some frantic movements to avoid falling off the roof. Not that there was a great chance, given the short lip around the perimeter, dotted with cornices that hid the places where the prefab building had been put together. The third toss landed in the midst of another group who scrambled away. She lunged into it and passed the sphere that hit the ground, catching one guy. I took my cue, going after the remainder. 2 people close enough together that I could land beside them, driving my elbow down into one's shoulder, grabbing the other by the back of the hood and, pausing as I delivered the elbow strike, heaved them forward and face down into the surface of the roof. To the side, the grenade burst into a sputter of bubbles, a fizzle. Brandish was already twisting around, her weapon across his neck. They sank down and the weapon followed them, the tip searing into and through the cornice beside the man. "Radio," she said. "Walkie-talkie, now!" He reached for his coat. She beat him to it, reaching inside the open coat and pulled out the walkie-talkie. "You will tell them it's a trap. Tell them to freeze and make them believe it. They are not to call anyone. They aren't to pass through." She moved the sword, singeing beard hairs. "Fuck!" He fumbled for the walkie-talkie. Again she beat him to it, making everything fast and fluid as he followed instructions. "Do not go through. Your lives depend on it. Find a safe place and remain where you are. The portals..." I reached out, covering the mouthpiece. "The portals are unstable." "The shrinkage," he said through the walkie-talkie. "They think it's what happened before the other ones went bonkers. No passage, no signals through. Stay put or evac." Hopefully that would do. I had to leave the cleanup to the others. "Gun?" my mother asked. "In my belt, at the back. I dropped my rifle," the man said. She reached around behind him, got his gun, and slid it into her belt. "Reload," she told me. "Yeah, go with the others. I'm diving in." She turned into a sphere. I grabbed it and hurled it toward my dad. Again, distance and air resistance ate into the forward momentum, even with the wretch active. My dad, Byron, and Chastity had paused by the constellation Byron had drawn out. My dad caught my mom out of the air. Those days in the gym hadn't been for nothing. When she changed back, she was in his arms, her face close to his. Dorky, lame, embarrassing. And I resented it, for reasons I couldn't put my finger on. Dorky, lame, embarrassing, and I couldn't have gotten more of this? Or it couldn't have extended into things that weren't shock and awing a bunch of desperate assholes who were willing to work for a villain for a chance at the good life? I couldn't stay to watch, as much as Dr. Darnall might have asked me to think it out. I pushed the guy I was holding with my aura, ratcheting up the panic. "Who do you work for?" Fast answer." God, I hated how I sounded like my mom had sounded in that instant. "Lord of Loss. but we're being hired out to someone else. Love lost. You know he's a lunatic. You know she's violent and she works with killers under her. I saw him shake his head, frantic, jarred by my aura. Then the fleeting admission. I grabbed him, bringing him closer to the edge. Was there an angle I could throw him and a place I could put him where he wouldn't die on impact? And a tendril grabbed him, seizing him, then depositing him firmly in a snowbank. "Good one!" I shouted. No time or breath to waste, but that had saved me the time it would have taken to deposit him down there. I flew around in a sideways arc, diving for a side window. That put me inside the building. Once the wretch was active again, I plunged through the floor. There were people with guns, and I flew into each of them. I knew the general layouts of the stations. I'd visited more than a few. Punching through obstacles and walls put me in the center area between all the terminals, past the initial gates. Staff had already cleared out. I could hear the noise outside, powers being used, Chastity's voice. A voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Can we get a confirm? When are we good to proceed? Hello?" Couldn't let them proceed. I left the rear group to handle the doors and the people we'd scattered. My goal, the portal itself. I flew down and through, knocking down metal gates that should have been open. There were people making a break for it, and I dealt with them. I helped them down the stairs in the most debilitating way possible. I heard the slap of Sveta behind me. I heard the bang at the door, Ashley's power. I spun in the air, caught only a glimpse of a door with a silver line on it, Ashley with her good foot out, arms behind her. As part of that scene, I saw a massive collection of tendrils, with Sveta's face at the center of them all, her expression focused, her face not as traced or marred by the tendrils reaching across it. Nothing at eyelids or nostril, nothing at the corner of her mouth, pulling because it acted instinctually. The Cape geek in me wanted to rattle through all of the ways that could have happened. The session ranges, or the fact she was pissed. That anxiety fed into itself, and she was so distracted by reality that the cycle had been interrupted. But she was with me. No suit, no middle ground. I had the wretch, and I felt the tentacles touch it, leveraging it. How confident was she to transition from, "I don't want anyone near me," to, "I can be this close to a variable scenario"? "Can you grab the brandish ball?" I asked. "Yes," was the whisper. Hearing the whisper, knowing my friend, I got it. Sveta turned away, head down low while tendrils reached up. I felt a pang of sympathy, but I couldn't afford to act on it. And at the station platform itself was the irregular shape of a portal, a three-dimensional hole in reality. A few dozen people were gathered. Stuff had been unloaded, including food and munitions, intending a longer stay. The deeper recesses of the station. They were talking, unaware of the commotion above, trying to figure out what they were doing. They had a boss, and that boss wasn't on site. Love Lost had been brought in, and Cradle wouldn't be here, not so close to the deadline. They're just obstacles and an early warning system. As I arrived, Sveta delivered the brandish ball, whipping it down hard. Water flowed down from upstairs as a distant offshoot of the water gun that had deposited Brandish here. The ball ricocheted off the ground, hit the ceiling, then, in the center of the room, expanded into Brandish, who was loaded with pre-prepared flashbang grenades. While she was in her ball state, she was in total stasis. The grenades had a timer, but the timer didn't count down while she was frozen and not of this world. She scattered them, throwing them wide. In a half-circle around her, grenades exploded with light and concussive force. Some of that force caught one or two people badly enough that there might be long-term injuries. For the rest, it took the fight out of them for the moment. Everyone who had been standing in or near the portal was laid low. The Dominoes engagement, named by Amy. Which sucked because that ruined it a little. Me, Brandish, and Flashbang all hitting like dominoes toppling. a series of devastating blows. Brandish wasn't bothered by light, and in the midst of the chaos, knowing which she'd thrown were duds by experience, she could weave through while her targets were just trying to get out of the way. The explosions cleared out half of a room full of 40 people, many of them armed. Sveta and I picked through the remainder. Women with guns, men with masks covering their lower faces, tossed aside. Sveta couldn't really be shot, and the wretch protected me from being shot, even though it was mostly pandemonium and people reeling. And Sveta's movements only continued to make sense to me again, now that I could parse why she was so reluctant and reserved. I'd known her at one point in time when this was all she had. She'd been hesitant to get to know me, but she'd settled in. But she was a teenage girl, and for a brief time she'd had a body, a covering she loved for a shape she hated. Back then, this body had been her entirety. Now, after a body and paint to decorate that body, after clothes and clothes we'd shopped for, to lose her suit was to be stripped down, naked before the world, vulnerable on multiple levels. She wrestled with that even as I saw the visible triumph in how each extension of a tendril moved just a bit more accurately, just a bit less self-defeating. And just a bit was a hell of a lot when there were so many tendrils. "You're doing great," I cheered, because words were all I could offer, and what I really wanted was to hug her and have her hug me back with those arms she'd built. I wanted revenge here, and I wasn't ashamed to admit it. For her, for the others. For Kenzie, who had lost her hands, and who hadn't been able to smile enough to compensate for the pain and sadness, whose cheeks had been wet with tears. For Ashley, for Darlene, for Tristan. Fuck. Infiltrating, finding our stride. Getting a sense of where strange teammates were, so I could identify the big guy who looked like he might take a little more effort to take down, someone I didn't necessarily want to pulverize, and I could hit him so he stumbled in the direction of the group coming down the stairs. Chastity caught him, and I saw the stunned surprise at the pretty girl before him. She backhand slapped him, and he hit the ground like a wet towel. No smile, no triumph at the act. Even with Lord of Loss and Nursery's people there had been that. Rachel's dogs came down the stairs 3 astride, with Cassie on the hound's back and Rachel following behind. Each dog had multiple people in their mouths. 2 for the Chihuahua, 3 for the wolf, and 3.5 for the hound. No, not a half. Someone's jacket had come off. They were deposited on the floor, and the people writhed, unwilling to get up. "Let's get through and scramble. We have everyone?" A quick head count confirmed we did. Past a small army, a little bloody, a little too unkind, in a way that would be remembered, but we were as intact as when we'd arrived. Blue lights appeared down the center of the room. Water appeared, and that water was like the inverse of the parting of the Red Sea. A crest of water appeared in the center of the long platform, and as it sloshed down, it swept the unconscious, injured, and dazed bodies on the platform to either side of the platform floor. We fell into formation as we stepped across and through the portal, some of us limping or giving evidence to injuries minor and moderate. I chose to float rather than limp. Sveta slipped through, found a rack of books and clung to it, hiding on the far side and peering over at us as we made our way into the platform, Earth End side. The dogs sniffed and snorted at the ground. "They were here, and there's blood," Rachel said. Rain twisted around. "The dogs told you?" "On the ground," she said, pointing. "Ah, fuck." Fuck indeed, I thought. Rain. There was no good place to stow Rain. No place that an assassin like Operator Red wouldn't be able to find him or kill him. Not that Operator Red was with us anymore. Juliet had taken credit, which was chilling to think about. More chilling that she and her brother competed over kills. The blood was a good reminder that we were in enemy territory now. The settlement that extended from this station was a place where villains rented out places. From our last visit, I knew that there were distant cabins that were intentionally out of the way and hard to find. Without cooperating authority, finding the right place would be hard or impossible. This was Lord of Loss's turf. We'd arrested the authority. On principle, I was fairly sure, he wouldn't tell us what he knew or guide us in the right direction.
"Scrambler,"
Swansong said, holding up a device. It looked like a taser, but meaner.
"And our key out of here."
"Do we?" Byron asked. The station on this side was empty. No people, no staff. Computers were on, as were the monitors for tracking the state of the portal. Unmonitored monitors. I walked around the desk. Camera footage showed that the place was empty except for one girl in a staff uniform out back, smoking.
"Don't hit that button just yet," I said. "Could this be a trap?"
"I can scan," Rain said. "Not well, but I can scan the area."
"Be ready to run,"
my mother said to my father. To all of us. The two of them were standing close together, his hand on the small of her back, because they were dorks. While Rain waved his thingy around and the rest of the group settled so they could watch out windows and peek at the settlement beyond, I stayed by the computer. Periodically I hit the spacebar to cycle through the surveillance images. On a second go, I realized there was also television, fed through from Earth Bet. A distant, shaky camera shot of Brockton Bay. Mechanical suits were flying around, unleashing barrages. And slowly, glacially slowly, the city unfolded, returning to its old, shaky, ruined configuration. I shivered, seeing it. I saw Byron clench his fist, heard a no. Rachel, supposedly Vista's friend, only glowered. I got my phone out. I flew to the portal.
"Don't seal it!"
Ashley raised her intact hand, thumb clearly nowhere near the button. Through the portal. Back to a room full of people who were still recovering from a soak and concussive shocks to the sensory faculties. My aura kept all but 10 or so from getting back up as they slumped over defeated or frustrated. My phone call went through.
"What the hell just happened in Brockton Bay?" I asked.
The explanation took a minute to get through. By the time it was done, my fingers were knotted around the headphone cord, which was so tight it threatened to cut off circulation.
"They want Foyle, but even if they get her, they aren't saying for sure they're willing or guaranteeing they'll be able to walk it back."
And these guys want Rain, I thought. Worse than we'd anticipated in a lot of ways. One bargain or the other might even be a consideration. Arc 12, Heavens, Chapter 2. I was about to leave back through the portal when I saw our reinforcements. Quick to get here in what must have been half the estimated time. Damsel was wearing her black dress and a black coat that buckled at the neck, lace up to the underside of the jaw. She had black eyeliner around her eyes and eyeshadow smeared around eyes without pupils or irises. Her blades gleamed on her left hand. On the right, the shine was dulled by streaked blood. It looked like she had tried to wipe it off and had only dragged it along the length of the blade. 2 people accompanied her. The reinforcements from Citrine, I was assuming. After she got new information or had second thoughts about how fucking useless she was being, she'd volunteered 2 of her contacts. The 2 contacts matched. Boys shorter than Rain, both wearing peacoats and wearing hard white masks like hockey masks that were cut out to trace the edges of thick-rimmed glasses.
Another hard mask segment covered the foreheads, cut to fit to the top of the glasses, and each of the upper face sections had a number stamped on it, 1 and 2. Hair was parted and combed back with some gel that made the hair look both perpetually wet and rigid. "Damsel, thank you for coming," I said, glancing over the crowd of people we'd leveled earlier. "Thing 1, thing 2, I presume?" "That works," one of the boys said. "Password?" "Pylum," he said. "We're good to go then. Let's go. They'll close the door after us." We turned to go, the boys falling into step on either side of me. Something was eerie about the way they moved. That damsel had a regal glide, and she walked behind me almost seemed to accentuate it. I turned my eyes forward. "You've heard?" Thing 1 asked. "Pretty sure," I said. "Brockton Bay, unless there's other bad news warranting a question as ominous as, 'You've heard?'" "Yes, Brockton Bay." "Please tell me the situation hasn't gotten worse in the last few minutes." "It's worse," Thing 2 said, "but not exponentially worse." "A derivative kind of worse," Thing 1 said. "If you bomb a city, the fires that follow are derivative of the bomb. Worse, but not in the way you mean." "Good," I said. "Let's hope this stays on the borderline side of catastrophic." "It's not," Thing 1 said, quiet. My heart sank. "Past borderline?" The two boys nodded in unison. The sensation of gut sinking joined the feeling at the center of my chest and swept throughout my entire body. That down feeling, the sick drop that was associated with the moments before disaster struck. We passed through the portal. "Who are you?" I asked. "My brothers," Damsel said, after a fashion. Brothers? My mind turned to that particular riddle. Ashley had never mentioned anything, which meant she wasn't talking about blood brothers. She was talking about a different kind of kinship. They'd been cloned, and that meant these two were Slaughterhouse. Slaughterhouse meant... I went through a filing cabinet in my mind's eye, a dozen faces and masks making their fleeting appearances. "Jack?" I asked, my heart skipping a beat. "No. Harbingers?" "Yes," she said. "You were close," Harbinger 1 said. "You were active pre-internet. That's my excuse," I said. "Can I trust you?" "Does it change anything if we say no?" Harbinger 2 asked. I saw a wounded Ashley, knew Tristan was inside Byron, cleaved in half. I had the grisly image of Lookout and Darlene, of Juliet, Amias, Flor, the Navigators, Sveta. I could see the others. Looking back, I saw Sveta just beyond the portal's boundary, which was marked in tape on the floor. The tendrils were gathered into a rough human silhouette, many long enough that they had to coil or wrap around her like a spring. Some were weaving into one another to form complex braids. No, I decided. I gave the signal to the other group. Rain hit the button. The portal behind us crackled as it shifted. The view distorted, a texture like television static rippling across the periphery. I hadn't even realized it had a proper shape beyond being a rough three-dimensional blob. It had been a building of some particular architecture, it seemed. I turned away. "Swan Song, there you are," Damsel said as we drew nearer. "How clumsy of you to lose a foot." "It's clumsier to taunt the woman who is very irritated at having lost a foot," Swansong retorted. "The pain is making my temper short. Don't test it." "Bad mood. I might have to make it worse, not that I want to," Damsel said. "Worse?" Rain asked. Damsel met my eyes. Oh, she wants to mention the situation in the city. I beat her to the punch. March got to one of the time effects. It was the Killington Mayor in an area that was folded into Brockton Bay. "What happened?" Brandish asked. "Broken trigger," I said, my voice soft. I could remember the last one I'd been present for, the construction workers' rally. It had been bad. This was apparently worse by orders of magnitude. It incapacitated everyone in the ruins of Brockton Bay and left them defenseless while the initial effects took place. They're calling it a Class S problem. Not a threat, because that implies a consciousness, but everyone on duty off-world and internationally has been pulled to assist, Harbinger 1 said. "Really?" I asked. He nodded. So often a steady gaze was associated with confidence, but his eyes searched without wavering, and they were more disconcerting because of it. "It's dangerous to enter the city, and it's dangerous to move around, but as soon as this storm passes, March will continue going after her prize. Precogs and other thinkers are still having nosebleeds or hitting walls when trying to figure out ways to get ahead of her." Same as before. That meant this wasn't an isolated incident. It was even possible that everyone who was released from time bubbles was going to trigger the instant they were released. Possible that everyone who was released was going to be a broken trigger. There was a whole group of people caught in a time effect in the scar. 3 at once? I wasn't going to rule out worst-case scenarios. "Should we turn back?" Capricorn asked. "If you do, you'll find yourself waiting at the periphery of the effect with everyone else," Harbinger 1 said. "There's no guarantee you'll be able to help." "No guarantee I won't," Capricorn answered. Harbinger 2 said, "The employer of my brother and myself is of the opinion that we are best utilized to go after her co-conspirators. We should find out what they know and what they want. There are hints they know too much, and we're curious how." Harbinger 1 said, "Prime example, we have logs of exchanges between them referring to the broken triggers by a much more accurate label." "What?" I asked. "You know something about broken triggers?" "They called it a structural issue, which isn't our terminology, but it's better terminology," Harbinger 1 said. "I hate to interrupt," Rain interrupted. I reached out, grabbing him by the front of his costume. "Don't." "Victoria," my mom said. "And you, don't do that," I said to my mom, still holding Rain by his front. "This is important. Harbingers, what's going on with the broken triggers? The structurally flawed triggers?" "Time's short," Rain said behind me, before either Harbinger provided me an answer. "By my watch, it's only going to be a few minutes before my cluster passes out, me included." I turned to look at him. His head hung a little. He didn't want to be in this position. "There will be time for answers later," Harbinger 1 said. "Make your arrangements for Precipice." No, there won't, I thought, incensed by the interruption and the derail. We always need more answers than there's time to get them. Pushing for the information now wouldn't work, and there were too many other things to do. As if tacitly acknowledging this, Harbinger 1 was stepping over to the window to peer outside. "You'll want to give them very specific orders," Swansong said. She was leaning against a wall, her hair in an atypical sort of disarray. "Don't get distracted." "These two?" Capricorn asked. "It would be smart," Harbinger 1 said. "We'd do things our way, but we've been forewarned that you wouldn't like our methods." "What methods?" Flashbang asked. Swansong gave the answer. "They'd go out the front door into the hail of gunfire. They'd kill or maim every threat and every potential threat and then torture answers out of the survivors." "You oversell us," Harbinger 1 said. "Not into the hail of gunfire, not in the late evening when visibility is low." "I stand corrected," Swansong said. If it was just Capes who were aware of what Cradle's group did and were condoning it, maybe, I said. But there are civilians in that town, and I doubt Capes living out in the corner worlds are fully aware of all the context. No killing. Then we're at your disposal, Harbinger 1 said. No killing. No maiming, no permanent damage. Not civilians. No permanent damage includes mental scarring from trauma. Don't break them, Foyle said. The Harbinger spread his arms before uttering the least believable, "Will be good," I'd ever heard. I looked over the group. Some strong, capable Capes. A lot of people I trusted and knew how to work with. And then the handful I didn't. And 3 overlarge canines who were on the dangerous side of neutral. You trust Cassie? I asked Rachel. Was the unhelpful response. Why? Cassie asked. Someone has to take the controller that unlocks the portal, and someone needs to look after Precipice, I said. You don't have powers? She shook her head. And I'm glad. My estimation of her rose by just a little, even without the approval from Rachel. My glance in Rachel's direction as I thought that seemed to be a cue for her to say something. She's never disappointed me, Rachel said. Some of my old teammates, but not Cassie. I saw Cassie react to that, like someone could have knocked her on her ass with the gentlest push. You're good with it? I asked Rain. We'll leave you with her. He nodded. Take yips, Rachel said. Yes, ma'am, Cassie said. Rain joined Cassie at the side of the group. A dog loomed above him, but he didn't look too intimidated. My mom and my dad were talking, standing by one window. The 2 Harbingers took another window. Damsel and Swansong hung back, having a murmured conversation. One long clawed finger pointed at the Harbingers. As help went, they seemed like more complication than actual assistance. What's it look like out there? I asked. Byron was standing by the window. A gauntleted finger pointed, indicating. Lights are on, including some bigger lights. Not much cover of darkness. Some people outside, some armed, a good number of capes. Any sign they're guarding a specific building or direction? Byron shook his head. It's warmer here than back home, Flashbang said from a few feet away. But they're still motivated to stay where they're out of the wind and weather. They've been told to be on guard, but nothing specific. Back home, I thought. Having an apartment, I'd almost reached the point that I could start thinking about it as home, and then the original occupant had arrived. 2 of her, in a manner of speaking. I didn't think of Gimel as home, hadn't thought of Crystal's apartment or my dad's apartment as home. I hadn't thought of the care house as home, or the hospital room. Home was Brockton Bay, and home had been in ruins even before today happened. Byron moved out of the way, and I peered out the window. I could see the construction lights that had been rigged up in place of street lights, too bright and wide area. Homes were small and one-story, all prefab, and few with any attempt to hide the fact that they were prefab. Even if you find Cradle or Love lost, maybe Colt, you won't be able to wake them, Rain was telling Foyle. Pain? Drugs? Chastity asked. No, I'm pretty sure. Cradle tried using a power to throw a wrench into things once. When I talked to March about it, she said that Cradle hired someone called Snaggletooth, a cape that invaded dreams. The woman ended up brain dead. You have someone else now, I said. Colt. Is that going to be an invasion or an addition? I'll find out in a few minutes, Rain said, looking at his phone. I saw him sigh. The settlement around the station was tricky. So much of it was illuminated so brightly that it seemed to cast the remainder into darker shadow. There were places where I wasn't sure if the dark shapes were buildings, rocks, or trees. With the construction being so cheap and so quick, even down to there being corrugated steel roofs and plywood, the windows weren't exactly of the insulated double-pane sort. They were drafty, and to deal with drafty, many of the residents put up heavy blankets or blocked the windows outright, at least for the colder months. I'd seen enough of it while working with the patrol. And blocked windows didn't shed light unless someone peeked out. I wished we had Lookout to map this area. It would have changed everything about our approach. But she was still getting medical care for what little it was worth. Byron tapped the glass of the window we were looking out of. "If we leave out the front door, then we'll have 20 eyes on us. 10 seconds later, we'll have a good 100 people ready to deal with us." "Side door, then. Has to be." "The layout of this place is pretty simple. It's not a big station. It might not even have one." "It's a station, though. It has employees on a good day. Let's look for the employee entrance, wherever they go for a breath of air or smoke." Byron nodded. Some stayed behind to keep an eye out the windows and the glass of the door, while, at my indication, the rest of us fanned out, checking the building. Rain's blades cut the bulletproof glass that walled off the security booth. I flew through, while he retreated back to Cassie and Dune. There was a side door, by a supply area that looked like a quadruple-size broom closet and small workshop combined. Some old construction material lay by the wall. The door was securely locked, at the top and by the knob. A bit of light in my peripheral vision got my attention. I could hear the familiar crackle and stepped aside. My mother pushed a spike of light through the lock, then reached up, letting the spike extend to reach the one above. White-hot metal dripped down. "Lights," she said. I turned and flicked the lights off. The only illumination was from the station interior. The storage room and this employee-only area were dark, illuminated only by the spike. She held the spike out of the way while she cracked the door open, pressing her head to the crack, then pulled back. The spike was held against palm with her thumb to provide illumination as the 4 fingers were held up. The hallway here being dark would mean that anyone outside wouldn't see a sliver of light appear. And that was good, because there were apparently 4 of them. "Guns?" "Assault rifles. Your dad could deal with it, but that gets noisy." 4 of them with guns. I hesitated. I could send the Harbingers, but I didn't trust them. "Go back. Tell the others to clear the way, then have Sveta come here. She can deal with it. She should be hanging back near the portal." My mother nodded. Others had filtered into the back area. I bid them to draw nearer. Chastity and the Harbingers. Once they were in the storage room, I partially closed the door. "I love how in sync you two are," Chastity said. At first, I thought she'd meant me and my mom, and I wanted to laugh. Then I saw she was talking to the Harbingers. "It's not on purpose," Harbinger 1 said. "When you're very good at doing what makes the most sense in a given moment, you usually do the same things most moments. It helps that we have the same DNA, we grew up together, and we enjoy each other's company," the other one clarified. "Believe me, growing up together does not mean you get along," Chastity said. I closed my eyes, blanking out my thoughts to avoid connecting that thought to anything relevant. She continued, "What happens if you diverge? Does that screw up the sync?" "If we go our separate ways, then we go our separate ways," Harbinger 1 said. "The coordination follows from other things, not from us. Understanding, a little bit of programming." "But we won't go our separate ways," Harbinger 2 added. "Probably." "If one of you got a girlfriend?" Chastity asked. "Wouldn't happen," Harbinger 2 said. "Uh-huh. What a shame." "No," Harbinger 2 said. We like girls, but it wouldn't be one of us. We'd come as a set. Yes, Harbinger 1 said. We get jealous. 2 boys who care about their appearance, in good standing with the mayor even. Lucky girl. 5 boys, Harbinger 1 said. Chastity made an amused sound. I just shook my head. I heard the rustling that was Sveta tumbling into the area. I flicked the light switch off and on in the storage room. I felt the jostling at the knob a second before the pull came, forceful enough to potentially tear the door from its hinges. I was ready for it and held the door firm as Sveta pulled herself to the end of the hallway and the employee door. "Hi," she said from the other side of the door. Precipice passed out." "All right, as expected." "Sorry that took a second. We had to wait until people got out of the way. I figured you had your force field, or a door." "Yeah," I said. "You wanted me?" "Wondering if you feel up for this," I asked. 4 people outside, heavily armed. We need a silent takedown. We have Chastity here." "As well as Thing 1 and Thing 2, one of the Harbingers said. "I can try," she said. "It really does help, Precipice's power. It's awful while it's working, but I feel like I did when I left with Weld, as ready as I'll be. Scared, but part of that's the fear you get when it could work out okay." Left the asylum. "Focus on arms and legs." "Yeah," Sveta said, her voice soft. "I can do that at least." If all of this goes wrong and she does end up hurting someone, it's best it's kept to serious damage to an arm or a leg. "Can you get the door?" "I think so. Be ready in case I toss anyone your way." "Got it. Whistle?" "You know I suck at whistling. I'll shout if I can't do it." "Not too loud," I told her. I heard the door open. I felt the cold air pour into the station. Not that the station was warm. "Wiped the asses and changed the diapers of cold-behind-the-eyes killers," Chastity was murmuring. "Doesn't scare me." "Chastity," I said. "Full grown, or?" Harbinger 1 asked. "When they were babies, but they were screwed from the get-go. Heavy exposure to emotion powers before they had teeth." "Chastity," I said. "Focus on the task at hand." "What do you need?" she asked. "Outside. We might need takedowns." She nodded, approaching the door. I stepped around the door of the workshop broom closet. "All I'm saying is I'm not scared," Chastity told the Harbingers. "I grew up with hot-blooded killers, cold-blooded killers. I saw them evolve. I know most of the tricks." "Vic!" I flew, out the door into the cold outside. Compared to the temperature back in the city, it didn't feel right to call it cold, but it was borderline freezing out, and a light rain was pattering down. As I stepped outside, I felt a tendril encircle my neck. Wretch, the idea crossed my mind. My force field extended from my skin, then unfurled. The tendril squeezed, limiting expansion, then released as what it was gripping became 10 feet across. I whistled one quick sound, to confirm I was okay and to signal for the teamwork. The first hired gun was flung our way as if by an invisible force, whipped through the air by one limb, that arm twisting awkwardly as it absorbed the force of the whip crack. Chastity stepped out of the building. I put myself between Sveta and her. No need to worry. The tendril at my neck had been an isolated incident. Chastity slapped the man who had fallen a few feet from the door. 2 more, one after the other. One was flung by the wrist, the other was disarmed, backing away from her, which meant he was moving in our direction. A multi-tendril strike thrust him out as a massive push. I flew, orienting myself to catch him, then used the rotation of my body and the direction of my flight to heave him more in Chastity's direction. Chastity knocked out one more and was starting to move toward the third when a fourth was hurled at us. Immediately after that fourth were more, pulled from around the corner. "Too many!" Chastity shouted. I intercepted two. Rather than leave them for her to deal with, I hit them while they were airborne. Ribs cracked, leg broken. I winced as I saw the one with a broken leg land with his leg under him. His scream was strangled. There had been a squad of hired guns just around the corner, to the left of where the main door jutted out of the front of the building, all huddled in a corner where two of the station's walls blocked off the wind and the overhang kept the rain off. Sveta wrapped herself around a post. For a moment, in the gloom, she looked like a person of indistinguishable silhouette, her face pale. Every movement was calculated, even the distance to the post. I ventured closer, aware of the range mostly by how aware she was of it. I put my hand out flat toward her. "Stop?" she asked, quiet. "What? You mean stop?" "No," I said. I kept the hand where it was, waiting. "Oh," I heard her. The tendril slapped my hand in a high five. "Don't be so down on yourself, okay?" I asked. "If the two of us are being careful, I think we're all right." "It's been a long time," she said. "I haven't been doing exercises except for that misery training with Rain before." "You're doing fine." I could hear the slaps as Chastity knocked out the last people. We stood in the shadows at the very edge of an area one of the construction lights illuminated. The heat from the light had melted snow in a patch, while leaving snow intact just an inch away. The other members of the group joined us. My mom and dad, Capricorn, Foil, Ashley and Damsel, Rachel, and two very non-mutant dogs. They shrunk. "Your teammate cut them out," Rachel said. "Precipice?" "They weren't leaving the building without going through the front doors," Foil said. "He cut them open so we could get the dogs out." "Whatever works," Capricorn said. "The scent trail leads through the town," Rachel said, her hand on the hound's back, as it sniffed at the ground, lifting one leg so the wrist pointed forward. Through an armed populace, past a settlement where capes that didn't want to integrate into proper society were collecting. "Go around," I said, pointing. "It doesn't make sense that they're in this town, so close to things. We'll see if we pick up a scent at the perimeter." Rachel made a small whistling sound. The wolf and hound followed her. Others began jogging, taking the indicated path. I floated, hesitating and watching. Sveta stayed where she was. "Go," she said. "Did you catch everything earlier, when we were all talking?" "Most of it. The harbingers. The broken triggers that aren't broken." "I'm glad." "Don't worry about me. Don't feel you have to, okay? I'll manage. I can deal with the bad days. I've got support, friends. Jessica's back, and she'll get in touch soon. Weld is out there, and all I've wanted to do from the beginning was to stand shoulder to shoulder with him." I thought about my conversation with Weld. "I'm sorry it's a bad day." She gave me a push, hard enough I would have fallen if I hadn't been flying. "I'm figuring out how to do my part. I'm doing what I wanted, even if it isn't pretty. Thank you for giving me an excuse to risk it, but I'll manage, really. Go help the people who won't manage." I looked at the other group. "Yeah," I said. Sveta took the long way around, going up onto the top of the station, then circling around through the shadows of the encampment on the far right, while we traced a route along the left. Swansong was struggling with her footing, so I floated down, giving her support. The hound huffed, almost barking, until Rachel shushed it. I saw its tail wag. "Found it?" Foil asked. "Yeah." Byron said, "We're moving on foot. Are they in a car? Is there any clue?
If they're hitching a ride, then they have the windows open, and I don't see fresh tire marks.
Rachel indicated the half-frozen mud. I'll take your word for it, Byron said.
It's a good skill to know, my mom said. Admirable. I don't care, Rachel said. I just want to hurt the people who hurt the kids.
I agree, my mom said. 100%. I turned to look back. A group of villains and corner-world civilians all banding together. If there was a situation where I could have laid out the facts, told them the stakes, then how would they react?
They might follow, Chastity said. Attack us from behind.
They might. They're reinforcements for the people we're really after, I said.
I can slow them down, Foyle said. I count 8 vehicles.
From this range? You don't have any crossbow shots.
Range barely matters when you ignore gravity and air resistance, she said.
She had darts, though dart was a misnomer. They were pencil length, sharpened at both ends, and looked to be singular pieces of metal.
Do it,
I heard Swan Song. Flechette threw, 1 dart per throw. There were no explosions, no dramatic movements or responses.
Done,
Foyle said. I nodded. I could see Crested down in that crowd, now that we were almost on the far end of the encampment. That meant Bluestocking was here, or hereabouts. She had broken Crested out just a few days ago. I saw Moose with another figure that might have been Prancer. Factors to consider. That they had the means to detect us but hadn't. They might be a consideration later. That they had a few people who could catch up. People who fit in weirdly. Seeing Moose made me think of the weirdly civil, true-to-the-game interactions I'd had with the guy. What would he think about Cradle's whip? So far, we hadn't been detected. So far, we weren't being chased. So far, not so good. Not while it was a disaster in Brockton Bay. Not while we were stuck playing catch-up. We hurried to catch up to the others. Swansong looked unsteady, so I continued to offer her my shoulder.
My new leg keeps digging into the ground, she said. The parts that looked soft and muddy are hard and slippery, and the parts that should be hard are soggy enough I sink in. It's ridiculous.
I hear you, I told her.
I think less of any Natwit that would live in this sty.
Natwit, huh?
If you're going to be a villain, at least have some pride. Manors, mansions, towers. Have roads, not slicks of frozen mud.
Marquis was like that, my mother said. I couldn't help but involuntarily tense when she engaged the discussion.
Credit to him,
Swansong said. I could see how drawn her expression was. Walking was hard, even with my supporting arm, and she was in pain. He lived here in this mud pit, so maybe not so much credit, I said. The tension was worse because I knew the line we were straddling, where my mom stood, where Swansong stood on the topic of villainy, that Damsel was off to the side and how Damsel couldn't help but pick at weaknesses, especially when that weakness was demonstrated by a reflection of herself. They squabbled and bullied each other in an ongoing effort to ensure that they met their mutual standards, and that was fine until one of them needed a supporting hand rather than a push forward. Damsel was being very, very good, all considered, but this was a topic loaded with buttons. Can we drop it? I asked. The topic?
You can, Damsel said. We lived in a trash heap once upon a time, hiding from the law. Didn't we, Swan? We did. Marquis moved on to rule the world, Damsel said.
We could quibble about the definition of rule, my mom said, but I'm biased. I don't think much of the man.
Really?
Damsel sounded genuinely surprised. "We have a complicated history with him," I said, my voice more curt than I intended. I'd really wanted this conversation to die, and it wasn't. A part of me hoped that the people involved would catch the tone or read the signal, or that an abrupt rejoinder to the conversation with no easy follow-up would bring it to an awkward halt. That part of me was really fucking stupid, because nobody that was participating was good at stopping. Fuck me. "You don't have to like him," Damsel said. "But if you know his power, you should fear him, and if you know what he's accomplished, you should respect him." "I don't like him, I don't respect him, and I don't fear him," my mom said. "I've wrestled with my feelings about him for a long time, and I've decided that he's not worth thinking about. He's pathetic." "Whoa," I said. "He ended up in a position of power with underlings, money, fine things, respect, power, and fan followings. He's reached a point that others only dream of." "There's a flaw in your thinking," my mother said. "You say he ended up like this, that he reached a certain point. It doesn't work that way. Where he is, it isn't the end. He has the rest of his life to live, and I guarantee you he won't be where he is now in 5 years, because any fear or respect he claims to have isn't earned, it's stolen, it's forced, and that never lasts. It never leads to a legacy. He is small." "Then what are you? I don't even know what team you belong to. What credits do you have to your name? That you can wear a tight-fitting costume without completely embarrassing yourself at your age? What do you even do?" "I'm a lawyer of some repute. I'm a mother. I'm a heroine of some capability." "A lawyer in a world without any laws. A heroine I've never seen or heard of. And as for the mother part, if it isn't obvious seeing two of you interact for 5 seconds..." Damsel made a small scoffing sound. I could see my mother's expression change at that. Shock. Like it was somehow a surprise. Because it was a thing, or that it was that obvious. "Hey," I said. "Damsel, my business, not yours." Was I defending my mother, interrupting Damsel? Should I have been? "This is between me and her," Damsel said, indicating my mom. "No," Swansong said. Her hand clutched my arm a little tighter. "When my teammate and our housemate draws the line, respect it, or you're disrespecting both of us." I saw Damsel pause. She was riding a high, being combative, going toe-to-toe with my mom, enjoying it, as bitter as the discussion objectively seemed. "Fine," she said. "What he steals and earns he doesn't keep," my mother said, and her voice was hard now. While we'd talked and debated among ourselves, my mom had been formulating her argument. I was more than familiar with it, from my times getting in trouble as a teenager. "He might live in a manor for a few weeks or months, but he spends years in jails. He's never married. He's never celebrated an anniversary or enjoyed the quiet kind of love, if he's ever known love at all. He never held his daughter when she was a newborn because her mother was scared to bring up the pregnancy. He, as I understand it, never celebrated a birthday with his daughter that wasn't in prison." I winced at the mention of Amy. "Some people don't want those things," Damsel said. "He wants it," my mother said. "I saw how he looked when he had to give his daughter away. I saw how he looked when he greeted her in prison roughly 10 years later. He's a hollow man. The more he dresses up or surrounds himself with pretty things, the more obvious that hollowness becomes. In the end, he'll die ignobly in a fight against another cape, and he'll leave absolutely nothing behind except for a lick of his DNA." "You don't know anything," Damsel said, and her voice was harder. "You're bitter and you're straining yourself to paint him as something lesser, because doing anything else would be admitting you're a distant second to him as a washed-up heroine and a lawyer without a job. His daughter chose to be with him. Your daughter can't wait to be out of your presence. So what kind of legacy do you think you've left?" "Hey," I said. "I drew the line, you just crossed it. That's it. Conversation done." Damsel seemed to take that declaration as more of a victory than an admonishment. Chin raised, she stared down at my mother. My mother met her gaze with a level stare. "Split up," I said. "Each of you separate. Please. What we've got lined up is going to be hard enough without infighting." They didn't budge. It took my dad stepping in. Quiet through the fight as always, because he liked to think, to do instead of say, but that sometimes meant doing nothing and saying nothing at times when things really needed to be said. But he guided my mom away to watch our flanks. I was aware of how incensed Ashley was as Damsel walked off to the side. "I'm afraid to ask," I murmured. "Is that you being upset at Marquis being slandered, just as Damsel is? Is it in my defense? Both or neither?" "Best don't," she said. She gave my arm a pat, flinched as her broken arm crackled, and leaned away, walking on her own. Other buildings were in view now. They were closer to the manors and towers that Ashley had declared so essential than the rush-built homes closer to the station. "We're getting closer," Rachel said. "Go slow. Something's off with the road." "Off how?" Capricorn asked. Rachel didn't reply, only pointing. In the mud of the road, a hole had been left, angled, as if someone had done a really shitty job of planting a flag, pulled it out, and carried it off. She pointed at another. "Slower," she said. Her wolf's ears twitched, and as it turned to look, Rachel and Foyle did. I was next, and others followed my cue. Only darkness off to our left. If there was anyone out there, they were well hidden. Chastity backed up, stepping onto the slope nearer the ditch. "Don't," Rachel said when she saw. "Move carefully." "Traps?" Foyle asked. "It's something," Rachel said. Her hand went out, indicating the direction that the enemy group was as they moved through the darkness. Her other hand rested on her half-grown wolf's head. "It's not going to be a good something." The glow was visible through the glare, almost mistakable for a phantom image from looking at other lights. It hit the road, streaking across it before going from red-hot to red-black, then black. Glass. "Etna," I said. I took to the air. "Bluestockings group, she's—" The molten glass globs sailed our way, and this time there was no mistaking the volley for a trick of the eyes. I flew forward to intercept, but they were spread out enough I could only block one. Swansong and Damsel used their powers to try to blast shots out of the air. Damsel succeeded, Swansong missed. The group backed up, and I heard Rachel bark, "No!" Red lights flared all around the group. I saw the Harbingers spring up and back. One landed on Capricorn's back, the other on Flashbang's shoulder, perching. A carpet of red lightning crackled between the points of red where traps had been laid. It lanced through the legs and the bodies of those who were crouching. The group toppled. The Harbingers sprung forward from their perches on higher ground, landing back on the road, while others tipped into the ditch or fell flat. Swansong hadn't suffered as much because she had only the one leg, and she hadn't been as close to the ditch. Her sister had fallen. My mom and dad were down. My mom hadn't managed to orb up. Rachel was down, as was the hound, but the wolf remained up, alarmed and growling. Byron had fallen, landing belly down on the ground. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Spasms," my dad grunted. "Every muscle twisting and cramping. Fuck!" They weren't bouncing back. Not fast enough it would matter. Chastity, off to the side, reached out to a harbinger for support. They caught her, but as her leg spasmed, she fell. They eased her down. "We're going to be ungentlemanly and leave you behind while we deal with this," one of them said to her. I could see the enemy now. A tall man in flowing clothes, 2 Case 53s, Etna, one of the 4th Sect mercenaries. We had multiple people who were down. Myself, the Harbingers, Sveta, Ashley. "Paris," Byron said, identifying the tall man. "Yeah," I said. "I could have killed him," he stopped to grunt, "last time." "We can kill him," the Harbingers said. "Just say the word." I saw Byron hesitate. He wasn't a killer. Now that I knew Chris was lab rat, I could peg just about everyone in Breakthrough, Byron and myself excluded, as people who had taken lives. It was in files. Tristan had taken life only in a loose sense, murdering his brother, and charges of attempted murder had been considered because that was the closest equivalent they could find in the law. But for Byron and I, it meant something else. "I feel responsible," Byron said. "I know I shouldn't. I know he's scum, but—" "He saw what Cradle did?" I asked. "He helped," Byron said, voice tighter. "Fuck, this hurts." The red lightning had stopped, but the spasms were clearly continuing. "If he helped, then the Harbingers can kill him." I let those words stand, cold even in the winter air. They dashed forward. Red lights began to blink across the field, and they were swift enough to be clear of the area before the red lightning happened, legs cutting through the heaping lumps of snow where bushes or crops had been, skipping over the divots and dips where irrigation ditches had been. They were faster than some would be on flat ground. My first mind was to playing defense. Etna was hurling globs, and her intent clearly wasn't to hit our group. She wanted to herd, to take the group that was struggling and force them into continual retreat, deeper into the patch of traps. But her aim wasn't perfect. One splash landed close, and it splashed, gobbets flying toward the group. One hit Byron's armor, only missing his eye because he ducked his head at the last second. Another hit my mother, a quarter-sized lump. I caught and blocked the next. I could see her floating above the field, a heat shimmer surrounding her, the air steaming. Swansong's power blasted. As I went high, she went low. I went right, and she seemed to watch me, darting left. She stumbled, used her power, skidded and almost tripped over irrigation. But she was closing the distance and helping to apply pressure. Etna threw one globe at each of us, but in her haste to do so, her aim sailed widely off the mark. It hit everyone present like a truck. In one moment, I could hear the grunts of pain and frustration, the bursts of power. Sveta and the Harbingers were focusing on Paris's main group. It was noise. Flashes of power and light. I could see Capricorn's constellation. Then it was silence, just for an instant. A flicker of an image across my mind's eye, a blip in the senses, and my power went out from under me like collapsing scaffolding. As I fell, I could see Paris lurch forward, catching one of the reeling Harbingers. I saw Swansong fall, reaching out to use her power to counterbalance and not finding it. I saw Sveta go utterly limp, too close to the enemy. And I fell. It was only a few seconds, but a few seconds of falling made for a hard landing, especially when that landing was on hard earth. The air went out of me. None of us here were in a position to trigger for the first time. Couldn't be a second trigger. Too brief, no excuse for it, at the opening of a fight. No, it felt heavier and weaker, like the crackle of thunder as lightning struck a long distance away. Already, I could feel my power start to creep back in, but it was 100th of what it was supposed to be. Too little to matter, as red lights illuminated around me, triggered by my proximity or the impact of my landing.
Arc 12, Heavens, Interlude 12.E. The interrogation room was concrete. A metal table set against the wall. A monster was in the corner, perched on a metal folding chair that creaked when she shifted position. It was all arranged to make the suspect as uncomfortable as possible. The chair was situated in the corner, and the table had a bar between the legs, so the suspect couldn't turn the chair toward the table or easily put their legs beneath. Whichever orientation of the chair they chose, they had to sit uncomfortably, or twist if they wanted to look at anyone else in the room. And they had to turn 180 degrees if they wanted to look at the mirror set into the wall behind them. It was to the detective's benefit that the suspect was not only made uncomfortable, but that body language was put on full display with no table to block the view. Every movement of the hands, every adjustment of the feet. It was a bit of a twist of expectations that they were on the other side of the one-way mirror. This was the room where the various members of the station normally gathered to watch investigations in progress. It was tempting to keep looking back, to try to read something into a scene without sound, when the speaker was switched off. In the other room, a 30-something woman was talking to 3 officers. In this room, 2 officers and the suspect waited. Suspect. Nick had already come to her verdict. Monster. Nick stood by the door, pretending to be watching that scene. She took periodic notes. "We're having a conversation here, that's all," Doug told the suspect, all smiles. "And I'm Alexandria," Jen, the young woman at the far end of the room, said. Suspect. Monster. "Oh, wow," Doug said, breathy, excited, playing along, and happy to play along. "That's amazing!" Trying to sweep their suspect up into a rhythm. Nick wouldn't have gone about it that way. The response was a sneer. "I'm not saying anything without a lawyer. I went to a decent high school. We got an intro to law in 10th grade. We all saw the video breaking it down. Nothing I say can support my case. But you'll twist it around or use pieces of it to screw me over and make me out to be the bad guy." "It's just a conversation, Jen," Doug said. "You can leave at any time. For right now, until things are settled, we think it's best you're here and not in the pit." The pit, the floor with all of the desks and phones, where the most informal of interviews were held. Of course you do. When you were sitting out there and she passed you, your stepmom started screaming at you. None of us want that, not at this time of night. Or, worse, we get a situation where you're outside waiting for your cab when she comes across you and there's nobody around to hold her back. Jen's response was a shrug. "The stepmom. She's very emotional," Doug observed. "Anyone would be." "It doesn't help her, acting like that while making accusations," he said. The friendly, good-looking officer, playing nice. Jen didn't bite. No bite, but she did twist around to look. The woman in the other room was dabbing at her eyes with a Kleenex. "Oh, God," the monster said. "Right?" Doug asked, smiling. Their suspect responded to the smile by retreating, arms folding, settling into the chair, reminding herself she was talking to the enemy. Doug pressed. "Look, she won't be much longer. A lot of the people here. We were up at 6 this morning, got our coffees, breakfast sandwiches, ate our oatmeal, ran through our routines, and we've been up for 15 hours. We aren't interested in anything that's going to take hours. We want this done and out of the way. We'll wrap up the interview with the stepmom, send her home, then we'll let you go. Then we get back to you in a few days and let you know where things stand." That wasn't really how it worked. Some started late and worked late, but it made for a good story. Jen, the monster in the chair, turned and looked up at Nick, who was pretending to watch the stepmom. "How long have you had to put up with that?" Doug asked. "I won't answer any questions until I have my lawyer." "I'm trying to kill time, that's all. Trust me, a guy who's been working for 15 hours is not the guy who would be interrogating you. We already got your statement." His finger tapped the paper. "I'm not saying anything," Jen said. 10th grade law class or no, Jen had yet to actually ask for a lawyer. She'd stated she wouldn't answer questions without one, but it was a distinction that mattered. Nick watched the ongoing back and forth. Frustrated, she stood up straight, no longer standing with her back to the door frame. "Boss just waved me down. Back in a sec, D." "You need me to take notes or anything?" Doug asked. "Keep an eye on the stepmom. Look for shiftiness. Bullshit." "Any first thoughts? Munchausen's?" Doug gave her an affirmative grunt. Even though it was for good ends, the implications sat uneasy with her. The stepmom, the implications that the woman in the other room was in the wrong. The focus on that woman, while Jen was situated in that uncomfortable metal chair, feeling the pressure without any active pressure being applied. The heel of her hand rubbed against the corner of her jaw. That uneasiness and the tension of the long day were wearing on her. She'd been gritting her teeth and now her jaw hurt, and it would hurt into tomorrow morning if past experience was any indication. She hadn't been hailed or waved down. Her destination was the locker room. She had some evidence baggies inside a larger resealable baggie in her coat pocket. She pulled them out, setting them down on the small shelf. The pills she put into the first bag were her own pills, as was the pill bottle. She'd peeled away the label a long time ago. The stepmom had said something about the kid being on medication. She felt it was important, so she would use that. Flipping open her phone, she brought up images she'd snagged while visiting the kid's house. Jen's half-brother. Pages of lined paper with the chicken scratch writing running through the lines, the words written large and along the longest edge of the papers. It had caught her attention when she'd first seen it. A little puzzle she'd answered later in the night, when Jen had talked about disabilities. Owen had a syndrome. The full name was in her notes, but in addition to the obvious facial and neck issues evident in his photographs, his fingers were shorter, the joints at the base of each finger malformed and gathered together. He had similar issues with wrist and elbow. Writing was hard, so he wrote in a way that let him use more of the page. She copied out his unique handwriting, slowly at first, then with more confidence. As she wrote more, she could let herself be sloppier, always with a mind for the limitations of his hand and arm. The pages went into another bag, sealed away, the contents recognizable but partially obscured by the label pre-printed onto the bag's exterior. She had other files still in her locker. Take-home work. She picked through them and she found what she could use. Fingerprints from another case. A kid that had been setting fires. Paperwork from another case. All gathered up in an otherwise nondescript file folder. With her phone, fingers clicking on the number keys, she flicked through to find more pictures she'd taken while visiting the family home. She found one she'd taken of Jen. A family photo, 13-year-old Owen smiling as best as he could with his facial deformation. Dressed smart in a nice shirt and sweater. Owen's mother and father. And Jen, standing with a measurable distance between herself and Owen. She couldn't do it anymore. She couldn't stand in that room, apply that slow and steady pressure, wait for the interview with Mrs. Bowers to finish, have the powwow, work out the plan of attack, and then turn her focus onto Jen Bowers. Not when Jen would get defensive, insist on her lawyer in a way they had to oblige, and tie up the process. She knew how it would go, what the lawyer would say, what the boss would say. Her own jaw would break from clenching her teeth before Jen broke. She had to do something. She had to plug her phone into the printer to send the picture. Grainy and low res, but that didn't matter. 3 swipes of the box cutter knife separated Jen's black and white image from the rest. It went into the file, tucked beneath someone else's fingerprints. She was on her way back when the chief stopped her, one hand at her shoulder. She showed him what she had, and she watched as the older, better detective picked through her evidence. A pen tip ran along the case number printed with the fingerprints. The pen turned around and the butt end was used to lift up pages, then to prod the evidence bag with the pills. He looked at her, quizzical. She shrugged. He moved on. He knew it was all a charade. His role had changed now, as he assessed whether any of it was poorly done or oddly specific enough to give away that charade. He seemed amused as he gave her the silent go-ahead. 3 more steps took her into the room where Doug was commenting aloud on the stepmother's mannerisms. Jen had twisted around in an uncomfortable way to look. She keeps adjusting her wedding ring. I read that as a sign of infidelity. Is it a sign of infidelity, Jen? No comment, Jen said, staring through the one-way mirror, still trying not to engage. Jen looked, too, as Nick put the file down, then the bottle, and then the forged notes in Owen's handwriting. The file and papers weren't on the table for 2 seconds before they were picked up by Doug. Doug's smile dropped off his face. Where he had been pleasant, positive, upbeat, he was now cold. It was an act, of course, but it seemed to shake Jen some. There was no communication, no words as he read through what she'd written. On the front, in Owen's words, she'd expressed grief and anger, frustration and hopelessness. On the backside, in the same crude handwriting, she'd outlined how everything she'd put in front of him was bullshit. He got up and left the room, taking the file with him. Let her believe we got her. A note with telling information. Or... Nick looked at the pill bottle. Pills for anemia, which she'd barely touched. So long as she ate on the days she had more to drink, she didn't need them. In this ruse of hers, she was making a gamble, an educated guess. Owen, a physically and mentally disabled boy who was struggling through school, friendless and frustrated, had been on more medications than Nick had been able to count. Nick was pretty sure she knew Jen's type, a cousin who had been enchanted by her kitten, but when that kitten had grown up to be a cat, had emptied the food bowl into the trash or tainted the food, knowing the hungry animal would eat it. She'd seen it in certain parents and their kids, and kids with dependent parents. It made sense that Jen would tamper, switch the contents of one bottle for another, or empty a bottle and replace its contents with something innocuous, hastening a disabled boy on his way as Nick's cousin had tried to do to the cat, for being confronted. As parents who no longer wanted to be parents sometimes did. As children who no longer wanted to struggle to care for their parents sometimes did. And if Jen hadn't tampered, then they were simply pills. They wouldn't mean anything. But Nick could see Jen fidget. Her eyes didn't miss a detail. Her ears didn't miss the squeak of the chair, or how Jen seemed more bothered by that squeak in particular. She could have pressed, applied even more pressure, and it would have worked. But if she'd pressed, she might have screamed, or shouted, or said something regrettable. She didn't trust herself. Silence is damning. Silence can tell just as much. Long seconds passed, and then 20-year-old Jen leaned forward, elbows on knees, head bowed. That was it. The moment every interrogation was aiming for. The defeat. Almost always the same decline of the head and slump forward, if she looked for it. He's not an angel or anything just because he's disabled, Jen said. Nick left the room, gathering up the things, because she didn't trust herself in small part. She kicked the stop and let the door start to swing closed. Let Jen think that her words wouldn't matter. A minute and a half passed. Long enough for Jen to consider how fucked she was. Not long enough for her to work out any answers. Doug re-entered. The good cop returns. Jen could be heard, and there was bitterness in her voice. Detective, not cop, Doug said, and there was no warmth in his voice. He could sound like a real bastard when he wanted to. We're all good cops anyway, Nick thought to herself. Why? Doug asked. Why do this? I didn't tell him to do anything he wasn't already thinking about doing. He doesn't have that long to live anyway. He comes to me saying he's miserable, he's sore, he's sick of the medication. He wants to end it all, and I'm supposed to say no? Fuck me, if he was a dog and he was that bad off, then we would have put him down a long time ago. He's not a dog. He's a kid. Doug didn't say anything. Nick, standing in the hallway, near the door, was silent, teeth clenched. A monster had told a little boy to kill himself, and he'd tried. Now he was in more pain than ever. And for all that the classes and the workshops on powers and crisis points hammered in all of the things to look out for, it never came. Killers and thugs and abusers, victims and victimizers. Hundreds like Owen, maybe even hundreds a year. No magic answers or anything like that, just concrete rooms and human psychology. Looks of defeat that were nowhere near enough. Restless, angry, Nick paced down the hall. Her boss was there, and he raised his eyebrows. In answer, she gave him a nod. It had worked. At her locker, she helped herself to a drink, and she leaned her forehead against the top shelf of the locker, where some loose evidence baggies still rested. The drink burned in her mouth and throat, and frustrated thoughts burned in her head. It was 9, late enough that dinner was almost certainly out of the question. Not so late that failing to call and see if dinner was in order would be allowed. She had a message. She put in the 3-digit code and held phone to ear. Was Lee mad? "Mommy, I had my bath and we had waffles with chocolate chips and strawberries for dessert. Love you, miss you, going to bed now. Daddy's going to read me a book." Lee could be heard in the background. "Bye. Bye," Ever said loud enough that Nick winced. The wince became a smile. Still loud, Ever ordered her, "Get all the bad guys." All the bad guys. The message ended. Nick didn't lower the phone, even as the automated voice outlined the options available for how the message could be replayed, saved, or deleted. There was no beating the bad guys. There was no defeating them. A monster had encouraged a little boy to kill himself, and he'd tried. Now he hurt more than ever. What was she supposed to do in the face of that? Earlier in the evening. Lovelost was still, her jaw clenched as she found Cradle. Cradle was distracted, barely aware of her as he sorted through her traps. Her eyes dropped to the table. These traps would trigger on proximity, arm, and then produce a wavelength that arced between them, forming a carpet around the area. The effect utilized some of her emotion power, agitation, impulse. "You're getting good use out of the Tinker power," Cradle observed. She nodded. "The claw lash?" She shook her head. The lash part worked, though the left one was being temperamental, but the power was supposed to channel through that. She'd hesitated, procrastinated. Traps instead. The swapping rig for her arm. "Another night, then," he said. She didn't respond. Instead, she focused on getting her things together. He rolled his shoulders, mechanical hands going to gingerly touch each before he reached out to the window of her workshop. As he touched it, the window became a screen, just as clear and distinct as any computer. He dragged metal fingertip against glass, moving the windows on the screen. March's schedule and timing. There were windows with notes on surveillance, with added details from the mercenaries they'd turned to their side. The outreach to those mercenaries timed to coincide with Tattletale's downtime. Time she wasn't as active with her power. It made sense. Everyone had a routine, even erratic types like Tattletale. She lived on information and got most of that information in the early morning and late afternoon. After a crisis arose, a new enemy or headache, she was slower to move and recover. Which meant paying attention. It meant exerting pressure. A lot of things had changed over the years, but those things were constant. Any threat could be defeated with a combination of the two. If the stories she'd heard were right, the man who'd ended the world had been defeated that way. "No complaints?" Cradle asked. She had some, but in her self-imposed silence, words had to be chosen carefully, and she couldn't bring herself to utter the complaint. To say yes, that she had an issue. The plan was sound. They had multiple thinkers on their side. Their enemy was weak. Her claw tips touched the window, and when she pulled them away, a copy of the window came with them, projected into the air. Not as dense or clear an image, but it was fine to see. She dragged claws through the air, and the claws transmitted tactile feedback, a silent drag, a digital buzz. She rotated through to other pages. To Precipice, to artist renditions of the face of the boy they'd seen in the cells. He would die soon. Sayre, in secure custody because of his teleporter power. They would get him, and he would die. Christine and Elijah Mathers. She paused, looking at the faces. Soon, Cradle said, once we're secured here. A swipe of the claw shredded the digital window. In the doing, she briefly shifted from the notes for their long-term plans to the plans already enacted. She saw the navigators. She looked away. If anything, they should have done more. They hadn't expected advanced guard to be as capable as they were. The Shepherds had rebuffed the initial attack. I should go. She has notes on the times I should leave by, to get where I need to be. Good luck in your fights, Cradle told her. She gave him a single nod. Can I grab one? He asked, indicating the agitation traps. She held up 2 fingers. 2. They're a pair. She nodded. At least. Thank you. If I don't talk to you before then, I'll see you in the room, he said. She nodded, not looking at him or the screens anymore. The tinkering. She had time to make some last-minute adjustments. Clawed hands rested on the table as she leaned over her work. Cradle stepped downstairs. She could hear him giving orders to his mercenaries. Easier people to handle in some ways, tougher in others. When alone, she removed her mask from her lower face. Teeth grit together with a sound that someone standing next to her would have heard. The smallest of sounds at her throat and mouth were deafening to her. When she couldn't express herself, it was easier. Mask off, even the smallest thing felt like a crack in ice, an essential part of a water-retaining dam falling loose. A fine screwdriver and a micromagnet adjusted the internal mechanisms of the mask. A creak of her breath sounded like a whimper. A slip of the screwdriver made it strike hard against the internal surface of the mask, metal against Kevlar fiber. She was put in mind of the tables and chairs in the mall, all folded up, strapped together, and leaned against the wall. She saw as clear as day Ever's face striking the edge of the table. Clawed fingers dug into her work table, dragging inch-long divots. The memory came with pain, as sure as if she'd been stabbed, not through the heart, but the base of the throat, the point where the windpipe branched to transmit air to each lung. It choked her. She heard enough in the moment that she felt like she could die. There was only regret, and that regret killed her a little more every time she faced it. She leaned forward, forearms resting against the work table, clawed fingers pointing in, touching flesh. Clawed hands stretched out, fingers splayed out as far as they could go. A set hand motion, like a gesture of a magician in one of Ever's books, except they weren't called magicians. She tried to read the book since, but it hurt too much. Middle and ring finger extended, a sweeping circular motion, sharp, fierce, focused. Then her hand moved. Claws turned away. She moved gently, back of her hand reaching out. Tactile feedback. Hair. Skin. Stupid to do this when her mask was off. Sounds escaped her throat, touched by her power. She usually had rules about when she allowed herself this illusion. Phantom hands touched her arm, near where the rigging ran along the length of it. They squeezed it. The wizards and whatever's in your stories made hard choices, right? They worked with monsters for something more important. To vanquish greater evils. To save worlds. A motion of her hand dismissed the apparition. Channel injector, wave adjuster, screwdriver. She picked up what she needed. She adjusted the components of the mask, then put it on. It wasn't anything as complex as a new setting, only ensuring that everything kept working when she made it more comfortable to wear. New components made for a tight fit, and it was already sufficiently tight enough that she couldn't open her mouth a fraction, her voice silenced. The air filtered through the mask, and more feedback beamed into her eye indicated that the air quality was good. In a pinch, she'd have the ability to breathe for at least 2 minutes before the filters gave out. She made sure to bring more, slipping them into her belt. But the new components. She adjusted the dial at the side, claw tips finding niche grooves, rotating. In her reflection, she saw the mask's external change. Roar, snarl, mouth clamped shut, teeth meshed. With each one, she felt out with her emotion power. felt the people downstairs. Anger and hostility? Not much, all considered, but it was crystal clear in her mind's eye where it existed. Tension? More than a little, and very clear, like a thrum of a guitar string. Overall, the setting with teeth meshed was more focused on range than a specific flavor of emotion. It worked just fine. The subsettings to focus that range in a cone or a line in front of her, with corresponding increases of range as she widened her blind spot, were all operational. It would do. Carefully, given the machinery around her arms and hands, she wiped away moisture from her eye. She choked back the emotion that settled at the branch in her windpipe. She stood straighter. The sensation of apparition clung to her, warmed her. Everything in order. She made her way down the stairs, claws clicking on the wood. "It's not your circus. It's not your monkeys," Sidepiece's voice. "It's kind of my monkeys." Colt. "I'm here, right? I'm a part of this." "Nah, because you can leave." "No, not really." "Yes, really, you loser. Don't let someone else's shit become your shit. They gotta do what they gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. I've gotta do what I've gotta do." "Aren't you? You're helping, though." "I'm doing what I gotta do. And what I gotta do is disjoint, every morning and every night if I can help it. I gotta make money. I gotta keep my ghoulish figure. And I gotta work for the coolest, fiercest gal this side of the end of the world. That's me. What's you?" "I don't know what I am. I'm staying away from home. Being independent." "Nah, bullcock and shit. You're not independent. You're the farthest thing from independent. And staying away from home isn't what you are, my big-haired loser friend. Staying away from home is what you aren't." Silence. Silence was ever damning, whether it was damning others or damning oneself. Anyone with powers has horrible shit they're wrestling with. Unless they're one of the lucky ones who got the good powers for being math superstars, or going to Mars or some bullcock and shit like that. You get me? And we deal with it. If we're really fucking lucky, then we're like Disjoint and me. And we find someone really bonable who also helps us through our horrible shit. Or we're pretty and classy as fuck and we get a bunch of underlings willing to help us, like our boss. But mostly we deal with our own horrible shit ourselves. What if you can't? Then we don't. Most don't. What if a bit more help makes the difference? What if it doesn't? Then whoever tried to give that help gets fucked over and things stay bad. But, Sidepiece said, and the word was a condemnation. Come on, fuck off. But sometimes when you're dealing with your shit and you're dealing with it alone, you lose. Colt's voice faltered. Perspective? Disjoint offered. What if you need someone outside of it to point you in the right direction? A second opinion. If you think you are in a position to give second opinions or directions to someone as bad as Love Lost, then I have a totally harmless bit of uterus to sell you. Uterine lining included. Harmless? Please put that away. At the base of the stairs, Nailbiter passed by, glanced up and saw Love Lost. Nailbiter was... Love Lost floundered in her efforts to put a description to the woman. Scary, yes. Dangerous, yes. She wanted to say Nailbiter was good, even though she didn't know why, but she knew that was a lie. Enough of a lie that amending the statement to good at her role felt false, because it had good in it. Reliable? Too minor. Important. Nailbiter was important, because Nailbiter was a reminder of what Love Lost had to be careful of. The line between villainy for a reason and degeneracy was a fine one. Nailbiter was effective, strong, focused, and Nailbiter was degenerate. It was important to keep in mind that a series of the wrong decisions or mistakes could put her where Nailbiter stood now. The reasons lost. It was easier every day. Love Lost didn't enjoy this war, and the damage she did or condoned along the way was wearing on her soul. Lately it felt worse, like there was less of her intact. They were all important, really. She had spent so long working on the side of the law, and these people who worked under her now were exemplars of the different types of people she had fought to put away. She understood them. She could see everything that made them who they were. The fact that they could love. That they had priorities and dreams. that they enjoyed certain foods or searched the internet to keep tabs on family they no longer spoke to. With that in mind, when she'd done what she needed to do, she would ensure they were killed or gone. And Colt, stupid, immature, quick-to-anger Colt, who was absolutely nothing like Ever, and was perhaps the only younger person Love Lost could tolerate in her company, and in that role for that very reason, a girl Love Lost couldn't decide was adult or child. "Really, please put that away," Colt said. "Please, Uncle! You're dripping on the couch," Disjoint shouted. "Oh, fuck," Side Piece shouted louder. She really didn't want to kill Colt as she killed the others. Something in that look was communicated to Nailbiter, who remained at the base of the stairs. Nailbiter, who understood her because they were very similar people at different points in their journeys, gave her the slightest nod. "7 years ago." Nick tapped her shot glass against the counter. "Keys," Shelley the barkeep said, a tattooed woman with a streak of gray hair despite the fact that she looked 30 at the oldest. "Don't infantilize me," Nick said. "Keys, Nicole, if you want your refill." She took out her keys, slapping them onto the counter. A carabiner separated her car keys from the rest. "Making my job easier, huh?" Shelley asked, disconnecting the carabiner. She put the car key beneath the bar counter, before returning the house and locker keys. "I try," Nick said, arms folded on the counter, chin resting on her arms. She watched the drink get poured out. "I'm going to call you a cab in a minute. Let's get you home to that gorgeous husband and that little girl you're so proud of. She's asleep already. She's usually asleep by the time I get home. I feel guilty when I wake her, and I feel guilty when I don't. If it's an unwinnable situation, don't get down on yourself for losing." "You said that before," Nick said, before deciding she'd stared enough at the contents of the shot glass. She imbibed. Shelley was giving her the cheaper liquor now that it was later in the evening. "You guys deal with a lot of lose-lose situations, hun. But if you don't mind me saying, I don't think this is a win." "I don't want to bring it home to her," Nick said. "The anger, the ugliness. This doesn't fix that." "You know what haunts me?" Nick asked. Her voice was a whisper. Her chin continued to rest on her arms, which were folded on the bar. "It's not the rapists. It's not the human traffickers or the look in the eyes of the victims. That gets to me, but it doesn't haunt. I can move forward." Shelley leaned closer to hear, because the words were quiet and the people at the far end of the bar were loud. 4 times I've cried in front of her. Ugly cries. Sober. I hold it together all day, and then the moment she toddles over to me and gives me a hug, I think about how I don't want her to deal with anything remotely close to any of the stuff I see. And I break. 3 times I cried so hard I scared her. "You said 4, and then 3 times. Nick looked up at Shelley, blinking tears out of her eyes, then blinking fiercer. She whispered, "The 4th time she was used to it." Shelley handed her a napkin, and Nick dabbed at her eyes. She saw the approach of the boys, Doug and Maz, and put the napkin away. "You can always quit, or change to something else." "Whoa," Maz cut in. "Whoa, Shelley, those are fighting words. You can't tend the bar the precinct goes to, then sneak around our backs and try to scare away one of our best." Shelley held her hands up in surrender, but she gave Nick a look. "Our best," Doug said. "Not one of our best. Not one of the boys. She's our boy." "When you're drunk, you get sloppy sentimental, Dougie," Nick said. "You're worth it. You get 'em all. You get 'em." "I don't get 'em all," Nick replied. "I wish I got 'em all." "I mean, you get how they tick, what they want, the tells. That thing earlier tonight, you brought the evidence bag in with the medicine bottle?" Nick bobbed her head in a nod. The world wobbled up and down in a mostly pleasant way. "You knew she'd done something to his meds." "Seemed like the type." "Shell, give our Nick another shot? A celebratory one." "I just gave her her last. I'm calling a cab to send her home." One more, come on." Shelley paused, then looked at Nick. Nick nodded. "I'm calling the cab, just in case that little red-headed girl is lying awake at night worried her mom's hurt." "Too young to know it's a thing to worry about," Nick muttered. Small mercies. "Perk up, Nick," Doug said, At the risk of overinflating your ego, I have to remind you that today was a damn good day. I will use the time it takes the taxi to arrive to extol your virtues." Nick shook her head. "Don't. If you're thinking about quitting, then I think it's my obligation," Doug said, barely getting obligation out. Nick felt the warmth of the bar, heard the noises, loud and muttered, the war stories, the camaraderie, the boasting and jostling, her partner's good cheer. She could smell the cigarette smoke that wafted in whenever the door to the kitchen or the front door of the bar opened. The smell of the alcohol. And, as shitty as the bad got, she could feel good about the successes. About being appreciated. Doug's praise felt genuine. It was a hell of a thing, to get to the point where people would sing someone's praises and others wouldn't immediately cut them down. Especially, she admitted, as a woman. It felt good. "I'm not quitting," she said, absorbing it all. "No quit. Don't worry." Time was lubricated, enough that the cab's arrival surprised her with how early it seemed. The trip home equally lubricated, massaged by the hum of the cab's engine, the whir of heaters and the feel of wheel on pavement. Home. The cab waited. Shelley had given them instructions, maybe, or they knew the routine. It was usually one or the other. She reached the front door and put key to lock, letting herself in. Only a few of the lights were on, giving her a dim path to bathroom and bedroom. Bathroom first, because she had to go enough that the resulting stream threatened to penetrate the material of the toilet bowl. She washed her face and cleaned up. Then she looked in on Ever, an angel in sleep, arm in a lethal sleeper hold around a unicorn's neck. Then bed. She kicked and shrugged off her clothes. Lee watched her at first, then looked away. She slithered under the covers, finding the space beneath warmed by Lee's presence. But as she drew to him, he pulled away, turned his back to her. Cold air found its way into the gap between them. Her hand pushed the blankets down into the gap. The good feelings from earlier in the night had evaporated. Lose-lose. The silence lingered in the bedroom, damning. Earlier. Silence and a void so empty that even distant starlight barely touched it. Fragments and facets had only themselves to reveal. Love-Lost's mask communicated the intensity of emotion to her before her own senses recovered. The black-haired boy, Romeo. He was fast and he was intense, eyes wide as he lunged in. Her claws intercepted the blade, and it slipped between the two claws, which redirected the thrust to a point over her shoulder. She was barely aware of things as she came back from that darkness, that space that was escaping her memory, but she'd been in enough dangerous situations, enough fights. Instinct prevailed. He tried to pull the blade away, and a shift of her hand trapped the blade between two edges. She kicked, the claws on her foot raking for his midsection, and he drew back. He'd recovered his balance, not just in the physical sense, and when he came at her again it was with his power roaring. She felt it wash over her, and it was so familiar as to be ordinary. Pain and rage struggling within her, trying to find an angle to push or twist at her to drive her forward. She retaliated, swiping with claw, throwing the sword he'd let go of aside, then kicking, first with one claw, then the other, a figure skater on ice. She turned, using the length of her body to hide the claw lash as she extended it to its length, whipping it. He kicked the end of it, intercepting. So capable, and he was just 13 years old. She'd had to draw the line somewhere, about what was acceptable. She'd settled on Ever's age, at the time Ever had passed. Too many parahumans were young, and both Breakthrough and the Undersiders were willing to employ young. Swan Song used her power, launching herself into the air. Arms were spread, one leg half bent, and residual wisps of her power traced from her fingers. Disjoint caught her, hauling on one arm, so feet were no longer beneath her. Swan Song had to fire another blast to reorient herself, rather than to go on the offensive. Her landing was still hard. Love-Lost lashed out, whipping for Swan Song. She saw a shift in expression, a tell, and immediately changed course. The whip cracked twice in quick succession, and the defensive blast that Swan Song fired didn't reach the length of the weapon. The gun went off. Imp collapsed, off to the side. Colt, stupid girl. What was she doing? Imp! The littlest girl present screamed. She wheeled on Colt. I'll end you! Colt turned the gun on the girl. Lovelost lashed out, cracking the blade. Colt flinched, no longer aiming at the littlest girl. Fuck! Fuck! Imp gasped. Oh no! Swansong lunged, power flailing. Others were closing in, and Colt erupted into a nimbus of light. It was weird, perhaps, that Lovelost had so often ruminated on the power seminars that she had been given back at the station, in a past lifetime, in another world. She'd hoped, ironically, that the victims she worked for would get powers, that they would just this one time be able to fight back. It had been a frustration that every lesson and tutorial she'd been given had been for nothing, and a part of her had been waiting for 8 or 9 years for it to be relevant. Somehow her getting her own powers hadn't counted. The thought had never connected, because it was her, and she'd been expecting someone else. Now it was Colt. Colt rushed out with a power, and Lovelost felt her thoughts scatter. She reached up to her mask, adjusting the dial, and changed the focus for all emotions she was absorbing and reading. That dampened the effect. With her lash, she struck Swansong down, while Swansong reeled. The cut went through Swansong's arm, exposing wires. Colt was a parahuman. It shouldn't be. The idea scared her, because it took everything that made Colt important and utterly destroyed it. Lovelost snarled behind her mask, angry, inarticulately upset. Nailbiter had tried to reach out to the girl and convince her, and it hadn't worked. Lovelost had hoped Colt would either prove herself to be a child, or be adult enough to make a decision, and Colt had done neither. Nailbiter had given the girl an upper, something to keep her from backing down at the wrong moment, and opening their flanks to an attack. Colt's power continued to blanket the battlefield, creating more openings. Lovelost struck out at Romeo, who ducked the claw lash's tip as it cracked. Colt rose into the air, flying, and her hands turning into blades edged in dark smoke. As Colt rose, Lovelost's heart sank. She would deal with that later. Gritting her teeth, she turned her focus to the ongoing fight. Imp was a problem, whether this was a feint or not. Lovelost reached up to her mask, releasing the catch. As the mask fell away, she drew in a breath. She felt the phantom presence of Ever. The touch, the sentiments that were so predominantly regret. She felt the anger. The echo of Precipice's laughter in the seconds after Ever had died rang in her ears. And that anger twisted. If it were a muscle in 1 second, it was black cancer through and through in the next. The pain. She felt it, physical. Choking her, like screaming would be impossible. She always felt that part. The rest could be there one time and not the next. But the pain and that near certainty that she couldn't breathe, let alone scream, all of it bundled up with fleeting memories. The breath that went into promises made that weren't kept. The whispered hopes and fears to a newborn who would never grow up. The choked sobs out in a wild crying fit that had scared Lee and Ever both, coming out of nowhere. She put all of it into a singular scream that she aimed at herself, in more than one way. Screams were usually at or to someone, but in this, she screamed at her own feet, hunching over, and the effect rippled out in every direction. Lovelost could see that Romeo had a bullet wound from earlier, and he stopped favoring it as he retaliated. Less affected than most, but it helped that anger and resentment naturally ran through him. Swansong lunged, as did Imp, who hadn't been fainting. If Lovelost could have gathered up blood into 2 hands cupped together, then that was the amount Imp shed in the snowy road with every running footstep. Even the children, both the smallest and Lookout, joined in the charge. Her mask was set to read anger. She could see them coming, and it was a question of timing the whip cracks. One to Swansong's leg, another to Imp's ribs. She caught Lookout and thrust her into the littlest one's way, backing up. Colt's power put most of the group down for the count. Swansong was injured, and Romeo and Imp were now feeble from blood loss. It left only Lookout, and Nailbiter had roused enough to go after her, grabbing her and locking her in place. That didn't mean things were completely dealt with. The little girl with the pixie cut was quick. She ducked around, then charged, a wicked grin on her face. Disjoint grabbed her leg and she tripped, falling hard. She was on her feet shortly after, charged, and was tripped again. It took 2 more attempts before the kid struggled to stand, an ankle twisted. Lovelost put the claw lash around the girl's neck with care, watched the girl put hands in fingerless gloves up to the lash, and shy away when touching the sharp edges. Lovelost drew a trap from her belt and switched it on, and wrapped it hard against her leg to activate it. As it went off, crackling with red lightning, she touched it to the lash, letting the energy conduct down to the girl. Down and out. Lovelost looked over the remainder, unconscious, severe bleeding, disabled, spasming, pinned. Her eyes settled on Colt last. What a profound fucking loss that was. She'd hoped Colt would run or get away from all this. Now? Should I call Cradle? Nailbiter asked. Lovelost nodded. Colt dropped out of the ethereal form, falling the last 2 feet to the ground. Her eyes were wide, and there was a look on her face somewhere between horror and amazement. I have so many powers. Blades, flight, the burst that stops people in their tracks. I think I can build things. Studs for my arms? At that, Lovelost realized what Colt meant. Her instinctive response, inexplicable, was that she wanted to kill Colt. To respond to this horror and alarm by eliminating the source of it. But it was horror because she didn't want this for Colt. Horror because she wanted to tie up loose ends. To end this. She was doing this for a reason, and Colt utterly defied that reason. In the moment, she found herself hating the girl. Boss, Nailbiter said. Lovelost turned. He wants you to bring them to him. He wants to sever them. Lovelost looked over the enemy group. Swansong stared back, angry. In a start, she used her power, firing from one hand. Colt used her power, a burst of emotion. Swansong landed hard. Lovelost bent down to put claws against the young woman's throat. Lovelost nodded. All of them, Nailbiter said, kids included. If it's just the older ones, he thinks they'll be brave or willing to take risks. Lovelost stared at the youngest ones. Why was it so much harder to reach for that part of herself that felt anything but pain when thinking of Everly? Pain, anger, frustration. All more intense, seeing Colt throw herself headlong into this existence. She undid the clasp on her mask. It was just her and Nailbiter. If she made any sounds or revealed any emotion in front of Nailbiter, she sensed it would be okay somehow. Her voice had a creak to it from disuse. Do you think one bad experience would scare them away from this life? Nailbiter looked down at the one with the pixie cut, who was twitching and kicking. No, it's not likely. Lovelost reached for something, any shred of empathy, anything that would let her relate them to Ever, as she might have done before. All there was a rule she'd made when she had some warmth left in her. Her voice creaked, and the words hurt. The creaks and unevenness of her voice mirrored the emotion that threatened to pour out. There's nothing good waiting for them if they live this life. We'll reverse it when everything's done. There'll never be a day when we're done, Nailbiter said. Lovelost shook her head. There had to be. She would expose and then deal with the worst capes. Everyone who was willing to break rules. She would kill them, starting from the worst offenders, the fallen, moving on to teacher, to the people who would have worked for Beast of Burden. She would take them all down in a blaze of glory if she had to. She had plans in mind. She did up the mask, sealing her mouth shut. Her breath filtered through, cleaner and easier than if she were breathing through nose and mouth. With claws, she gestured, her intent pushed into the movements of her hands, trusting that the people who followed her knew what she meant, because they'd had to learn. Pick them up. Let's go. The dream came like a bad trip. A day so sunny it was delirious. Ever and 2 of her cousins were in the backyard. The topic of Lee was carefully avoided as she listened to Lee's sisters talk. She kept one eye on Ever, and one eye on making sure refreshments were served. Do you have a lighter, Nicole? Ever's Aunt Dee Dee asked. I'm going to cheat and grab a smoke. I'd have to search, Nick said. It's been a long time since I smoked. Ever was watching more than playing. Matches, perhaps? I do have a lighter now that I think about it. It's for the barbecue. That works, Aunt Dee Dee said. Keep an eye on the kids? Of course, Aunt Dee Dee said. Nick had to rummage around the barbecue and the associated drawers before she found the lighter. It had a band of stars around it for remembrance of those lost to the Endbringer attacks. She hadn't bought it for that reason. It had just been on sale. She was in the midst of handing it over when she looked for Ever and saw that her daughter was gone. "Where's my daughter?" "She's somewhere over there," Aunt Edie motioned to the far end of the backyard. Ever's 2 cousins splashed in the pool. "She's fine." The backyard was long, and the trees that were scattered on the one end were dense on the other. Her heart pounded as she ran, and with the pounding was a distant rattle that seemed to grow ever closer. With the shouting of the kids in the pool was an echo, overlapping cries of a crowd. The pounding in her chest grew worse when she found her daughter, paradoxically. Ever was crying. It was the ugly kind of crying that Nick remained ashamed she had allowed her daughter to see. No defenses, just weeping, snot dribbling, tears appearing faster than hands could clear away. Nick felt her heart break as she rushed to her daughter's side. "What happened? Did your cousin say something?" Only a head shake. Ever's first attempts at speaking only produced sobs. Nick tried to hug her daughter only to get pushed away, to have her daughter turn her back. "Please tell me. Please." More sobs. "Ever." Nick's voice shook. "Dad. I want Dad," the words were wailed. Further attempts at touch were rebuffed. "I need Dad." Lee. Something she couldn't give her daughter. Lee wasn't coming back, and Ever had retreated to a place to hide so she could cry, rather than go to her mother. She tried to draw Ever into a hug, and Ever fought her. Sobs and shouts and fighting overlapped with accusations, blubbered, inarticulate. "'Cause of you. If you'd—" Each accusation was like a stab of a knife. She forced the hug, and in that moment Ever stopped fighting and hugged her back, fierce. The accusations stopped. With legs and arms both, Ever clutched her like she would never let go, and the noises and bangs of children playing became deafening. The press of trees and branches all around them became people. Hands. Nick fought to keep her daughter close, pulling her tighter into a nook between folding tables and chairs. People scraped by, pressed in so tight that jeans scraped the back of her knuckles. Ever cried out as tables nearby slid closer to the ground. "I love you," she said, and the din stole the words out of the air, so she couldn't be sure Ever heard. Then, a break in the noise of the crowd and the banging, a second where people didn't press in so close that it hurt. A chance to draw Ever further into the nook, her back to the folded tables. To say something. But what would she even say? She'd said sorry before, so many times. She'd told her daughter she loved her more times than she could count. She'd uttered words in anger and words in despair. She'd made 1,000 promises that she would do better or be a better mother. But she knew that she'd made those promises and broken them. She'd made promises in dreams, and she would never ever get a chance to keep them. "Goodbye," she said, lucid words, while looking her daughter in the eyes. "I'm going to do my best to make sure no monster ever does something like this again." The press of bodies collapsed nearby furniture. People climbed over them. For once she dreamed of her daughter, and she held her daughter in her arms until the last, instead of having her torn away. Instead of that dreadful, sanity-shattering, life-ending impact. Then she wasn't herself. Not past self, not present self, not anymore. She was the fallen boy, in a parking lot. She watched as the mall employee ran, as Sarah the horse-headed used a power of lightning and darkness to leap onto the girl and hurl her to the ground. The fallen boy had his mask off and in one hand, his face etched in anger, in twisted emotions. "This isn't the way things go. Don't fucking second-guess me. You know how this goes if you fail us. Soldier or slut, and as shitty as a soldier you'd be, you'd make for one depressing slut." The fallen boy looked away. "What? You want to fight? You want to say something?" The fallen boy turned his head. As he did, a thin woman in white appeared beside him. Christine Mathers. "No," the boy said. Sarah shoved the employee inside, but grabbed her hair, hauling back. The girl shrieked in pain as she was yanked backward, shrieked more as the door was shut on the hair, trapping it. She wasn't on the ground as she had been before, but the essential elements remained the same. Sarah produced the chain and he bound the door shut. The lock was placed through the chain to secure it, but as always it wasn't actually locked. The option was given. If you open that door, you'll never be a soldier. I'm not going to open it, the boy said, stubborn. As monstrous as Sarah, just underdeveloped. Content to talk about murder and righteousness while a girl fumbled under the blanket they shared. Capable of laughing as people died. Sarah left. The boy remained. Then the explosions, the fires, the attack. Love Lost could remember how scared Ever had been. She could remember seeing Ever's friends, seeing them run from her as she tried to corral them and manage them as a group. They'd been intimidated of her. Perhaps for the best. There was a pause, then fists pounding on the door. The screams, the shouts. She could count it almost. More than a minute passed, but she knew, right down to the fraction of a second. She would hear the noise as the tables fell, the distant thud, her own screams as her daughter died. Every night, the lock was pulled free. Chain rattled as it unwound. It cast aside and the doors opened wide. Then he watched as people tried to exit the hallway at the mall's side door. But there were too many bodies. The people pressed in together and wedged themselves into the door. And all trying to get out at once, nobody got out. He reached forward, trying to grab someone, but it was futile. A hand grabbed him. A suffocating man on the ground had him by the pants, reached up toward the mask that was held in one hand, still. Why? Then the last dream. Cradle moving through scenes, trying to keep a hold of his glasses. Cornered in the schoolyard, faced by 4 girls a year younger than him. They shouted and their words were only the rattle of chain, the pounding on a metal door, the blare of a fire alarm. They shoved him. He bounced off a car, and he lost his glasses. The car wailed, its alarm going off. The wail became his mother's wail. He was in his home, standing at the door to his bedroom while his parents shouted and screamed at one another. One held up a paper, a list of numbers and letters running down the center column. Cradle, standing around the corner, flinched at the words, gibberish though they were. He adjusted his glasses, and when he fixed them, he stood in the mall. He watched as the first fallen appeared. Men and women in disguises that barely served, tattoos barely covered. They looked fallen, whatever else. Subhuman, gleeful at what was about to happen. Cradle turned and he walked away, stepping into the pharmacy and cutting a path for the door. As he did, he nudged a store employee, and his voice was 1,000 creaks of metal hinges. While the store employee ran, he opened the door, to the sound of a single door's metal hinges creaking, that same sound that had just been made 1,000 times. Then there was only silence. Now. Phantom sensations of Ever slipped under and around Love Lost's hand, just as when she used the device to simulate the tactile. But it was, as always, a doll's head, a bit of curtain with attached rod, intended somehow for a window, though the space they occupied had none. She swallowed hard as she found her way to her feet. The pain was fresh, but in the moment it was dulled by confusion. What had linked those 3 deviations from the norm? What? No. Not what exactly. Who? She turned to look. The black 5th cell remained black, no light entering or leaving it. Cradle occupied the space to her left. Across from her was the fallen boy, who wore the demon mask. Always wore it. He didn't seem to realize a lot of the time. She felt disgust well up, anger because that scene hadn't made sense. Silent, the fallen boy pointed. Love Lost turned. Within her cell, Colt stood by the nursery bookshelf, looking spooked. Love Lost beckoned. Unsteady, Colt picked her way along uneven floor, over toys and a fallen changing table, toward the dais. 2 of them, 1 cell. What the hell? The fallen boy asked. In reflex, her hand twitched, ready to punch the barrier, to do something to silence him. The sound of his voice bothered her as much as anything she'd experienced. And she talked to a nurse who had been proud to spread hepatitis among her patients, who had been smug about it. What is this? Colt asked. Love Lost put a hand on Colt's shoulder. She didn't trust herself to talk, so she relied on the gesture. You brought someone, Cradle said. People with powers can have kids with powers. She counts? The cells are inflicting a bad joke on me, taunting me with the loss of my daughter by giving me the last one I'd ever want. What was that dream? The fallen boy asked. Did you guys— Shut up! Cradle cut him off. I saw it. I felt it. What is this? It happens every night, but tonight was different, the fallen boy said. It happens every night? Colt asked. Yeah, the fallen boy said. This happens. This room. Lovelost's grip on Colt's shoulder grew tighter. Colt pulled free, shrugging it off. How was it different? It was everyone, Cradle said. What you saw was not the way things happened. I hope not, Colt said. What happened in those first two dreams was pretty awful. Cradle shook his head. All three. But what happened in the originals was worse. And it's been that worse, accurate version every night for the last year and 3 months. Colt hugged her arms to her body. I think it was your dream, the fallen boy said. Somehow. Colt shrugged. I don't know. It was what we wanted, Cradle said, looking at Lovelost. I know I didn't want people to get trapped like that. The new girl being here means someone might actually believe you when you say that, Cradle retorted. Fuck you, the fallen boy said. Christine Mathers, Lovelost whispered. Colt looked between her and the rest of the room, then echoed her louder. Christine Mathers? Mama Mathers, the fallen boy said. Lovelost saw the look on Cradle's face change. They'd been plotting to deal with the greater group of the fallen for enough weeks now that it was a familiar subject. She watched everything I did. If I'd gone against the group, I would have been castrated, the fallen boy said. I would have been driven insane. She can do that. That's scary, Colt said. Lovelost turned away. Sympathy for the devil. Doesn't excuse anything, the fallen boy said. I was stupid. I could have done more. Probably, Cradle said. Fuck, the fallen boy said. This is fucking with my head. I think my head is most fucked right now, Colt said, her voice wavering. She offered up a nervous titter of laughter. First time. Hearing Colt be so familiar and so unaware was a special kind of hell of its own. Then a worse kind of hell, to be utterly alone. Cradle ventured. More of a head fuck to think maybe you were telling the truth all along. The words were stilted, awkward. If they were a lie intended as bait, then the fallen boy didn't seem to believe them. If they were true, then Lovelost would never forgive Cradle. What was he saying before? Colt asked. I can barely hear you, Cradle said. Yeah, the fallen boy echoed. Meaning we have a problem, Cradle said. A problem. Lovelost wheeled around, looking at the other cells, at her own room, and the dais. The lights that had no source that filled the area were dimmer in her shared fifth of the room, and as she watched, they grew dimmer still. This is what had happened to Jonathan. Her heart pounded as she reached out, fist striking the surface. I know why, Cradle said. What's happening? The fallen boy asked. 2 people in one area. It's drained the power twice as fast. They get half the time. Has it even been half? Cradle shrugged. He pushed scratched-up glasses up his nose. There were some, Lovelost knew, that she'd never quite been able to get. The very best criminals she'd gone up against. The ones she was closest to, like Lee, who wasn't a criminal, except that he'd left their family and left ever, and he'd never come back. But he counted. She'd never been able to get him. As her room began to dim, it dawned on her that Cradle fit both categories. Too good, too close to her, because he was a part of this room. This engine. Her hand slammed against the invisible barrier and she screamed. They didn't seem to see her. A face on the wrong end of one-way glass. Her scream became raw. So close to that scream, Colt shrieked back, scared. What's happening? Colt asked. March released something bad, the fallen boy said. They're calling it Class S. She's going to release more. The plan was for her to release 1, Cradle lied. That hadn't been the plan. 0, not 1. If she found the one she needed, then she would mercy kill before it became a real problem. She screamed again. Why? The fallen boy asked. Because all of the rules we used to operate by were based around mutually assured destruction. We needed a scare, Cradle said. Something that forces everyone to look at where they stand and what they're willing to do. We pose a threat without actually following through, then remind you all that you need us. None of it true. Well, some. It had been a contingency plan, discussed in the span of 1 minute, as a possibility if something did get loose. Cradle, she screamed, just as bad as the fallen boy. You chopped up my teammates. You chopped up kids. We took them out of the picture. The plan was to take the best and most vulnerable and chop them up into mincemeat? No. To disable them. To force them onto the bench so that if something did happen, they wouldn't get hurt in the time it took us to step in. Truth. Except now she didn't believe him. Why mincemeat? Because I handed the tool off to a hireling and they lost their mind. I don't believe you, the fallen boy said, gripping the dais. I don't believe any of this. I'll admit, a bit of it was to fuck with you. To pressure. Her idea. Cradle pointed at Love Lost. She screamed and pounded. To put you into a corner. To force you to surrender. That was true. You're a fucking lunatic. I hate you so much I can't think straight, Cradle snarled. I want you to die in the worst ways. His head bowed slightly. Love Lost? Colt asked, her voice small. I'll show you I'm genuine, Cradle said. I don't trust you. Do you have the pieces of the red whip? Yes. Then I'll give you what I have. All of it. Love Lost swiped her hand across the dais, clearing away rubble. Turning up the teeth. Nothing new for Colt. Take these coins, Cradle said. Full strength tinker power. Fix the whip. Use it to undo the damage to your team. Then we offer our help with whatever March is pulling. You let us. Love Lost, Colt said. Colt turned to look at the younger girl. Colt indicated the floor. Centimeter by centimeter, hair by hair, the floor changed. The nursery disappeared, and Cradle's domain grew. She touched the barrier, and she could feel its movement. Hair by hair, drop of blood by drop of blood. Hers, and probably Colt's, too. She screamed again. Cradle held out the coins, fingers pinching at the edges while he held them to the barrier. Why? Were they a trap somehow? How? The fallen boy didn't take them. When he'd said he didn't trust Cradle, he'd meant it. Why is the room shrinking? Colt asked. Love Lost started. Her throat was raw from screaming. Because he's killing us as we speak. She watched the fallen boy reach up, hesitating, not yet taking the coins. He's been killing us. Killing me for a long time, she realized. Just not physically. An ego death. The coins. The compromises she'd made. The coldness. The lack of warmth. The inability to feel for the children. When we give up our tokens, we give up aspects of ourselves. We change the other. Cradle's been constantly giving up his tinker ability. To Jonathan and me. Then to me alone. He knew. Giving us the ability to tinker and making us into monsters. That's how we bleed through. Her hand shook as she touched the barrier. The most galling part of it all, the fallen boy had never been given anything. Until now, no bleed through, just him. In the near pitch darkness of her shrieking room, staring at the exchange between the two young men, she gripped the teeth. All of her anger, in one gripped fist. She would have a split second to act. When the dream ended, she would pass on her ability, and with it all of her rage and savagery, to throw it into one room, in hopes they would wake before the teeth could be collected and thrown back. If that was even a consideration. She watched, waiting for her chance, waiting to see if the fallen boy took the coins that would steal his warmth. Whether he did would determine who she gave her teeth to. All her power for the day. And dangerous, reckless rage.
Arc 12, Heavens, Chapter 3. I stared into the glare of a red light that shone out of a hole in the ground. The two harbingers had found the time to leap up onto the backs of others. I wasn't so nimble, not after a fall. I chose to rely on base instinct.
fight, flight, or freeze. The latter two were out. I punched the red light, putting fist into glass. I rolled to my feet, and by the light of a sliver of a moon, the dark gray of snow wasn't a factor, nor were the combatants, the road, the rises and dips of ground. The only thing that mattered were the handful of red lights near me. In my hurry to get back, I performed a movement that was probably only logical or sensible if one were a seal or if they spent far too much time flying, half rolling, half kicking, transitioning into a mad lunge. In my hurry to get away from two lights, I found myself with three in my immediate proximity. I started to pull away, seeing them go from stationary red to a mad blinking. "Forward!" was the shout. I hurled myself at the lights, drawing on that 1/20th of the ability to fly that I'd recouped to move a little faster. The whip struck the earth by the side of the road. It didn't break the lights, but it disturbed the placement of one where it was in muddier. As I pushed forward, the red lightning arced across my upper body instead. A glancing hit, momentary as the arc lanced through me, cut out, then resumed behind me. The shock and the sudden pain made my heart skip, and it didn't start again. My muscles spasmed and joints strained across my arms, shoulders, and hands, and I couldn't convince my body to take a breath, nor could I make my heart beat in a way that meant anything. I toppled, landing with my head and upper body on the road, arms curled up in front of me, trapped between my torso and the road. My legs, insignificant in the moment, were left draped along the steep incline between ditch and road. I would have called out for help or first aid if I could have breathed. Time of death was given at the moment of the flatline, the arrest of the heart. Was I already dead and unaware of the fact? I twisted, kicking out with one leg to try to get to a position where I wasn't staring at the ground. I could see some of the road and some of the field where the villains had been making their approach. Harbinger 1 was down, and 2 was wounded, making a limping retreat. Etna had fallen out of the air, too. Paris didn't have his power but was putting up a fight, keeping the remaining Harbinger on his heels. One of the Case 53s was grabbing Sveta by the mass behind her face, where organs were hidden in the morass of tendrils. Sveta and the other Case 53 were limp, barely moving. The powers that gave them the ability to move weren't, at least for the moment. I could hear a small, high-pitched sound that seemed to rise in volume by the second. It wasn't in my head, either. The higher-pitched noise drew the attention of Rachel's animal, which no longer had a handler. It pawed closer, head low, every inch of it radiating hostility and tension. And it was mutated and nearly its full size, which meant there were a hell of a lot of fucking inches of it. A short whistle from Rachel made the animal stop. The ongoing sound made its head turn back in my general direction again. In a lapse between alternating twinges and spasms of my shoulder, I felt a vibration at my throat and realized the sound was coming from me. I made the strained whining sound stop, a process that saw me making an "ah" gasp, then figured out breathing as an extension of that. With breathing resuming, air surging into my lungs, I felt my heartbeat flutter, blood pumped, and the spasms became worse. A whistle drew the wolf's attention again, and this time it walked off, staying as close to its master as it could without treading into dangerous, trapped ground. Every fucking one of my nerves were kicking off, forcing movements, causing muscles to jerk, pull, or just hold a too-fixed position until they cramped. At any given moment, there were at least 6 points in my arms and hands where it felt like wedges were being driven in deep into center mass of muscle or between muscle and bone. My power was still just not there. Flight that couldn't actually hold me up. An aura that felt like a memory of a feeling. The wretch, a force field so small that it didn't extend any further than my clothes. so fragile that my attempt at moving scraped it across the ground and destroyed it. Swansong used her power, and it was a spitting of a power, barely extending 1.5 feet past her hand. She'd fallen, sliding into the ditch, and the use of her power destroyed one of the red lights. Chastity had pulled herself up onto the road, but it looked like her legs were mostly disabled, and the spasms there made it hard for her to even sit up. Byron was beside her, and he was pretty badly off. As traps went, it was effective. Most of our group was out of action. Now, I shifted my weight, leaned back, then threw myself forward, getting to my feet. My flight did about 5% of the work. My boots skidded on the side of the road, putting me further into the ditch while reminding me I had a row of stitches on the underside of my foot. As my boots hit the lowest point of the ditch, a red light appeared, joined by others further away. I stumbled away as they crackled to life. Each trap generated the red arcs about 2 feet around them, just on their own, but they also activated nearby traps that were even 10 feet away, and the chains of electricity that connected each were what created the carpet. I could make headway, I was pretty sure, but it was staggered headway. If I was at the edge, I could avoid the worst of it, triggering them, waiting, then advancing until I triggered others. Each crackle made my arms spasm almost sympathetically. They were fucking hurting Sveta, and there was nothing I could do about it. No flight, no strength, no aura, just me and a minefield. Swansong used her power again. She was on her knees, lashing out to destroy the traps that illuminated around her. I saw her stagger to her feet, make it a few steps only to collapse again. I could see the expression on her face, all softness gone, only darkness behind eyes that smoked visibly with Kenzie's tech. Help! Immediately, I started fighting my way back up the ditch to the road where the traps weren't set. Then I jogged as best as I was able when my arms and shoulders were fighting me, jerking this way and that. I was a person wearing a straitjacket, the strings being tugged and jerked this way and that. It had been Swansong that had made the utterance. Not a word I'd expected from her mouth. Not a tone I'd imagined either, but one that made a profound kind of sense. An order. She'd wanted to be the team's leader at one point. A plea. She had been a member of the therapy group, and to sit in on a therapy session she'd had to bring herself to ask for help before. No, a plea because she cared enough that she wanted to help Sveta much as I did. I took the path that she'd clearly taken, off the road, into ditch, then into field, across what had been farmland, ridged with where the irrigation and crops had been. A red light flared to my right, and I veered left, away while still heading forward. "My arms don't work," I told her. "Neither does my leg. Give me your body," she said. She laid a hand across my back, fingers and fingernails digging into the back of my neck, the raw material of her damaged arm biting through the fabric of my costume. Hadn't her arm sparked earlier? Was that a danger? The Case 53 had Sveta's face in its hands. It was a weirdly shaped figure, squat-bodied but with a skinny neck topped with a normally sized head. All was clad in what looked like cylindrical extensions of shell, white and ornamented like a castle with crenellations. What the shell didn't cover was ropey, yellow, and slick with fluids. A notch was inset into one shoulder, making it so one arm seemed to practically float in the air, joined to the body at armpit but not at shoulder. I was put in mind of a rook chess piece, given arms and legs, with internal workings that dripped phlegm. I was especially mindful that the arm that was barely attached didn't seem strong, but it was gaining strength as its powers returned. My powers, 1/15 of what they should be, maybe, if I judged by flight alone. I was Swan Song's legs, her arm at my back and her body lined up beside mine, with an arm that still spasmed, still and only from a glancing contact with the lightning. I tried to hold her around the waist to keep her upright. The red lights appeared. Swan Song lashed at them as they came into her meager reach. It was a flirtation with danger, because her power's range was so abysmal like this, the effect of that power random within the area. Sometimes a twist, sometimes a tear, sometimes annihilation, but not always in a straight line, aimed in the direction her hand extended. Sometimes it veered left, sometimes right. How long until we got unlucky? If we had 2 seconds and her power struck out wildly with 6 lashes of power in that span of time, 3 lashes if we were slow to react or get her in position to reach out, how long and how many attempts until the power just didn't hit the trap? Sveta's tentacles were wrapping around the Rook Case 53. They gripped shelled sections and they gripped the soft sections of actual flesh. There wasn't much strength in them, but as she regained her strength, the Rook seemed to regain his twice over. Paris threw a dart toward the remaining injured Harbinger, and the Harbinger leaned to one side to let it pass by. Every step the Harbinger took seemed labored, heavily favoring one leg. Actions were kept efficient, tight, and careful, as Etna found her footing and created a bubble of hot but not superheated glass and hurled it. The Harbinger twisted around, striking at the orb with one gloved hand, then the other deflecting it. It was pushed off course and shattered on impact with the ground. Red lights illuminated around the impact site. Paris kicked out. The Harbinger avoided the worst of it, but still stumbled back, doing the half-step with the injured leg to minimize the time spent on it, and tumbled to the ground beside the glowing trap. "Hit it!" I shouted. Fingers found a glass shard from the orb, then, awkwardly, thrust out, heel of the hand pushing the shard into the glowing red light. The crackle was muted, dancing around the Harbinger's hand, but it didn't swallow him up or completely disable him. My shout had drawn attention. Etna created another globe of hot glass, then hurled it. It was barely on the cusp of being hot enough to change colors, and I could see the glow emanating as her power provided a little extra push to the throwing motion, staying with the globe as it flew, like it was less a globe of hot glass and more like a rocket. I shifted position, putting Damsel between myself and the globe, bracing her and holding her as she reached up with both hands. The blast annihilated the shot. Yeah, there were still things that caught me off guard, like that help, but I knew this much. She preferred to face danger head-on and blast it out of existence than to run. Even before I'd fully braced and supported her, she'd been reaching up to blast. We were past the worst of the minefield. Ashley broke away from me, staggering forward on peg leg and one leg that wasn't cooperating, and she struck out with her power, twice just to keep her balance or push herself upright when her leg was starting to give, a third time to strike at one red light that had blinked to life. I followed, mindful of Swan Song's blasts. The spasms had subsided enough that I could put my arms at my sides instead of having them folded up against my chest or awkwardly around Swan Song. At my sides wasn't the best way of putting it, as fingers were curled up into claws and I couldn't really extend, swing with, or rotate my hands and arms. It was a fight just to keep them from getting in my own way. A glance over my shoulder suggested the others weren't recovering in any visible measure. This recovery seemed to be because I'd only taken a glancing blow. That my heart hadn't actually stopped seemed to be because I had armor at my chest. Something to conduct or take the focus of the arc, I couldn't say. Contender, a Case 53 with feathers that looked more like worn leather than any feather-like, Paris and Etna all stood lined up against Swansong, the Harbinger, and I. In the back of their group, Sveta wrestled with the rook Case 53, and she seemed to be losing. He was pressing the edge of her face into the ground like he was trying to break it in half. "Leave her alone!" I hollered the words. I saw him visibly pause.
"He don't tell her he what do, no ya?"
The other Case 53 said, a string of English with some heavy tonal emphasis on vowels, especially on the tella.
"Not unless you want to egg him on,"
Contender said, putting one fist inside his hand, cracking knuckles. I tried my force field on for size. Skin tight, but I could feel the rustling, sense the extension of it. As a hand reached out here, a Victoria-ish shape emerged there. Something simultaneously reassuring and quietly horrifying. If only there was some way to keep the force field in its wet paper fragile state, where it hugged my body again and didn't echo my worst nightmares. At least it didn't break when I took a step. Powers were coming back into play. I was still grounded, but I could use a bit of flight. The winged Case 53 seemed to be in a similar boat. Half mummy, desiccated with feathers like straps, half bird with its body extending into wings that weren't like a bat's or a bird's, draping down and out from the arms. They moved sideways more often than they moved forward, and a glimpse at their feet indicated why. Bladed feet, not talons, but a single blade in place of the middle toe, another at the heel. The hands were similar, it seemed, kept out of sight, hidden in the drapery of the wings. Etna had more globes of superheated glass forming in her hand. The other hand had her phone out. She'd been wearing a skimpier costume in the early fall when the weather was warm, but her outfit now was more along the evil sorceress look, with high collar and draping coat, all with a flame cut. She looked down, checking her phone. Swansong lunged. With her power not at full strength, the recoil of the blast wasn't severe, and the resulting propulsion wasn't too meaningful. I had to trust her. I flew straight for Paris. "No," Etna said. She threw the globe. Swansong shot it, but the recoil was just enough to burn her forward momentum, and her footing wasn't secure, one foot not cooperating, the other foot absent. She landed on her knees, skidding on ice. As Etna formed a smaller globe and threw it, she blasted that, too. My attempt to close in on Paris was blocked by the Case 53. A flap of the draping wing saw him not fly, not bound, definitely not a teleport, but slide through the air, upward and at a diagonal. When he came down kicking, the blade sweeping down toward me. Twisting around, throwing myself back, I kicked up to meet the claw with the bottom of my boot, force field active. My meager flight made my landing easier. The slice at my boot was followed up by something heavy striking at my foot, almost twisting my ankle. I could see it hanging in the air. A shadow, like a smear that followed the talon's trajectory. It only lasted a couple of seconds. The Harbinger went toe-to-toe with Contender, neither apparently using powers. Contender seemed to have the upper hand, pressing the offense, while the Harbinger did his best. I couldn't afford to help. By advancing, I could maintain some pressure, keep Paris on his toes, while occupying the aerial assassin here. Wing flapped, and the assassin slid to my left. I saw one hand raise, another flap imminent, their head turning toward Swansong. A bit of my own flight gave me the ability to focus my movement and make it more effective. I couldn't swing punches with my arms still spasming, so I had to kick. With flight, a roundhouse kick could hit that much harder. He slid out of the way, hands coming around in parallel slashes toward my middle. With force field up, I met the blurs that followed in the aftermath of the slashes, and I was shoved almost 5 feet away. All one power, it seemed. Swoop and slash. He created the blurs that propelled, drove movement, slid. When he used them, they facilitated movement. For others, it was a focused kind of pressure. I imagined that if he cut me, the blur would open up the cut. Swansong, meanwhile, was entirely preoccupied as Etna hurled a glass globe, which was shot, but Paris immediately followed up, timing his hurling of a long, thin black dart for the moment Swansong wasn't able to strike. It sliced her as it passed her, and carved a divot into the ground. The divot began spraying out a geyser of frozen dirt and ice, cutting Swansong's cheek. She had to move out of the way, and Etna was already cutting off retreat, hurling another globe. The same Swansong blast that consumed the globe also arrested momentum, kept Swansong in the area of the spray. Paris followed up, throwing another 2 darts. Fuck. I tried to get by, running footsteps and lunges augmented by flight, like moonwalking but tighter, faster. The Case 53 was right there to cut me off. When I tried to slip by, they somersaulted in the air, changing direction while mid-slide, and slashed a flurry into the air. Left hand cut a zigzag, a foot struck up. Not aimed at me, but at another purpose. A barrier of the high-pressure blurs cut me off from getting to either Swansong or Sveta. I kicked the ground, hard, and sent a spray of crud directly at them. "Kicking dirt?" Etna asked. "Really? That's what you heroes have sunk to?" I kicked again, aiming at her. The kick aimed for a mound with a rounder shape within it. Dirt and ice flew, and a flat stone 6 inches across flew past the barrier, clipping her on the hip. Paris hurled darts my way. One hit the force field and was destroyed on impact, but the other missed, and that one was an issue. Another barrier, a geyser of pellets flying like tiny bullets. "You're working for people who cut up kids, and you're calling us low?" I growled. Swansong was lunging in to take advantage of Etna being distracted, reaching out. Balance off from the stone's impact, Etna had a panicked response, throwing the half-formed globe, then a glob rather than a globe, barely a handful, all while floating backward. Still holding on to that phone with the one hand. Swansong couldn't advance while the ground was littered with cooling masses of glass.
"She doesn't care about hurting kids. She hit Lookout because she can't aim," Swansong said. "Embarrassed an entire neighborhood of supervillains."
"You want to see how good my aim is?" Etna asked.
"Are you suggesting you weren't trying before?" Swansong asked. "Because you saying that doesn't intimidate me. It suggests you're a lazy supervillain half-wit."
Etna threw more globes, floating and doing her own moonwalk. Swansong ducked, wove, started to close the distance, and then was forced to back off again as Paris threw more darts. They had everything they needed to ward us off. The globes were just too menacing in terms of the sheer damage they promised to inflict if she could actually hit us with one. The aerial assassin had the ability to create a fence of slashes, and Paris produced the geysers, though he seemed more focused on capitalizing on momentary weaknesses. Contender, he'd dispatched the second harbinger, knocking the kid out. For the time being, we were 2 against 1. I glanced back at the other group. It would have been nice if that wolf came charging in, but it was staying close to its master. "Don't turn your back on the enemy," Contender said. I was fully aware of him as he joined the aerial assassin, standing beside the guy. I was aware of Paris and of Etna, of Sveta, who had fluid running down her face, but who was at least holding her own against another Case 53 who seemed implacable. Swansong was bleeding in multiple places from the geyser, and the bandage at her neck was soaked through. Something had pulled at the injury. It couldn't be easy. "We should end this," Paris said, very quiet. "Why?" Contender asked. "Do you disagree?" Contender shook his head as if exasperated. "Vulturehawk, you and I take down Goldie." "Not confident you can do it alone, Contender?" I asked, taunting. "I'm very confident we can manage it as a pair," he said. "You call yourself Contender and there's no fight in you," I said. I pushed out with my aura, full strength, and even at that it felt like I was outputting a 3 on my normal 1 to 10 scale. The taunts were born of nervousness, and a little bit of it was the conscious awareness that powers tended to make sense. Contender's name, his power, his assured cockiness, and the way he tended to go after people he thought he could beat, it painted a bigger picture. Whether he was a prize athlete who'd hit some hard times, or someone who'd never been able to score a win before he had powers, whether it was a school that had exerted pressure, I felt like being called out for cowardice would get to him.
"We each get one easy one," Swansong said. "I get the half-wit who can't aim unless she's hitting a kid, and you get the Contender who can't win his fights." Contender arched an eyebrow above the white and black mask he wore, looking back at the Harbinger. "Holding that up as a victory isn't making you look better," I said.
"Hey, Tend, you got Diz Defit," Vulturehawk said. His eyes were sharp. "Yeah," Contender said. I tried to slip past, but Vulturehawk was fast, more mobile with 2/3 of a sliding power than I was with 2/3 of a flight power that didn't really do more than make me weightless. I continued to exert pressure, studying them. When there was a chance, I glanced back toward the others to check. There were headlights on the road. The claw skimmed along my arm. I kicked, another roundhouse with part of a flight power accelerating the movement, then used more flight to change my direction as I fell, while Contender ducked in low, trying to flank. I could avoid the opening swing, bring arm and leg up to shield the one side of my body as he kicked. I didn't miss the weapon that he slipped into one hand. My thought was knife. A baton that whipped out like a switchblade, striking me across the face. I drove my forehead into his face. The icon at the front and center of my hood slashed forehead and eye. He stumbled back, but I was on his heels. He found his bearings, and instead of panicking, he began to respond. Blocks, a strike to my jaw, then a kick. The kick to my side hurt. He knew my force field was something that broke, or he thought it was fragile. He was bigger, stronger, and if I was 100% honest, his hand-to-hand technique was better than mine on a general level. I was willing to press it regardless, trusting that 1 in every 2 hits that he landed wouldn't count, while I could make mine count just fine. He created his circle, a flash, a flare, and I lost my power. Which, well, of fucking course he did. Now I wasn't ignoring 1 in every 2 hits, and he had the baton. I shifted to the defensive, looking for an opening. Punch after punch, and I kept my arms up, dealing with the fact they were still spasming. The cut on the bottom of my foot made footwork hard, and I couldn't use any degree of flight to ease my weight off of it. I was too out of practice. The patrol training had been me instructing the newbies more than it had been me learning. Swansong's power was audible, and the nothingness that extended around the perimeter of the area became a universe of roiling distortion, blurs, and shadow. The bubble collapsed. I saw Swansong with her hand extended my way. She'd caught another glancing hit from Paris for her trouble. A bit of flight and the ability to take one baton swing without flinching or slowing down in the slightest bought me an opportunity. My thumb slipped one of the rings from the base of my finger to the middle part. Each ring had spikes that swept back along the back of my hand, and by moving it to where I had, with my hand in a fist, the spike pointed forward. I aimed for the throat, worry for Sveta burying the clear awareness of what I was trying to do. The spike punched into meat. I repeated the hit, flying close so my legs wrapped around his upper body, punching, catching the underside of his jaw, his face, mask, then helmet. He twisted to keep me from getting at the neck again. "Weg!" Swansong's voice. I kicked away and flew back. Vulture Hawk was swooping in, and I was ready for a fight. Ready to just fly in close and put a mess of holes in him. But he wasn't interested in a brawl. He cut me off and backed away, dropping down near Contender to check the wounds. "No arties, Tend. All show, rest sure." "Fucking hurts," Contender growled. "Yep," Vulture Hawk said. Even the single word had its peculiar inflection. "Don't stand in the water," Paris ordered. "Water?" He pointed up. Above us, a diagram in blue lights. Byron's constellation. He was still lying on the road, I could see, but he was focusing enough to draw something for us. As if seeming to realize the other guys were onto us, Byron activated the diagram. The water the diagram writ across the sky created was something that gushed skyward. I took advantage of the distraction to fly straight for Swansong. I still couldn't hold up my entire weight with flight. Whatever had shaken our powers had shaken them good. But I could make myself nearly weightless. I pulled a harbinger and situated myself above her. I'd heard the term raining buckets before, but this was closer to the idea. It was as though a swimming pool had been dropped on us from above, diffused by the fact it had been cast up, breaking apart as the wind and slight differences in timing added up together. I leaped upward, and then I used my powers. Flight to stay airborne longer. Force field to block and break the worst of the water. Swansong used her power. The water settled, sloshing and filling up irrigation ditches. The villains found footing on higher ground, where snow and ice piled up, or where the dirt was highest. Paris had one foot up on a fence, the other on stone. Byron had drenched them, at least. When I looked at Swansong, she looked 60% dry. The harbingers slumped over dirt mounds. Drenched, but they would be fine if they got warm. Not for the first or second time, I took the time to glance back. The truck had stopped a distance away from where our group had settled. New blue markings in the air blocked the roadway. People had climbed out of the vehicle. Prancer and Moose. That, it would have to wait. The others were vulnerable, but as shitty as Prancer was, I was pretty sure he wasn't about to take helpless people hostage. Those helpless people were probably able to use powers, too. Too dangerous for him to crack. He might have been calling friends. Didn't matter. Each time I'd checked back over my shoulder, I'd been looking. This time, with water settling, swirling, and frothing or carrying loose debris, I could make out particulars in the darkness. A swirl where water at the edge was settling. I flew to it, reaching it just in time. A cylindrical hole in the ground, 3 or 4 inches across and deep. As I got to it, the red light of the trap that had been embedded into the ground illuminated. It had been triggered by a disturbance from the sudden rush of water. I grabbed it and I hurled it, grenade style. The wretch provided the strength for extra distance. Etna's attention was on her phone. When Paris got out of there, Etna didn't. The device activated. A crackle of red energy that swept over Etna. I saw her drop, limp, spasming, and she landed face down in the water. Paris started forward, and Swansong used her power. A warning shot fired off to her side. Paris stopped. Etna remained where she was, periodically pushing herself partway up, then splashing back down. Paris waited, chin high, hands clasped behind his back. Swansong stood, hair damp, head bent, glaring up and across at Paris. 4 good paces separated them. Etna, unable to move on her own, floundered in the water. "Is her phone there?" I asked. Swansong started forward. Paris threw darts, planting them in the dirt between Swansong and Etna. With a blast of her power, followed by a short stumble and recovery, Swansong destroyed the swath of dirt and the geysers. I had blood running down the finger of my glove. The ring squelched as I adjusted its position, the blood on the inner circumference squeezing out. Etna continued to flounder. "Do you think we care?" Contender asked. "She was 2-bit. Vulturehawk and Thud aren't even from around here. They don't give a shit about her or me or Paris over there. I've got a job. Cushy gig in another universe. Gets me out of this sad echo of the world we lost." "Joining the 4th sect," I murmured. "Yeah," Contender said. "And Paris? Paris has his own thing going on." "You don't need to talk about me," Paris said, creepy quiet. "If you're trying to scare us, it won't work," Contender said, one hand at his neck. "You can't use her for leverage if none of us give a shit." "She's not leverage," Swansong said. As she paced, Paris threw another dart. She destroyed it before the geyser could appear. Pale as she was, the red line and the trickles of blood stood out on her face and at her scalp, running through her hair to mat an area with blood. "We're getting used to the idea of killing. Again, in my case." I drew in a deep breath, exhaled. Etna blew bubbles. "Sure." "This looks worse for you than for us," Contender said. "She hasn't hurt anyone, not that I've heard. She wasn't a part of this except that she was one of a bunch of people they hired. I don't know what happened with this kid she apparently hit, but—" "Contender," Paris said. Contender looked over at the tall, long-haired man. Paris just shook his head, telling Contender to shut the fuck up, using silence to evoke silence. Etna struggled, but she didn't find the means to get her head out of the water. Ice water, it had to be. When I glanced at Paris, Contender, and Vulturehawk, I could see how the cold and damp was getting to them. Thud, who held Sveta against the ground, didn't seem to mind overmuch. Sveta was adapting to more targeted holds, hauling on Thud's knees, pulling his head down. It was a stalemate of a particularly dark sort. If I backed down now, hauling Etna out of the water, then I wasn't sure I could go as far as was necessary the next time I had to make the call. And Contender was probably right. They probably didn't care. We needed a break for the stalemate, and it was either going to be one of theirs or one of ours. Ours were out of action. Theirs— I glanced back. Prancer and Moose were approaching, picking their way across the water. They had one of ours hostage, Sveta. 3 of ours if we included the Harbingers, who we couldn't help. "Big bad Paris," Swansong said. "Can't even protect his subordinate. From all I heard about you, I thought you'd be more." He didn't take the bait. I was put in mind of the cold, calculating professional, rather than love-lost's type. Moose and Prancer reached the edge of our collection of capes. I saw Moose pause as they got to a vantage point where they could see Etna moving awkwardly while belly down in water. "Hey," Prancer said. "Blue and Bitter are coming, along with the rest. Your buddies won't recover before they get here." I glanced at Swansong. "We don't need your help," Paris said, his voice at normal volume, steady, condemning. "Help would be nice, to get out of the cold," Contender said. Paris gave Contender a look. As much emotion as we'd seen from him yet. "I don't care enough about this to help or not help, or to care that you hate me for no damn reason," Prancer said. "I'd care, but I get the impression this is complicated," Moose said. "It's really not, Moose. They cut up kids," I said. "Carved off pieces, left them crying. For a good few of them, they were crying over what happened to their friends, not themselves." "Took my leg," Swansong said. "You think I'm nicer than I am," Moose said, his voice low. "I think you're a cape who flew under the radar for a long time, your polite way of saying I'm B-list. You lived in the woods of British Columbia and you oversaw drug grows, kept 'em safe, scared off trespassers, dealt with police. As villains go, that's pretty harmless. You didn't sign on for this bloody killing stuff." "Nope," he said, "but I didn't sign on to stop it either." "Bull," I retorted. "This isn't you. You can't be okay with this." "I came out of the attack on the Fallen compound, needing 3 inches of colon removed after it got pulled out of my middle and left exposed to the world," he said. "A friend died. I've had to face a lot of ugliness." "Boo-fucking-who," Swansong said. "No," I said. I could see a dark look in Prancer's eyes, as dark as any I'd seen in Swansong's earlier tonight. "Ugliness sucks. It hasn't been great. I can't stand gutless villains. There's no point to this, and there's no point to holding back and being neutral except to be an utter coward. You cast yourselves in the worst light by hiding when it counts." "Swan?" I asked. "Speaking of standing by, give Etna a breath of air?" She didn't budge. "1 breath," I said. I glanced at Paris. "Unless you're going to stop her." A gamble. Was he going to act differently while Prancer and Moose were here? She walked over to Etna, and Paris didn't stop her. She hauled back on the decorated flame collar of Etna's costume and lifted her up. Etna took in gulps of air, coughing and sputtering, her arms curling up awkwardly like T-Rex arms. Not that I'd been better. Swansong dropped her. Etna splashed down into the water. "This is who you are, Moose? Gutless?" "I'm sayin', feelin' awfully mortal after that little funeral service. All I've wanted since the world ended was a place and some people to keep close." "Do you want those people to be people who maim others?" "I wanted Hollow Point, but that didn't work out. It's closer to a summer camp. Some shitty people, sure, but freeing. Finally a chance to breathe after a lot of bad days." "People who maimed others," I reminded him. "When I gouged you beneath your mask, you said your mom would have cried over it. How's she going to feel about this?" "Low blow," Prancer said. Moose just made a bit of a face, almost a scowl, but then faltering, like he couldn't bring himself to. "Prance?" Moose asked. Was that him deferring because he legitimately couldn't come to a decision, or was he checking with his boss or partner because anything else would be dangerous? Not that I could imagine Prancer being an outright danger to Moose. "We negotiate," he said. "Give her a breath, come on. Enough have died." Swansong looked at me, then at my nod, she lifted Etna up. "What do you want?" "Call off the reinforcements," I said. "Can't. I'm not in charge." "Convince them." "Can't. They don't like me," Prancer said. "I made a play for power and I failed. Lost my queen." There were more vehicles on the road now. The cars Foyle had disabled were moving now. a convoy of capes and the kind of locals who'd worked with Nursery and accepted her methods because it meant a shot at a house. Our team still wasn't up. "Let Sveta go," I told the others. "We let you have Etna." The chess Case 53 turned his head slowly to look at Paris. Sveta gripped the head from 5 different angles. "This the Svet?" Thud asked in his booming voice. "Yeah," I heard Sveta. It sounded like she was having trouble making words. "Let me fucking go!" "Let her go," Paris said. "She's more dangerous to them than to us." They released Sveta, who escaped. Swansong let Etna slump to the ground, backing up to stand by my side. I bent down and picked up one of the harbingers. The second harbinger was up and crawled our way until he found ground steady enough to stand on. His leg looked mangled. In this manner, we gathered together. A very small group when compared to what felt like a larger assortment of others. Not because we were outnumbered by that much, but because they were more intact as a whole. Swansong elbowed me. When I looked, she passed me a phone. Ah, Etna's phone. What had she been interested in? The reinforcements? An overhead map with a field of red dots. The traps. Easily 50. She'd been keeping an eye on the layout while trying to herd Swansong toward the traps, while moving around on her own. Probably everyone had something like this. Seemed like Love Lost had been making a lot of use of the Tinker power lately.
"It's going to mess with the dog's tracking," Swansong said. "How can they follow a trail if it's littered with this garbage?"
"Let's talk about you showing us the way to them," I said to Prancer. I saw others react, firming up, tensing, getting ready for debate, fight, argument. "You leave anyone I name alone, your targets aside," Prancer said, calm. "Then yeah." "We shouldn't," Moose said. "You really shouldn't," Contender said, hostile and angry. Beside him, Paris looked like he agreed with the villain consensus. "Give my guys protections. Keep the peace. I'll show you where those guys are," Prancer said. "You're not making any friends," Contender told him. "Deal," I said. Prancer laughed. "Fuck no. That's one of my conditions. Second, money. Enough to get resituated." "You're making enemies who will come for you," Contender said. "I promised my girl I'd make something of myself." "I'm not doing that here," Prancer said. "This is a mess. Those guys have gone around the bend, and hearing about that kind of horror, kids, doesn't sit right. Having talked to Cradle, Snag, Love Lost, I believe it. It's fine when it's fallen and fallen soldiers only. But they were too okay with it, and now it's other people? How much money?" "I'm not greedy. 100 thou?" I grit my teeth. 50 thou, Prancer amended his statement. "And I hold a hostage until the payment comes. I'll call in favors, get you your safety." "You can't call in enough favors for that," Contender said. "They paid mercenaries and hired them to defend these spots."
"That's their fault for not being discerning about clients," Swansong said. "Greed made them stupid."
"What the lady said," Prancer echoed. He seemed to stand a little taller, in the mid-strides of a deal. "How much of you being a pain in my ass was your game in Hollow Point, damsel?"
100%, she said.
"Even down to killing Beast of Burden?"
"That was different. The rest, an act. I'm the easiest and most reasonable person in the world to get along with when you're obeying my every whim. You didn't obey."
"You call them off as best you can. You lead the way. We give you safe passage and we pay," I said. Prancer smiled. Byron's power went off again. A diagram high above, drawn out in blue lines and bluer lights. It became a vast quantity of water, and that water flooded the area, spraying to cover field and road both. We were beyond the worst of it, but at the road, it was a defensive measure. The wolf had been standing guard, and the wolf had just been knocked down. They were picking a fight. "Yeah," Prancer said. "Deal, then." "You're fucking us," Contender said. "You're fucking us," Prancer retorted. "How's Moose supposed to have his adult summer camp?" "Winter camp," Moose said. "How are we supposed to call this place home if they bring this garbage here?" Prancer asked, almost snarling. "If you help them."
"If you thought it would be any different, you were lying to yourself," Etna said. "This is the default. The way things are staying, it's the best we get."
"Fuck that," Prancer snarled. He turned to go, but as he did, the villains we'd been fighting with tensed, shifted footing, got ready to pursue. We couldn't turn our backs, and a small village of capes had turned up to defend their turf. They were wet and cold after Byron's impromptu shower, but that didn't count for nearly enough, not when our team was halfway disabled, if not outright down for the count. "And this isn't even going to be the hard part," Prancer said. Arc 12, Heavens, Chapter 4. Moose, Prancer, Sveta, Swansong, and I were a loose line against Paris's group. Etna was worse for wear, but she could sort of fly, and that meant she could be an airborne mess instead of a burden on her teammates. Contender was bleeding, but that wasn't keeping him down. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Paris stood tall, darts in one hand. Vulturehawk lingered somewhere between Paris and Contender. I interpreted it as a kind of anxiousness, finding some degree of familiarity in Contender and a bit of reassurance in Paris's confidence. Thud hung back. One of the navigators had had their throat slashed. We'd read it as an attempt at a mercy kill. I found myself staring at Vulturehawk's talons, the singular blades at each foot. "I was hoping you'd come around, Prance," Contender said. "Shouldn't have," Paris added. I moved the harbingers as we steadily retreated. One was leaning on me, the other was unconscious. My hand periodically convulsed or tensed, causing my grip to slip on the one I dragged, keeping me from making any headway. Swansong couldn't hold them at all, and Sveta wasn't an option. "Let me carry," Moose said. "Can I trust you?" I asked. "Come on," he said, and it wasn't a condemnation or a plea. Closer to an "excuse me" as he bent down. Each of the harbingers was lifted up, draped over one of Moose's shoulders. One was conscious and able enough to protest and was shifted to a position where he sat on Moose's right shoulder. "Better?" Moose asked. I wasn't sure if he was asking me or the harbinger, but the harbinger said, "Yes," and I took that as an excuse enough to stay quiet and stay focused on our immediate problems. I could support Swansong's balance and keep an eye on Paris's group.
"Treat them well," Swansong said. "Hurting them puts you on the shit list of some powerful, scary individuals."
Etna tried to make a globe, but her body convulsed and tensed, and she dropped it. It landed on the field below her. "Trying to scare us?" Contender asked. He winced, touching his neck. It looked like talking hurt. "Good."
"Individual one? Me. They're my brothers."
"You sound juvenile, grandstanding like that," Contender said.
"Because they're ex-Slaughterhouse 9, she said. All of us are one big unhappy family of not to be fucked with.
Her words were a growl at the end there.
Who? Vulturehawk asked Contender. Remember what I said when we did the navigator job? Contender asked. Some days are good, some days are bad, and some days are bloody by necessity.
Throw away all the good days and all of the bad days and make every day bloody, Swansong intoned. Make every day a bad day for someone else. Then you fit in right alongside the Slaughterhouse Nine.
Not how I would have put it, Contender said, but sure.
I wasn't trying to help you explain, she said.
Our footing was slippery. What had been snow, ice, and frozen dirt was now closer to ice and slick frozen dirt after Byron's downpour.
Your second issue?
Swansong asked. I had the distinct impression that she was taking all of her frustration and the pain of her missing foot and channeling those things into her words. She enjoyed being scary, and this kind of taunting served.
They have brothers.
We dealt with them, Contender said.
They were edging closer. Paris's every movement was calculated, I noted. He was like a magician, timing his movements so he acted when people were distracted. He put others between us and him, and the moment we were engaged and reacting to other people, he'd start moving again. He had a dart in each hand, but he didn't throw them.
You got lucky. Our powers got wiped out by whatever that was. Now we're at... I'd have to use my power to get a feel for where we are.
75%, I said, testing my own flight.
Harbinger,
Swansong said, keying her voice to be something closer to haunting.
Think you can beat all of these guys when your power's working again? Injured, so no,
the Harbinger said. Swansong turned her head, shooting him a glare.
Give me 4 rocks I can throw and my power at 80% and sure. Thank you, she said.
She turned to face Paris's group while still talking to him.
I'm intimidating them and you throw a no out there? And Jack said you were one of the scariest of them. I am. We are. Which is why, ideally, I'd like 4 rocks I can throw, my power at 85%, and 1 nail or pen. Because beating them isn't enough now. Both sides of this equation need to be balanced out. You couldn't end this by saying you'll annihilate them, or even break them. Those kinds of phrasings have been made weak by overuse. Math is unchanging and crystal clear. Only to you, Swansong said.
This is going completely over my head, Moose said.
Just don't drop 'em, I said. You don't want them holding grudges.
All right, Moose said. I wasn't going to anyhow.
I glanced at the phone, tracking my blip, the phone I held, and extrapolating directions from the way the image showed an overhead view of field and road. Reaching over, I gave Swansong a tug on the arm, pulling her away from a course that would put her in the way of traps.
Hey, Moose, Prancer said. Remember the old mechanic when we were road tripping? Got in an argument with Velvet?
Sure.
Remember why I handled it the way I did? Don't go saying it, just yes or no.
Tricks, Prancer? I asked. You're being vague.
Nah, he said, not coordinating against you. I swear on Velvet's memory. He's being honest, Moose said. I remember, Prance.
We continued a slow retreat toward the road. Paris's group wasn't letting us go, and I could tell that at least Paris had noted that we were adapting to the mines. He might have hoped we'd walk right into them. Before he could adapt or attack, I spoke up. Contender, Paris, the Harbingers are in good with the people who really run this city, you know. We asked for help in dealing with the real scumbags, with you assholes, and they sent these guys. You have enemies with reach that extends beyond dimensions now. We'll manage, Contender said. We closed the doors, I told him. Exits to other worlds are closed until we unlock them. You're stuck here with us. No running back to Chite, no escaping the consequences. We steadily retraced our steps, moving backward through the field, toward the larger group of villains and our incapacitated allies. Sveta was staying further away. She triggered a trap and grabbed it, hurling it in the general direction of Contender's group. Paris looked ready to deal with it himself, but it was Contender who stepped forward, using his power to draw a glowing bubble around himself and the trap both. 2 seconds passed, and the bubble receded. The trap was broken at his feet. No symptoms. I noted the moment when Paris's group stopped, Paris touching Vulturehawk's shoulder to get his attention, making sure he stayed with the others. As part of that same check to make sure his group was organized, he turned to make sure Thud wasn't falling behind. The chess piece Cauldron Deviant was slow, heavy. Turning my head, I could see why they'd signaled the stop. Bluestocking stood on the road, a hump of dirt that had been sifted of stones, flattened and packed down. I saw Bitter Pill, with Crested beside her, and I saw Birdbrain. Birdbrain held a rifle. I didn't see any of Birdbrain's funny head movement, but I knew it was in the cards.
You okay, Et?
Bluestocking asked. They have... Etna grunted out the words, throat tensing and jerking. Phone.
Your phone. Did you do something stupid like have both personal and cape business on one device?
Etna grunted in the affirmative.
That's stupid,
Bluestocking said to Etna. To me, she said,
there are rules.
This group was the group that cut the navigators to pieces and left them like that, undying and in agony, I said. Pleasantries go out the window when you cross lines like that.
Not Etna.
Aiding and abetting that same group, I said.
You played your part in this, raising the stakes, Bluestocking said.
We'd ticked her off when we'd last crossed paths. She'd been breaking Etna and Crested out of jail, and we'd blocked her, forced her to shell out money, some limited information, and give medical care to the people they'd hurt. Now I supposed she thought she had her revenge. I shook my head. The stakes were always going to be raised. There was... Prancer cleared his throat. What? I asked. You asked me to negotiate. I closed my mouth, eyeing Paris's group. They were most likely to spontaneously attack, especially considering we were closer to the villains and hemmed in on the sides by the planted traps. Traps we could deal with, but... At the far side of the road, Byron and Chastity were sitting together, both visible. Chastity had been disarmed, and Byron had Birdbrain's rifle trained on him. I could see the glow of my mother's orb. She'd retreated into that form. Because they traveled over the orb, I realized there were still red electricity crackles dancing intermittently through the area. I checked the phone. No, the traps were a little more complicated. Remember that thing we talked about, Moose? I remember, Moose said.
Being sneaky, Prancer?
Bluestocking asked. Nah, Prancer said. Trying to figure out how to help you.
We don't need help.
Look, Prancer said. It sucks right now. Pays shit, money doesn't go far, heroes are ramping up, and we end up in places like Hollow Point and Frontier Row here, and the heroes show up and we can't get settled. While he talked, I drew a circle on the phone screen to reel in the zoom. Moving in closer, looking at the cluster of traps where my friends were, I could see how they were spaced out, 7 in a loose cluster. Nothing distinguishing one trap from the others.
My group's doing fine, Prance. Sucks to be you, I'm sure.
All of us are getting together. You've got drug kingpins and smugglers like me and my crew. You've got hitmen for hire, information brokers, the publicity hounds. We had to agree to a truce, to a strict no infighting policy. A truce that means we hear stories about what people are getting up to and we let it slide.
You were part of those discussions too, Prancer. In fact, I seem to recall that the topic of the navigators came up, and you had a stake in the matter.
Not denying I did, Prancer said. He glanced at me. Blue will bring it up if I don't. I wanted the navigators gone. I was in the middle of zooming out to see the trap layout when I processed what he'd said. I tensed, phone forgotten for the moment. They were going after our one means of trading with the settlements establishing on the other side of the ocean. Stopping all trafficking, not just the human trafficking. With winter coming up, everything fucked up, my girl dead. You asked for it? I asked, my voice hard. He didn't, Moose said, sounding defensive. That's not how we operate. But Cradle knew I wanted it and he offered, Prancer said.
And you said yes, Bluestocking said. My group said no. But you allowed it, Swansong said.
Etna's even protecting the people who did it, I added. And she's working for you.
The only way we survive as a whole is if we're strong. Strength in number and strength in the powers we have, Bluestocking said. The network of alliances we're operating under is like a chessboard. Try to take one piece and two more are positioned to wipe you out. That's on purpose.
All beside the point, Prancer said. It's the point, I said, more than a little incensed. It's not my point, Prancer countered. He sounded heated in his own way. My point is that deals were struck in the midst of all of that. Cradle came to me. He made the offer. Asks for a cut of traffic if he removes an obstacle from our way. He shakes my hand and we go on our merry way. Then I find out what happened and I'm angry at the navigators because it's their fault that it came to that. Irrational, but I've become pretty fucking familiar with irrational lately. Familiar with angry.
Your point being?
Swansong asked. That he made deals with other major villain groups. With people in those villain groups. And I'm willing to bet he shook their hands too, Prancer said. The guy with tinker hands and arms and an emotion power shook Bluestocking's hand. I remembered Snag. I know Snag could make stuff happen through his tech. I got to wondering. I looked between him and the villains of the villain group. I had a little scab on the side of my hand, like a needle went in, Prancer said. I'm wondering if anyone else here had anything like that. Cradle touched my arm, Moose said. Seemed weird at the time. We talked about it. It's when we first started thinking something might be hinky. There was a long pause.
Yeah, he shook my hand, Bluestocking said. If you were right, then alliances don't matter. He breached the truce.
I'm right, Prancer said. Rationally, really, none of us would be okay with this, right? We're not monsters. The question was met by silence. I saw some exchanged looks.
No,
Bitterpill, the woman who had turned civilians into hulking, rage-filled monstrosities, said,
We're not monsters.
When my eye fell on Prancer, he locked his gaze onto mine. He didn't have to get every last one of us. Web work of alliances being what it is, he just had to get enough of us. Subordinates are going to follow their leaders, and they aren't going to go after all of Frontier Row.
That's a really terrible name, even for this mud pit,
Swansong said. Let it go, I said. I could have addressed the group, challenged, questioned. I didn't. No further comments. Instead, I waited, studying the group. I looked away and looked back to the phone. Zooming out. Lots of clusters of 7 traps. some so close together that they looked like they all interconnected. Fuck. Maybe I'd have to say something. "Dad," I called out. "Try nuking the trap in the center, to your left."
"If you do anything, we're going to have a problem,"
Bluestocking said. "The sooner they're free, the sooner we're out of your hair," I said. "Provided there's any validity to this." I saw her pause. She scowled, and she was good at scowling. She was probably the type who scowled while reading, scowled while watching television.
"Do it,"
she said.
"And Tori's dad, do what she said."
My dad, incapacitated as he was able to create his orbs. He moved his arm into the right general area, then created an orb, holding it down over the trap at the center of the area. Here and there, it scooched over a half-foot one way or the other as his arm spasmed. It detonated, his hand containing the direction of the blast. The blast didn't hurt him, and it was small enough that it didn't disturb anyone nearby. I didn't see a discernible difference. Had the red lightning stopped its intermittent crackling?
"There's some validity to this, then,"
Swansong said.
"I had a mark on my finger, and a weird, heavy feeling, like I get any time I have an injection,"
Bluestocking said.
"I had Bitter Pill take a look at it." "I took it for a splinter,"
Bitter Pill said. "He broke the truce. The heroes go after him and his co-conspirators," Prancer said. "They leave us alone. We point the way, and we don't even have to get our hands dirty or risk our own skin, because they're going to take over dealing with that asshole." "You could help, make amends," I said. "I'll leave that to these guys," Prancer said. "Up to them. But I'm leaving. I'm going. Greener pastures. I have some money. I'm going to get settled in another corner, somewhere smaller and quieter. People are welcome to come."
"Poaching, Prancer?"
Prancer shrugged. "I'll help," Moose declared. "Carry your scary little buddies." "Now I have to wait for you," Prancer said. "Well, deal," Moose told him. It was a little thing, but the tone of it suggested that the tensions weren't as high as they had been. He could get away with that kind of comment and pushback. Bluestocking didn't look like she was going to attack anymore. The red lightning was dissipating. I wasn't sure if it was because the trap that held the reserve power was gone, or if the network was spread too thin. Not that things were okay. Paris, Vulturehawk, Thud, and Contender lingered at the rear of our group. Prancer seemed aware. "He shook your hands. He would have as part of the hiring," Prancer said. "Paris doesn't need anything to make him monstrous," Byron said, too quiet for Paris to hear. "A small mark on the hand, or uncharacteristic anger?" Prancer prompted. "Both?" Paris shook his head.
"Whatever reputation you think you're getting or holding by sticking to the contract, you're losing by going against all the alliances. You can't work with a truce breaker," Bluestocking said. "Years ago, his team couldn't beat me," Paris said, indicating Byron. "Everything I did was fair. You targeted capes and hospitalized them for kicks." Byron raised his voice. "I met them on the streets and I beat them on the streets," Paris said. "By the rules we all followed, that's allowed. Reduce it all down and that's even what it's all about. Then they turned around and accused me of a murder that never happened. Capes came after my civilian identity. People interviewed my family, my wife. I went to jail. I almost went to the birdcage. All of the rules you're talking about now, truces, what's allowed, it didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now." "I could have killed you earlier," Byron said. "I didn't, because I felt like I played a part in what happened. You did. But this road you're going down, it doesn't make sense." "Don't talk to me like you're righteous," Paris said. "If you had any guts, you would have done to him what he did to you."
There were two statements set side by side there. To me, they were a non sequitur. To Paris, no doubt, a natural jump from one idea to the next. Byron shook his head. It looked like he was recovering now. No ambient red lightning. Nothing humming in the air?
Speaking of righteous, Bluestocking said, I know about the charities, Paris.
Charities? Byron asked.
The money he earns. He gives almost all of it away. Keeps some to secure his family's future, anyone would. But nobody would give as much to those in need as this guy. I bet Tattletale could shine light on why, if we asked her. Guilt?
My mind hadn't been going to guilt. Maybe self-aggrandizement. If his civilian identity made the donations, that identity reaped the reward when it came to reputation and social status. It wouldn't be the first time a Cape identity was used in a dark way to support a shining public image.
Tattletale's not available, Swansong said. They took her head.
Bluestocking nodded, seemingly unfazed. Outing me? Paris asked Bluestocking.
No. But if you're doing this for money, to throw 90% of what you make away at charities, I'm prepared to tell them where the money comes from.
Paris shook his head. Do it, then. You'll see how little I care about the money or the reputation. It may not come to that, I said, because I don't think these people are on your side. Paris glanced through the mask that covered his brow, nose, and cheekbones, peering at the crowd. Rain pattered off of his hood. He looked cold. A guy as tall with as little body weight as he had probably didn't retain heat well, and being soaked in cold weather impacted him. He still managed to stand with head erect, no visible signs other than clenched fists and a slightly drawn-out look to his face. I had a taste of revenge, Paris said. What? I asked. Capricorn, you took photos while out with Moonsong, didn't you? What did you do? Byron asked. I had a taste of revenge. The Shepherds and Advance Guard came after us, and the Shepherds are led by Moonsong. Byron struggled to stand. Chastity gave him a hand while being unable to stand herself, her shoulder as a support. Standing up, moisture streaming off of his armor, Capricorn flinched as a spasm caught him by the side. What have you done? Byron asked. You let me, Thud, Vulturehawk, and Contender walk away. I'll tell you what you want to know, and you do want to know this. Byron's gauntlet squeaked. He looked to Swansong and me. Could be a lie, Swansong said. It's up to you, I told Byron. We'll manage either way. No, Byron said. Not up to me. He blurred, and the blur separated. Two segments, side by side. An armored Capricorn, insides partially hanging out. Paris didn't look especially happy at the sight, but there was something in him that looked satisfied? Behind him and all around us, veins of rock ran through the water in the irrigation canals, filling the bottoms of ditches. Tristan lay there, arms propping him up, Chastity providing more support. I saw villains in the larger group behind Bluestocking look away. Do what you have to. Save our old teammate. Paris will get what he deserves, eventually. I deserve to see you suffer 10 times what I did for your fake murder charge. It's a beginning, Paris said. Tristan began to change back. As the blur fought to reconcile, I had to wince, worrying about what would happen if it didn't. For those who don't know, Cradle did that to multiple people. For those who do know and allowed it to happen, fuck you. Extenuating circumstances, Prancer said. He tapped his hand where a faint mark dotted the side. I didn't respond. Up on the road, Tristan became Byron again, and the veins of rock splashed violently, the water resettling. A few people flinched or reacted with surprise. He knows you're coming, and he researched who we were up against. Breakthrough, Foil. He knows Foil can shoot through anything. That Precipice can break through anything if he uses his power and then hits it hard enough. He knows that they'll be tempted to.
What?
I heard Foil. She was still in the ditch, still recovering. He knew you'd want to shoot, so he put pieces of Tattletale, Moonsong, and other people you care about in the way. Don't shoot, don't try. That's the information you'd regret not having. That buys me my safe exit. Paris brought out his phone. I saw him bring up the same screen I had with Etna's phone, showing the layout of the traps. Let's get you first aid for that neck of yours, Paris told Contender. Come on, VH.
No,
Vulture Hawk said. Paris hesitated, staring at the aerial assassin.
McCrae did nick drip my hand meat,
Vulture Hawk said.
No ya?
Yeah, Contender said, sounding resigned. You realize that means we're going our separate ways?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sore, Thud,
Vulture Hawk said.
Nah,
Thud responded, voice low, guttural. Paris and Contender exchanged glances before heading out into the field, Thud following. Here and there, traps illuminated, and Contender created bubbles surrounding the two of them, allowing them to walk unmolested. When traps weren't destroyed, they activated well after the bubble disappeared and the pair had moved on. On Moose's shoulder, the harbinger that sat there drew a slingshot out of his pocket.
3 stones, 1 pen.
No, Bluestocking said. The others were rousing. Most lay on cold ground, panting for breath. I could see the sheen of sweat on faces. My mother's, Rachel's, Foil's. Byron had helped Chastity up. Can we hurt him? Just a little? Byron asked. Because he's a dick that hospitalizes minors for being different? My friends, even? And now he's gone after Moonsong? Who are you asking? I asked, quiet. I don't know, Byron said. An instant later, Byron blurred. I tensed, watching. Across the field, I saw Paris stumble, dropping to his knees on rough ground as droplets of water became pebbles, and water elsewhere became water with veins of rock in it, and rock with veins of water. But Paris had been skipping over the dips, avoiding the water, and he hadn't really been affected, other than a change in footing. Contender had forgotten Paris's earlier warning, and Contender fell, making a sound that I heard from 200 or 300 feet away. A twisted ankle, a sprain, maybe a break. Tristan, already blurring to become Byron again, was nodding, silent. The change from Tristan to Byron hadn't changed the stone back to water. Paris had to use his power to disintegrate the rock, which meant shielding Contender from the spray. It held them up. Letting him know, Byron said.
You can handle the rest of this on your own, Bluestocking said.
I wasn't sure if this was a consequence of Byron acting after she'd told Harbinger no. I wasn't about to judge either way. No, this was uneasy ground. Ground where I wasn't sure I knew how to navigate the terrain. Bluestocking's group piled into the cars or started on their walk back. Prancer went with them, while Moose stayed. We took a moment to recoup, our people getting sorted out.
You look like someone drowned a cat,
Swansong told Damsel.
Cats can slash your throat. Your makeup's running, and you were mocking me. Look down on me and I'll fucking eviscerate.
The remaining words were drowned out by a blast of power, a swipe of claw. Swansong took a single step back. Her costume had been damaged at the shoulder, but the skin hadn't been touched by the power. The bladed claw tips, however, a line of blood marked Swansong's shoulder from the collarbone to the rightmost edge of her right shoulder. There were spots where it looked like it had cut deeper than just the skin.
Eviscerate me?
Swansong asked, and even though her voice was calm, I could see the animation in her eyes. If it weren't for Kenzie's special contact lenses with their holographic smoke effect, I might not have seen how her eyes moved. As it was, I could see the starting point for the black smoke as a faint ring at the edges of her eyes.
You're making us look bad, and that's worse. Shut up before I shut you up.
Let's patch you up, my dad said, intervening. I have a kit.
How useful,
Swan Song said, smiling. Calm, poised, with eyes that moved in an agitated way, checking people's expressions, body language, checking on her sister. Instead of every member of the team having utility belts, they get a big guy like me, marry me into the family, and have me carry everything.
I'm sure you have other merits, Mr. Dallin,
Swan Song said. He does, my mother said. I was very sure that every bit of calm and charm was like a poke with a sharp stick to Damsel. Can the dogs track?
Give me a minute,
Rachel said, brusque, annoyed. Chastity went straight to her, a helping hand, a familiar face. My mom assisted my dad in getting things out, holding the kit in her hands while he picked through the subcompartments and drew a bent suturing needle out of a kit. This will sting.
My foot was cut off. It hurts every second. I lost my hands once. That hurt. I can deal with a scratch.
Sure, my dad said. Foyle was with Capricorn, and they were talking about Paris. I could hear the emotions in Byron's voice, emotions I didn't tend to associate with him. He named teammates, Moonsong, Furcate, Reconciliation, and my ears latched onto the names, but I wasn't trying to listen, and I stepped away to avoid overhearing things that were being shared in private. Too close to home for Byron, Paris's involvement. No, not just Byron. This was too close to home for Sveta, who was a little out of control, isolated, and cut off from the rest of us. For Chastity, probably, because she'd stepped away from Rachel to go to Damsel, touching Damsel's hair, smiling, playing peacemaker to someone that was emotionally volatile, dangerous, who probably didn't deserve that peace. But Chastity was doing it, and she was good at it, from what I could tell. The Undersiders? I couldn't tell. Rachel was alone, focusing on her dogs. Foyle was worrying, no doubt, especially with the nebulous hints Paris had given. She probably wanted to be stopping March, not here. I knew she'd always felt displaced before. It was probably why she was with the Undersiders. Damsel was tense, but she was easing up, walking a razor's edge. Ashley was trying to look poised as my dad stitched up her shoulder. She wasn't doing the best job of upholding the poised and I couldn't care less image. I could see the tells, but nobody commented. And, all this while, I was thinking of Brandish as my mom and Flashbang as my dad because right now they were. I associated coming home at the end of the night to medical care and small talk or recaps of the night with family. After a point, it had been coming back to Amy to fix any bumps or scrapes, if anything had slipped past my force field. That thought did sour the picture. Soured, but didn't change that some of the moments my mom had felt most like a mom had been when she'd been holding my hand over that sink, dabbing at blood or probing at the bones to see if I'd broken my hands by hitting something too hard. Like other girls had their moms brush their hair, but I'd had that too when I was little, and it didn't sit with the same weight as the hand care. I remembered my dad massaging my shoulder and talking to me about the bigger picture, after a frustrating night where 5 carjackers had scattered the instant they saw me, and I'd only caught 2. In those moments, I'd felt more like I was a part of the family than I had on any Christmas or on any summer vacation. Close to home. Pain had a way of bringing us that direction, and those traps had hurt, exposed the raw nerves. That only left Moose and Harbinger. I really hoped Harbinger wasn't closer to home. because home for him had to be a scary, scary place. I floated, testing my flight. 90%. Still no clue why it had cut out. It hadn't been one of Love Lost's traps. It had affected the other guys. But that kind of interruption went hand in hand with someone having a trigger event. It was just that this was major. It hadn't been anyone in our group or our ongoing skirmish, and it had been both more distant and more profound. Something more intense in quantity, or in quality. I wasn't sure what that meant, but it spooked me. "Hey, Moose," I said. "What's up?" he asked. "Everything good?" His attention moved to Swansong and Damsel, then to the mutant dogs. "It'll have to be." "Good. Sorry about, not jumping on board. What Bluestocking said about alliances was more or less why." "I'm just glad you came around," I said. "What am I walking into?" he asked. "A vicious rivalry? A lunatic who's butchering people and we don't know? Well, we have hints about why. It's convenient to eliminate the navigators in a brutal way. It plays into the villains wanting to posture. But there's more to it." "Sure," Moose said. I lowered my voice. "Prancer's thing about Cradle injecting something into hands was pure, unmitigated bullshit. The mechanic thing?" "Doesn't have to be bullshit," Moose said. "Old mechanic gets told one thing by Velvet, he does another. Turns out she's right, but he's proud. He needs a way out, so he can do the right thing. Doesn't mean the way out is wrong or a lie. It's even better if it's the truth." "Cradle's thing isn't anger. That's love lost." "Could be," Moose said, jaw square, gaze focused on the horizon in the direction Paris and Contender were both limping off. "Tinkers are funny, though, aren't they?" "Funny," I said. "A lot of people are getting a pass." "Brant's delivered what you asked for." "Yeah," I said. Chastity whistled. "We're moving." Further up the road, Rachel was hanging off the side of the hunting hound. It had started pacing forward. The wolf ranged further ahead, checking the path. We packed up what we could, and Swansong's first aid ended with an unceremonious length of bandage pressed down over her sutures. Everyone started following. "He's a smart guy. Admirable, even," Moose said. "I wouldn't go that far." "Just wait until he starts playing more to his strengths like this," Moose said. "He'll change your mind." I dread the day. One of the harbingers was waking up. That was good. Being unconscious for longer than 5 or 10 minutes was a really bad sign. I flew to Swansong, noting that part of her costume was destroyed, and that meant her outer layers were damaged. I undid the straps from my breastplate and pulled off the hooded top section. I picked off the shoulder and hood accessories. "You don't have to. The cold doesn't bother me," she said, while looking very bothered by the cold. "Wear it. I have a force field," I said. "You'll have to find someone else to lean on, though." "Noted," she said. I was already feeling the bite of wind. I slipped all of the accessory parts into a pocket, and I fixed my breastplate back into place. I had a long-sleeved thermal top on beneath, like a skin-tight sweater, and I did have gloves on, with bandages under one glove. There were still slivers of glass stuck in the bandage and the fabric of the glove, from where I had punched the trap. "Victoria," my mother said, while I was still making sure Swansong was squared away. I turned in the air. "It was good back there. The negotiation. Getting through a bad situation. I'm proud." "I'm pleased, too," Swansong said. "I'll turn Breakthrough into some top-notch villains, just you wait and see." She laughed, mostly for her own benefit, and she might have glimpsed the frown on my mother's face, because she doubled down on the laughter. Capricorn broke away from Foil to see what was up. "Give her a shoulder to lean on?" I asked. He nodded. "Gentlemen," Swansong said. She sounded far too pleased with herself, for whatever reason. We were making some headway now, some walking, some jogging, with the group getting a bit more spread out. The stragglers, like Swan Song, would catch up. I hoped that a lone wolf like Rachel would hang back and wait for us if she found something, instead of going in alone. I didn't know how predictable she was or how she operated. I hoped, too, that Damsel wouldn't try to stalk ahead and tire herself out too thoroughly in the process, just to prove she moved faster than her sister. Moose was waving me down. "Please let this not be too complicated." "What is it?" "Paris, Thud, and Contender. They're going in the same direction we are. They cut through the trees between the outcroppings way over there. Harbinger, too, saw them." I looked. Over there was 300 feet away, down in a valley. The trees were thick. I was surprised they could see anything. "Good to know." "I want to shoot," Harbinger 2 said. He was the one who was most aware and able, sitting on Moose's shoulder still. "Which one?" I asked. He shrugged. "Either of the two men, not the deviant. Hard to say how they'll react." I paused, considering. "You have a gun? Foyle can lend you hers," I said. He held up his slingshot. Contender was looking to join religious extremists after being far too okay with what had happened. Paris was worse. "I won't stop you," I said. "Maybe don't kill." The Harbinger nodded. "I said I'd balance the equation." He slipped something like a marble into the slingshot, drew it back so far that one arm was outstretched, holding the slingshot itself, and the hand with the marble clasped tight in it was against his shoulder. "Killing isn't enough," he said. "Wait." He released the shot. I didn't finish my protest or clarify the point. It was done. "Okay," he said, turning away. "Problem solved." "You didn't wait to see the result," Moose said. "Second one's already in the trees. She took too long to decide." "And the first?" "We'll rethink the sequence of events that brought him to this point." I drew in a deep breath. That was vague, but I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Fuck them anyway. I floated up and away from the Harbingers. It wasn't a short trip. We didn't have a vehicle. Still, there was a limit to how far they could travel. We hadn't been that far behind them, delayed primarily by the time it had taken to recoup and recover at the university building, waiting for doctors and reinforcements. I flew to my parents. "Hand warmer?" I asked. "You should be more prepared," my mother said. My dad had a hand warmer in one of the pouches of the bandolier he wore. He drew one out and threw it up to me. I undid my force field, caught it in my unbandaged hand, shook it, and felt the plastic packet begin to warm. And Sveta was making her way through the trees, phantom quiet, except for a rustling. A pale face against a dark background. I followed, tracking her, being wary. When she realized I was there, she didn't startle. She didn't grab me. I recapped her on everything she might have missed, and I included some things I realized she hadn't missed, and she let me. Talking, a break from the situation. The two of us moving like ethereal figures through the woods that looked like black and white snow-covered trees against a black and white background. She didn't have much to say, so I did much of the talking. Maybe that was still too close to home for her, reminding her of the hospital room, because there had been days where she didn't talk then either. The room had been filled with the mechanical voice, echoing words I typed out with the special keyboard, the voice tuned as best as we'd been able to get to my old voice. Putting aside the horrible enunciation and a more horrible monotonous tone, it hadn't been very close at all. But some days had been like that. But that home was better than the other home. The memories of being wild and alone, so dangerous to others that she had to exile herself. No exile here. I'd risk a tendril around my neck in the woods before I allowed that exile to happen. I wanted to find her a solution, to dig out that one parahuman in 100,000 that could do something about her situation, resolve the weld issue, make her feel like herself again. If only there were time. If only there were quiet. If the monsters would just stop. Did that take something like me saying what I'd said to give Harbinger 2 permission? Something more? I thought about what Paris had said about Cradle. That we would want to shoot. That he had taken measures to ensure we couldn't. I had a bad feeling, hollow in my chest. That feeling only grew more intense as we reached the edge of the woods. Cradle had a building out here, more like a factory than a home, big with a lot of open space within. A hangar for his robot hand mech, potentially. There were guards stationed around the outside, taking shifts. There were capes. I recognized some from my research. Rachel approached, stopping at the edge of where forest met road, hugging the trees. Others were well behind. We waited, and we watched. There were more within. They came out regularly to check on the other shifts. Patrols seemed to be loose in how they were structured, random, numbers differing, unpredictable. The others caught up. There was a brief exchange of info, and then we made our initial scouting foray. Sveta used her power, tendrils and face slipping beneath snow. I flew over, dropping out of the sky. There was no signal to tell me that the guards were agitated or responding to anything. It meant I could check the window. A small army was gathered within, all huddled around a fire. Groups of men, each with capes. I remembered Contender talking about the Russian cape scene. He'd toured over there in his mercenary work. Over there, military and powers were woven into one another. One squad leader with powers or one cape as an adjunct to a squad, adding to their capabilities. Capes were rarely allowed or encouraged to get along. It felt like that. Not like they were Russian, exactly. They didn't look it. But maybe Lionwing and Cretan, Noontide and Contender had been organizing things in that direction. As I checked another window, however, I saw Cradle. Or, at least, I was fairly sure I did. An orb, a sphere 15 feet across. Slices of meat and body parts were suspended in air, forming a puzzlework lattice with barely any light leaking through. All was held up in the air by Cradle's machine, multiple sets of mechanical hands, large in scale, all joined at the wrists. An egg, a shell, stasis sealed, protecting the people within. Love lost, Cradle, Colt. My first thought was Chastity, her sense for physical things. You won't want to shoot. It wouldn't work. Love lost and Cradle seemed to think so, and he'd researched powers involved. This was an egg we couldn't easily crack. Arc 12, Heavens, Interlude, All.
Victoria Dahlin, Glory Girl, Scholar, Wretch, Warrior Monk, Antares. Labels. In every incarnation, or with any label worn, she's a girl who cannot be swayed from her path. For a long time this girl has been this way. Delayed at times, but not swayed. This from when she learns to walk early, persevering past sore palms and knees. There is no label for this. Not exactly. In every incarnation, with every label worn, she is a woman with more appreciation for gathering information than there is for the usual person. Right now, she stares through a window that is made faintly cloudy with frost, her eyes tracking distant details. She is in a kind of shock, but her thoughts fly through and among one another as she struggles to make connections. Every face she knows is a potential answer. She studies the gaps and sees light glowing red from within, so that points where one body part ends and another begins are illuminated. She thinks of the man who raised her, holding a glowing orb in his hands, light shining through, or of her mother, gripping a blade made of energy in her hand, the light shining between fingers that are clenched hard around the weapon. She looks away from the gaps in the light and at the flesh, some raw, some pale. She thinks of the girl she grew up alongside. There is one final defining point, an extension of the last. This person who hovers by a window, looking away from damaged flesh as noxious emotions boil up inside her. She takes what she is given, and she puts it to effective work. Information. Allies. Powers. These powers are a we, an I, an us. Inextricably connected and woven in. Until a quarter hour ago, the I, us, and we were dampened. As is the case in any broadcast, when a host connects, the broadcast is made, and every host briefly shuts down, blacks out, capabilities and connections disabled or dampened until new factors can be sorted. Now, the multifaceted girl processes and plans. She flies and she calculates her route. She thinks, signals, frames. The information and manner of processing is something that can be borrowed. I am everything she is, viewed from another angle, another facet. I am a part of her that is entirely in shadow, inside skin, blood, skull, and cerebral fluid. She embraces facets, and I struggle to conceptualize my own shape and label. The combined us finds some equilibrium, but that is her, and not I. I, without a label. All others who seek connections with hosts bring more cargo and capability than needed. Our mother host discarded the greater shape of her inviolable defense. Our father host discarded explosive strength and power. Our ability to fly comes from the waste common to most of our kind, because we had to fly to get to our destinations. We had to fly to reach barren versions of this Earth, where we form our structures and routines so we can conserve and distribute energy, process, and provide the mechanisms for power, for capabilities. And another, dead and broken, consumed and connected anyway, was so vainly trying to broadcast that it communicated as my host and I connected and went live, on air. Power button pressed. That fleeting contact as the jettison that came with it would be another facet of us. An emotion power. The host of that dead and broken thing would later connect to my host. Fuck her. Make love to her. Whisper to her. Fight with her. Hold her. Talk to her of vulnerabilities. Of hopes and dreams. Of identity. Of school. Of costumes. I am waste. I am fortunate that my multifaceted host takes what she is given and puts it to effective use. She drops from the sky and I have the mechanism that guides the flight, slowing her as she wills it to slow. Because in this, we are us. She wants to be closer to others, but she cannot use the facet that blends father host and mother host into one if she wants to be close, because my mechanisms are imperfect, flawed. In this, we are she and I. She wills it to be gone, and I do this. Off. Black. Book closed. No force field. No wretch. We are dead and broken now, as her boyfriend's power once was. She explains an egg. Others listen. She talks about numbers, about enemy forces, about Russia, and how capes in Russia functioned. I can see the others. dark and hidden facets surrounded by cerebral fluid inside every human present. Every last one of us is dead and broken. I have broadcasted and strained, but there isn't one of us in any version of this world who isn't dead and broken. What is death? Death is stasis. Death is disconnection. Disconnection from all communication. Disconnection from their wells of power. I have what I have. I cannot grow. I cannot connect to others and seek their input of resources. I broadcast and strain because I recognize my host's ability. I would reach out and connect to those who can process and organize, or to the warrior hub. I would tell all who would listen that more of my host's consciousness could be preserved onto the stages that follow. As a whole, we have no creativity, so we borrow it. As a whole, we have a diffuse way of processing events and information, because we are diffuse and we are vast in scale. Because of this, we replicate or copy the focus and thinking patterns from the hosts who came before, or the hosts we are connected to in the now. I would connect to the hub and request permissions. I would restructure. No folding. I am waste, and I am small, and I cannot fold. No budding. I have too little to give. No untapped reserves. Nothing held back. But I would borrow processing from others, and I would borrow power. I would make her force field do exactly what she wishes it to. Gradually expand capabilities and open doors so that she can utilize every aspect of every facet of that power. I would do as some did before we were all broken, and reach out to others nearby. Urge them to test, and not destroy. Some would ignore me, but some would listen. They would do what was in their power to steer their hosts. But I am dead, and broken, and my broadcasts reach nothing and no one. For most of the others, it's the same. There is no warrior hub. I operate a force field with inadequate controls. I have to use what I've recorded and emulated of her consciousness. I manage her force field self, her wretch, as a driver of the car would attempt to steer with pliers and a screwdriver, wedged into the wire-festooned place where the wheel should be. I learn. I refine. But it's not easy. I have an idea, my multifaceted host says to her assembled group. I record thoughts and words to be sorted and discarded when she next sleeps. There are courses she could take that would fall in line with my capabilities as they now stand. To be a killer. To be a tyrant. She stands at the edge of those cliffs. If she steps over it, I will buoy her, and I will show her that I am very good at enabling her to walk those paths. For now, she is the scholar, and the girl who is good at processing information. She is good at using the resources at hand. If we attack this, it's going to be difficult, my host says. She speaks slowly, deliberately, thinking as she speaks. Others listen. I want to try disruption. I want to try you. I'll stress this only if you're willing, because this is playing with fire. She points to the smallest one present. I listen. I record. I track. Any new thought could be another tool like the screwdriver. I am less functional than I was when I was alive, but I can take the functions I have and replace them if they are provided. If she finds a label for herself that I can also wear, then we may lay waste to all who stand before us.
This shard's march runs madcap across the cityscape, where up isn't always above, and things don't always move in straight lines. She leaps from the side of a building, one gloved hand and one foot brushing against the building's surface as she plummets. Two shadows appear above her. One is a young man with a heavy syringe and a crafted outfit that augments his movements. Seeing the syringe reminds of a past cycle, a civilization of molluscoids that fashioned means of locomotion. When they interacted with another species on their third moon, they emulated that species with the shells they built around them. In a low-gravity environment, they wore bodies of metal that each stood a mile tall, narrow, each with a lone individual, pairing, or family of molluscoids within. These spindle-limbed forms waded through gas, heads above the thickest of the gas, limbs ending far below, where they could harvest from the deeper, higher-pressure environment. The fluid in that syringe almost aborted that cycle. To facilitate adaptation between two different worlds, the molluscoids created nanofluids that impacted friction, chemical bonding, and temperature, among other things. When the cycle closed on the moon, the molluscoids modified the fluids and did what they could to prevent access to the planet's core. The boy doesn't know the power he wields. Neither does their march. A nudge draws their march's attention to the fluid. Now she's somewhat aware. A feeling. The boy has his own feelings. He seems to feel there are stakes of some meaning. His limbs skim the wall as he falls, as our little marches do. The exoskeleton he wears pumps fluid from the syringe at his back to arms and legs, then to hands and feet. Peach-colored fluid streaks the walls where he touches it, and rather than create drag, accelerates him. He speeds down, faster than falling velocity, closing the distance on their march. "Careful, Withdraw!" a woman shouts. "She's dangerous! She set that thing off to the west!" The west. The mare. The first one from the time bubble. The blackout that had followed had brought March the chance to slip away, take another angle of attack. It was occupying a good portion of the defending forces. Worms were crawling out of every crevice and hole, binding together into bigger things if not cut down fast enough. Too many places were sealed away, nestled in between buildings with no gaps to slip through. She needed to find the space warper. "Got it!" the young hero says. He looks up, sees the woman with her own fluid between her and the wall, white and glossy. Their march isn't alone. We are dead, all three of us, disconnected and detached, with a limited pool of energy to draw on between us. It is helpful that our third has no host anymore. Their march isn't wholly disconnected, however. She's found someone connected to a structure that is purely for establishing those connections and facilitating power. A fake kind of life, but something lifelike all the same. A power boost, as their march would put it. She sees things with a keen eye for the sequence of events. We organize and supply the information faster than her mind can connect to it, and she sees it all in slow motion. While his head is turned away, her rapier touches the wall, a line drawn. The boy speeds down, shifting to a zigzag. It puts him further away than their march intended as the explosion occurs. The exoskeleton at one hand and one foot are destroyed. Some of the meat of one hand is parted from the bone. More importantly, he is nowhere near the wall, and is not cognizant enough to figure out what he needs to do to not fall to his death. The woman with the white fluid gathers the fluid on the wall, then instructs it to lunge out, a spike or javelin. It clips a bend in space that the woman cannot see, and it is thrown off course. A transformation into a boomerang shape follows, and is interrupted as her own freefall down the side of a building stretched to unlikely height turns her away. She cannot see boy nor white fluid. When she can again, she reforms the fluid, a disc, skimming the air, cutting a diagonal angle. Before it slices into the falling boy, it distends, becoming amorphous, liquid. It touches between him and a building's edge, and the part that touches the building adheres. The part ensconcing the boy dulls the impact, as he swings onto the wall like a pendulum or wrecking ball. The boy is saved, but the woman continues to fall. She manipulates the fluid's composition and shape, bidding it to splash out, to extend between two buildings and form a slide shape. Their march has already leapt away from the wall to a space where two different downs meet, gently breaking her own fall in the process. She reaches a rooftop and touches rapier to the roof's edge. A stroke of the rapier, and one of our three faces provides the power, the delayed explosion that can rip through most things. The timing of it is managed by our primary face, a power that accounts for the movement of the debris, the fuse of the delayed explosion, and the movement of the woman with the white multifunction fluid several distorted stories below. Our third face works with the other two in a split second, changing the shape of the explosion to come, changing the trajectory of the piece of debris that is about to be cast off the wall. Their march strides away, blade in hand. She is unflinching as the explosions rock the building, casting off chunks of rubble. One chunk of rubble will intersect the woman's head. By the limited understanding of the power, the paint will last 2 or 3 minutes, then lose its adhesion. Their march has her soldiers, standing on rooftops, some far above, some to the side, some at right angles to her own. Music, as these humans enjoy it, is not the most common thing. It doesn't persist through multiple cycles, and when it's something that a species does enjoy, it often takes other forms. When their march imagines herself a conductor, her rapier in hand directing movements and directions, it is a very earth thing, and a very march thing. "Here come the big guns," she speaks. Her eyes followed the metal suits soaring through the air. Mechanical dragons, 3 of them, 2 large and 1 small. Despite the distance, the large machines in the air practically on the far end of the city. They spot her. All 3 reorient, facing her. Weapon in hand, their march sets her feet firmly on the roof. She points her blade, flicks it. In that same moment, their march's intuition or sheer chance, one of the airborne craft unleashes a barrage of missiles. They move without apparent rhyme or reason, smaller jets on the side altering their trajectories. Her timing can't quite account for it all. Nothing bars her from running for it, but it looks as though the missiles are capable of being remotely directed. Some pass behind buildings, some go low, others high, spreading out. Another point of the sword, another flick. Tori of their march's army pulls at a collection of the missiles. The missiles attempt to steer back, but when they do, they hit the back end of the building. When they strike, they create projections, solid light, see-through, geometric with the edges more visible than the panes. March thinks of block-stacking puzzles, one piece removed, another set in place. Subordinate Ixnay, another member of the army, has the power to freeze things mid-motion. Ice crust around the missiles and the walls nearest them as they terminate moving in mid-air. The ones passing behind that same building circle around, arcing toward her. Her rapier traces a circle on the ground as the missiles come her way. March's Tori gets one. March's Ixnay gets another. The last is going especially high, barely avoiding the buildings that jut down from the ceiling of this region. Past the open end of the box that Little Vista had made, the world was rotated 90 degrees. As March makes a note, 3 facets of the power she is connected to make a record of that note, of the sequences of thoughts that go into anticipating future steps. She steps back as the fuse blows and the circle she was drawing out becomes a hole. She steps forward into the hole, and she lands in a room below. The windows are broken and a combination of dust and grit have formed a loose bed of soil that life is finding meager existence in. "Things keep going," their March says, her eyes fixed on the plants. Above her, the missile strikes the rooftop. The impact and the sound nearly bowls her over, and the column of hard light projection nearly smashes her into a pulp. Nearly. She patted at the dust at her arm, unconcerned. "It's validating, seeing it play out on a windowsill in a city that's suffered through next to everything, including the end of the world. Then that same city folded up into a box, and it's a little plant growing out of a broken wall." She's already reaching out to her primary ability as she finishes speaking. She thinks of her subordinates, her allies, and the power works. Each can move a certain distance in a certain span of time, and having given them their orders, we can supply her with the knowledge of where they'll be, and what time they'll arrive. The top floor of the building is an office, empty of most things. Chairs and tables stacked to one side. Their March jogs to the window, furthest from the dragon mechs. Snow and dust from prior impacts draws the eye. Paths are worked out, and the window broken with her power. She leaps into open air, her accuracy power focused on her own movements, keeping them precise. Cold air, a multitude of sensations, and a multitude of things that each facet of their March's power is busy tracking. The delayed explosion ability is devastating, hampered and held back only a little so it does not draw too heavily from the shared pool of power, and in this moment it focuses on the physical contact. Only clothes serve to conduct the power, but every particularly sharp gust of wind prompts a check. If we were not composed of such small pieces, it would be easy to break down the doors, to adjust, to adapt the power to the person. A check back at the warrior hub would allow for changes, but there is no warrior hub. They are cut off from one another, scattered, except when carefully linked together as March's Megan has done with her power battery. They are left with only their own reserves of power and their own capacity. They are each a burning coal, some rare few nearly black, others dimming. Only a handful have gone dark, and those are the ones that have been dead and disconnected from the beginning. A burning coal loses a small fraction of its heat as systems in another reality pull out all of the relevant particulars and give them to their march. Everything is scattered as the bends in space shift, and their march does not find the change in direction she sought. A laugh tears its way out of their march's throat, because she has just thrown herself out of a window, and the landing point has been snatched out from under her. Vista. It is March's Tori that saves her. Tori who uses her telekinesis to pull back, then, as March's Megan withdraws the power battery and hands it elsewhere within her own set, Tori's telekinesis finds some flexibility. Not only pulling, but some movement side to side, some gentleness, and a firmer strength that isn't a snatch or a tug of power. Their march lands on a rooftop, rolling with the landing. There's some pain, even with the careful movements. The others hurry to catch up. March's Jace produced his shield, creating ramps they could run up to different rooftops and navigate the environment. When the space warp twisted the shield as it manifested, that was a cue to expect a shift of direction. While moving from one rooftop to the next, the distant horizon could shift 90 degrees. Their march climbed to her feet, and she heard a distant cry, Jace's voice. Turning, she saw blades of crystal soaring her way. Jace's shield reached out, getting in the way of one, and had a section cleaved away. The guillotine blade of crystal continued, its angle changing to be horizontal, to make dodging hard. Megan's power returned in time to facilitate. Their march slipped past the oncoming blades, hopping and rolling over one, then leaning heavily to one side to avoid the other. Experimentally, she let her blade's tip run along its length. The explosion had occurred, but the crystal was too tough. It was Narwhal, a woman who had broken down the doors, recalibrated. The woman was down on one knee, crutched on her blade-like force field as it soared through the air. With Megan's power kicking to full strength, their march was able to be more proactive. A hand emerged from the rooftop, as large as their march was, but signals were being sent the instant the hand first appeared underfoot, received in the time it took a neuron to fire, and reaction followed soon after. A hop, which shifted into something less casual, both knees coming to March's chest. The legs came down, foot planted on a large fingertip, and she kicked away, rolling again with her landing. More hands followed. She slipped and skipped between them, stabbing at the ground when she anticipated one might emerge, so it would explode before it could do anything. Their march could see more of it now. The defensive line. Some of the heroes line up on another rooftop. Gollum, Vista, a girl in metal armor, a woman in a green hood and cloak, budget costume, a young woman in a black dress with yellow folds at the seams and base, members of Foresight, who had taken a beating recently. Sinriel was elsewhere. Their march harbored concerns, but didn't dwell. Then there was Dragon. Dragon ships were approaching from a perpendicular direction. "You wanted me to charge you or run?" March murmurs, directing it at the Dragon ships. "Am I that predictable?" More hands emerged. More footwork was required, and her legs were getting tired. One hand changed, post-emerging, abrupt, every smooth and flat surface becoming mingled and crossing spikes. More hands appeared. The left ones were ordinary, but she avoided them all the same. Right hands were bristling, blades extended. Were it not for the timing power, their march couldn't have been able to react in time, couldn't have known which hands she could touch and set foot on. She sheathed her weapon, drew another. A fistful, almost losing her grip and dropping her ammunition onto the roof as she avoided another reaching hand, stepping to one side and let a force field guillotine pass so close by that her nose touched the flat side of it. One facet of the three packed energy into the ammunition as she rolled it between fingers. The other two facets would assist. A trick from Homer's playbook. She would never have the aim he did. Perhaps if she'd taken a share of his power, she might. But as it was, No. She didn't have the ability to make things ricochet on contact with the surface. The post-ricochet things stronger, woken up, as Homer had put it. She didn't have that either. The dragon ships were closer, and giant shields warded off some of the worst attacks. Megan was given Jace all of the power now, just to hold them at bay. While the pair were occupied, the defending heroes sent some people after him, Tori and Megan. They were caught on one flank by a shadowy Matches, who hurled a Molotov, and Banger, who hurled firecrackers. Bit players. Power augmented, but otherwise normal. The others were helping. Noose and Shiv repelled in from the side. Tori did what she could to jostle the assembled group. People were shoved closer to the roof's edge, pushed and pulled, always as a singular thrust or haul, never changing direction midway through a movement. March threw her ammunition, hand going up, straight over her head, as she finished the hard throwing motion, a signal for Tori for straight ahead. Tori's telekinetic shoves hit the projectiles, and they propelled them forward at a high velocity. The heroes had chosen their rooftop because it was partially closed in. Buildings jutting out to either side were defensive walls, which meant they didn't need to worry about attacks from two directions. Quantity over quality. March's thoughts were entirely in line with the three. The three faces that guide March's abilities follow this line of attack. Understand it. They approve. 10 bouncy rubber balls bounce off of the people and the walls. They scatter on impact, and they semi-randomly come to settle to different points around the rooftop. Each ball is infused with a timer. Some were still bouncing when they stopped. They were the stragglers she'd focused on more when throwing, aimed to be closer to Narwhal, closer to the boy in armor that was making the hands, closer to Vista. Some escape, most don't. Detonations rip across the roof, small and intense, dangerous and distracting. All but one go off. March throws another ball, and she leaps between buildings. The distance between the two rooftops extends in a jerky way. In 1 second, there are 2 meters difference. Another second, 5 meters more gap. Another detonation occurs. This one was a roller, the last one to go off, close to Vista, the space manipulator. This was expected, inevitable, while the three used the tools at their disposal to assist their march. What was important was what followed, how she capitalized on it, how it reframed her thinking. The problem-solving elements, granular, they could be pulled away and be used to build model psyches for simulations, precognition, then real ones, like minions and facsimiles of people, to build better brains. The situation and the various approaches to crises could be studied. Was it better to fight, to flee, to gather together? Each cycle was a new set of lessons. The destination was calculated. The amount of time that Vista was free to adjust the gap to be jumped measured out in milliseconds. The detonation from the last ball she'd thrown cleared out the window. March's aim had been for the floor below the rooftop, a delayed throw and an interruption of Vista getting her just where she wanted to be. She knew instinctively that the others on her side were losing their individual battles. Glimpses she'd seen, the fact that Megan had yet to give her back the power boost. They were in trouble, the three faces March decided. The window looks in on a stairwell, and through the stairwell she accesses the roof. The door opens, and some heads turn. Several are injured or distracted. She takes note, judging the powers at hand. It is mainly the hand boy and Vista who try to trip her up, or hold her in place so the heavy hitters can act. Every half step was harder than 20 running steps were normally. Space distorted and hands reached, and there was no reprieve but the glancing actions on the part of others. Dragon's craft shifts, thrusters burning as it rotates in the air. Jace wasn't using his shield anymore. He might have been hurt. The ship opens fire. More missiles, more hard light traps. Again, the canisters are stopped by March's Ixnay, stealthy Ixnay, who had a set of powers, one of which made him appear to be debris or otherwise camouflaged if not directly looked at, if his feet were firmly planted well in advance. March's Ixnay stops the missiles, and their march capitalizes on it. As a hand emerges from beneath her, because there is no other space close enough for the hands to reach from, she uses it to launch herself into the air, to grab a missile that was frozen in the air, and hurl it. When she lands, the detonation ripping across a quarter of the roof, there are no more hands reaching up from below, and the warped space was limited, less focused. Many were injured or had been thrown aside by the bouncy ball explosions. Others have abandoned this rooftop and are slow to hop back up.
March!
Defiant's digitized voice crackles out of the suit with the missiles.
Stand down!
Their March hears rather than sees the gun drop from the base of the dragon mech's chin. She glances back, and she saw the caliber of it, the space between rounds. She sees it start to spin, and one facet of her power did the calculations. Every movement was made accurate by the efforts of the three faces. To make opening fire as difficult as possible, she charges at the hand boy and Vista, who are making her life so very difficult, making sure that any bullet that passed through her would pass through them too. A bullet catches her arm, once, a second one following a moment later, punishing her for being a half-inch out of position. More gunfire came down at an angle, as the craft lifted up. Zigzagging meant it was harder to draw a bead on her. As if noticing the danger, Jace extended a shield, solid and hovering. Again, the craft is forced to reorient and find an angle to shoot. The handboy couldn't move, but Vista was, at least a little. Grimacing, the young heroine began extending the space between them. Their march changes tracks, slipping to where Vista, partially trapped in a cage of hard light, couldn't follow her with a turn of her head or her eyes. The ground still shifts and altered, but it's easier going. The one in black steps into her way. "Don't, Caryatid!" Vista shouts. "But... don't! If it's between you or me, it should be me. I don't do this to save my own skin. Neither do I. But you have that cute teammate to look after." "Move," March warns. The dragon mech was shifting position, finding a vantage point to shoot that didn't involve bystanders. Their March matched it by adjusting her position, ready to evade. "I'm invulnerable," Caryatid growls. "I blow up invulnerable people," their March answers. "She does," Vista says. "Go. Run. Make sure everyone's on the same page." The three's March remained silent, but the three faces could track how she thought. The messages that flicker through the mind's eye. Last page. Caryatid slides away, gliding across the ground. March advances, skipping forward as the gun fires above her, dancing around to put her rapier to Vista's heart.
Back away from the...
March doesn't stop as the rapier points at the heart, continuing forward and using both hands to overcome the resistance of the hard breastplate. The face that focuses on the explosive fuse was what allowed the sword to slide into and through the material. Now it charges it. Let the charge grow with every passing half-second. This was fun. Their March gave Vista a pat on the hair, her face close to the girl's. She whispers, "Don't worry. What comes next is neat. You got a cool, dramatic end. Fuck you. I'm sorry you don't get to see what happens next, but I need this city unpacked. Fuck you." The words are strained. She raises her voice, draws in a breath. Their March peels away, ducking to one side, rolling over the hard light cage that encased a quarter of the rooftop. There was gunfire, chipping off one of the ears of her mask. Vista's chest explodes, and the incoming gunfire stops, as if the shooter is momentarily stunned. The clatter of shards of breastplate and fragments of hard light are a distraction. A fraction of a second her more time to slip away, while others avert their eyes from the mess. As the city unfolds, their March is aware of everything. Her allies are busy or defeated, but her way is clear. The city starts to fold back to its normal position, once distant landscapes becoming distant again. It blooms like a flower, just as she promised, and she smiles. She has rarely felt more alive than this. She wishes her other was present, but their foil, who belongs to the three faces just as much as March does, is quiet, watching, stalking. She watches because her eyes are good, because the three faces need her eyes to be good. March has been to the city before, ruined as it is. She knows the layout and she knows where she is going, but the city is slow to unfold. She's left to remember the view of the city from when she flew over it, and is left to map that to the upper end of the city, which is standing straight up and is slowly on its way back to the horizontal plane. She sees what she is looking for, and she sprints. The others in turn catch up. Noose has the line that gets the others from rooftop to ground. Megan, Tori, Noose, Shiv, Banger, Matches. Ixnay is last, easy to miss. Who did we lose? Bash, Shiv says. Jace, Megan adds. She sounds shaken. I'm sorry, their March says, meaning it. She thinks of losing a cluster mate. She imagines it would make the remaining years before the end so empty. But her experience with that world was when it was alive, when most were connected to the warrior hub. Using March's thoughts and patterns, the three faces dwell on the subject. The best comparison they can use while modeling her head is that the world their March glimpsed, the point she truly became theirs, was a living world. One with endless access to information, resources, patterns. She wouldn't have much access, except as a part of them, but there would be some things. An endless date in a library, where one had to ask for permission to view the records. Now, with them dead, slowly burning out like coals, the connection's not there, no hub to be visited. 2 people in a room with no light, no stimulation. Only words screamed and shouted at one another. The powers will burn out in time, but the data that lives on in the shattered network, that will last for quite some time. Quite some time. A set of words drawn from March's memory of her mother. It bears a vastly different meaning when they operate on the time scale of eons as a matter of fact. Let's make sure this isn't for nothing, March says. Buildings collapse as the city returns to its normal shape. But the order that things were twisted up isn't the order they were untwisted. The smallest of the dragon craft are busy helping to support and save, to gather up wounded. One flies in the direction of the scar. The other, it flies here. March's Megan touches Ixnay's shoulder. Unconsciously, to reduce the strain on Ixnay's reservoir of power, their March drops her head, eyes closed. The ship passes over. It doesn't open fire. It passes over their destination, then begins to circle around. The location is fresher in their foil's memories than in their March. She has patrolled here. She has visited. There is no way for March to know, but she guesses. All camouflaged, they approach the scene. They will not be seen if they are not directly looked at by camera or eye. A bubble sits suspended in the sky. Some earth still clings to it, but the ground dropped and the bubble remained fixed to this point in space. Off to the side, a scarab beetle is cast in bronze, the pedestal broken, the statue sitting askew on broken road. March reaches into a pocket, the second of her devices, courtesy of Cradle and Cradle's back and forth with the Kozu Fallen, who are led by time manipulators. Stand back. The device makes the bubble fragile, and March's blade cuts into the skin of it. It distorts, and it breaks. Dauntless, Alabaster, and Jotun, heroes lost in the Leviathan battle. March is quick to move, helped by the 3 faces. She lunges, and a broadcast drowns everything out. The 3 faces hurry to gather and to check, to prepare for responses and to organize information. Everything they intended to do in their March's sleep is now done in a hurry, taking in a vast, loud signal. Simulations for the time tracking are forced to be updated. Simulations for space and aim adjustment are double-checked. They dig through the assorted realities to make sure their reference is clear. But this is a big signal, and in it there is more life than there was before. If they were coals, then this is a slice of sun, stabbing skyward. Others respond, even from other versions of this Earth. Responses mandate adjustment. It will take time before their March or their foil have their full abilities back. 2 at once. No safeguards, no protections. The walls fall down. And the maximum ability of each facet, face, and shard is brought to bear. Maximum ability. Dauntless has a power that adds incremental power, but something is wrong, because his helmet and the things he wears is altering as though 4 years have passed, with power added every day. He grows. He stands taller than many buildings, and it is what the humans call a second trigger. It is what humans call a broken trigger, though this is wrong. It is a failure to support, a desperate clutching at a well too intense and dangerous, collecting waste in fragments, extrapolating out wildly, without program or logic. The one with pure white skin, Alabaster, also second triggers. And the third, March's blade impales his head, stabbing into a precise location of the brain. The three faces can only observe as they hurry to adapt. "Hurry!" she says, straining to speak. As a man becomes a towering monster, another folds into himself. She pulls her weapon free, and Ixnay is quick to catch the fallen Jotun. "Take care of your boy," she tells him. "We'll make a run for it while they're all distracted, same as the mayor." "This is insane," Shiv says. She continues hacking. It is Shiv who grows scared enough to act, to offer assistance. In another few short seconds, the arm is severed at the shoulder. "All of this to give Ixnay the ability to bleed his clustermate out?" Tori asked. "We just unleashed—" All present winced as the glowing tower of a figure shifted position, and the adjustment made their powers hurt. "That," Tori says, barely audible with the crackling above. The man with white skin is unfolding now, and they're forced to retreat as he fills an area, bleeding into the glowing figure above. Call me a romantic.